All right, we should be live here in a second.
All right.
Through hell or high water.
Yeah, we did it.
We did it, Reddit.
It's the last thing you hear before you die.
All right, just want to double check to make sure that it's coming in through the watch page before we get started. Yeah, it looks like we're good. All right, cool. So welcome. I've done one of these for a few months. Gonna just as kind of a spur of the moment idea. I actually got this idea from a Twitter user saying after they shared the more recent, I think it was in March this year, the Game Informer brackets of best game of all time thing. And then I think it was actually a couple years ago, I think it was 2021, where IGN did the same thing, where they got a kind of user base to vote on what game they thought was the best. They did the bracket system, and I had a few problems with both of them, as I'm sure you guys could probably agree to. Mostly just the sort of norminess of it all. Like, you know, when you get millions and millions of people to vote on something, you're going to get very, very kind of, frankly, basic bitch answers. But yeah, just like also just the kind of structure and some of the games that they omitted from it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Welcome our guests. We've got Majular, or what was the Irish pronunciation of that?
You actually nailed the Irish pronunciation. The standard American pronunciation of my name is Majular, but Majular works great if you are of English descent or something like that.
Majular. And then second time guest, Soul Porpoise. How you doing, guys?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Doing great.
And let me know if the audio levels are okay. I did a sound check, but as always, the audio always tends to screw up. So yeah, I have on screen now the bracket that I put together, but I think I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. Let me pull open. I guess we'll just start with a little bit of a commentary on the brackets that IGN and GameInformer did. Just kind of give some context, do you think?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah, let me do that. As you see, I'm so prepared.
We barely made this work. We were down to the wire, but you'll have to bear with us.
At least we're ahead of schedule, only like 15 minutes late, so.
Not bad.
All right. I think I can just drag it to my browser window. There we go. That's the more recent one from Game Informer. This, I think, is the 2011 one from, what do you call it, IGN. So that it's kind of shrunk down a little bit and probably cropped, but that is the, oh God, I can't scroll around. That is the best video game of all time, IGN one. And to be fair, I don't know how they did the qualification round, but I believe these were all essentially user voted, so to speak. So we have you to blame, basically. This is super corrupt. But
I was wondering about that. There's a huge differential between whether IGN chose these selections or whether readers voted in everything from the beginning.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't have the answer to it. Like, was there a qualification round or whatever? All I know is that they put things together like, what are some of my favorites? Some of these are cropped. I apologize. I just have a specific crop for the final bracket window. But some of my favorites were Grand Theft Auto San Andreas versus Mario Kart, Chrono Trigger versus Burnout 3 Takedown.
Classic pairing.
Yeah. Portal 2 versus The Sims 3. God of War 2018 versus Starcraft, you know, classic, you know.
Classic matchup, yeah.
Yeah. Probably my least favorite was probably Super Metroid versus Apex Legends.
That's the one where I let out like a cartoonish groan sound as I was reading this chart. No, right. Why? No.
And I mean, eventually your second round's going to be whatever, you know, it's going to be kind of random. So we can't really control that. But one of the improvements I did was, first off, I took, well, let's just go over this one again a little bit further. So yeah, the final matchup was God of War 2018 versus Grand Theft Auto 5. And as Soul Porpoise would agree, I think that God of War 2018 is objectively the best game of all time. Would you agree?
Yeah, I actually don't really have opinions on. Oh, God of War. Yeah, I think that game's dog shit.
So yeah, that was, I mean, It also it has a very strong. These ones tend to have a very strong recency bias, and also is very indicative of the respective audiences. Like IGN's was very different from Game Informer, because I want to say Game Informer, even though that is like the official magazine for GameStop, right? Wasn't that the
Yes.
official magazine?
Yeah, that was the magazine that was hawked at checkout.
Yeah, exactly. But I was surprised to see a bit more of a classic game, more classic games reflected in that, even though it did have a lot of very standard, bog standard games in there. But
yeah, it was marginally better.
Yeah, so that was, how do you close a window? Is it Shift Control T? Nope, that's something else. I'll just tab it, I guess. I've got a lot of great tabs here. There we go. Game Informer. So the Game Informer one was actually a bit different. The final was Legend of Zelda versus or Ocarina of Time versus Skyrim, which a lot more RPGs and adventure games in this one. I found that interesting. I guess it's just a different reader base, but they still had some pretty classic pair-ups like Shadow of the Colossus versus World of Warcraft, Mario 64 versus Kingdom Hearts, things like that. Resident Evil versus Pac-Man.
Of course, yeah.
Can't believe Pac-Man didn't come out on top.
Yeah, this one kind of spared us the details. Some of those were really brutal in the IGN one, where it was like 70% one thing and 30% another, and it's just like, oh man. So yeah, so basically what I did, and I'm gonna go tab through all these things again because I'm in full screen mode. Apologies. So what I did, roughly speaking, is I took I OCR'd both of their lists, because I just had the JPEG of their brackets, and then combined those into a spreadsheet, deduped them because there were some duplicates, and then I added a lot of missing games I felt were should have been added, and I also removed all games that had a mandatory multiplayer connection, not just the connection, but also mandatory multiplayer community. So things like World of Warcraft, Apex Legends, Fortnite, things like that. I don't know if Fortnite has an offline mode, but everybody plays Fortnite online. So the reason I did that was a big part of multiplayer games is the community, and it's like a living, breathing element to the game. So if the community sucks at that particular moment, or if the game has died down and doesn't have very many players or subscribers, that can be a big fact. But also, multiplayer games are constantly updated. They constantly have new content packs, new expansions, things like that. So World of Warcraft, for example, how the hell do you judge that against anything? Because are you judging Vanilla 1.0 or the Lich King, Pandaria, or the latest expansion? I don't remember, was something about dragons. Or like even World of Warcraft Classic with our modern...
I think that's its official name, actually.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Something about dragons.
But so I took out all the mandatory multiplayer games, and also added in some things I think were kind of missed. And then I actually used AI and some manual tweaking to pair up each game so it actually has a reasonable counterpart. So for example, Minecraft Terraria, that's a pretty good matchup. Instead of Starcraft versus whatever Starcraft was against the other one, Starcraft versus Total Annihilation, two really strong RTSs of the time. Baldur's Gate 3 versus Dragon Age Origins. That was a little bit, one or two gens disconnected, but still comparable.
Sure.
Planescape versus Baldur's Gate 2, Fallout 2, Super Mario Bros. 3 versus World, games a couple years apart, but comparable contenders. So every first tier game has a pretty comparable contender, so they're not completely batshit like Apex versus Super Metroid.
In doing this, you have actually made each pairing like reasonably difficult, and actually like I have to think about it now.
Yeah, I think this is probably the single best improvement, is just making a good first tier. The second tier is going to be wild. It's going to be like Binding of Isaac versus Baldur's Gate or whatever, but
right.
At least the first tier makes some sense. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying before about like researching Ultima online. I think your decision to kind of like nix anything that's been like persistent online is probably wise, because when you talk about Ultima online with people, it's like you're talking about like one of like 7 potential different games depending on when the person you're talking to played the game last.
Yeah, that's brutal.
There is no one entity of what that game is.
I've been looking at chat because I've been busy talking, but some of the chat people are like, AI is better than IGN editors? Yes, objectively.
Heard it here first.
The bar's low.
Yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, no, I wanted to say about the way that you actually organize this, because I do think like that's really the problem is, and I think you covered a lot of this already, but I just want to give my 2 cents because I think it's probably an important point. Is that there is like a enormity homogenization of like the actual opinions on this stuff. So yeah, it really does skew things. And so not only does it skew things, and you have like insane, like I think. I'm sorry, what was the other one besides the IGN matchup that you had?
Game Informer?
The Game Informer. That one actually looked a little bit more. I can accept Ocarina of Time as the best game of all time. That doesn't bother me like God of War 2018 does, obviously, for a lot of reasons. But yeah, like the matchups themselves here, like I really do think that probably skews a lot of things because yeah, like Starcraft is like one of the most played games of all time, and yeah, you had it up against God, I forgot what it was up against, but it's something insane. And so yeah, like it's a really important thing. And then yeah, you just had like the most popular thing at the time that people were playing, like I don't know, Fortnite or whatever. And that's obviously going to get the votes because people aren't thinking about the actual question of what's the best game of all time. It's the question of, oh, what have you played? And yeah, that's I think a real problem is like, yeah, it definitely skews things. And yeah, hopefully, yeah, I just want to admonish that, I guess.
Yeah, and in the end, this is a completely pointless exercise because there's no game that will ever be made that will be agreed on by everybody that'll be the best game. So this is honestly a completely pointless exercise. I just thought we'd have a little bit of fun and maybe we'll come up with some interesting conversation. And I tried to make it a little bit tough, like especially the first round. Like some of these are like really tough to choose from because they're both really good for different reasons. So
yeah.
Anyway,
totally. And sometimes the same reasons, which makes it even more tough.
Yeah, exactly. And this most bracket systems that I found were maxed at 64 competitors. This one goes up to 128, so I had to trim it down. Of all the games ever made, I had to trim it down to 128. So there will be some really good games, even some of my favorite games that were omitted. So that's just going to be something that people have to live with. But I tried to get most of the games that IGN and Game Informer had. I cut out a couple because I just thought that they were kind of not really, either there wasn't a very good comparison point, because I tried to make at least every game have a good comparison, you know. I think there might be like 2 to 4 racing games, no sports games, so there's huge omissions, obviously, but tried to make it a pretty good starting list.
I'm still pretty busted up about the exclusion of Bill Lambier's combat basketball, but I'll try not to hold it against you.
Truly one of the greats of all time, next to Big Rigs. Yeah,
that's right.
All right. Unless you had any other commentary, I kind of blitzed through the first part. I just figured we'd get started because we do have 128 games to judge. So
I'm ready to roll.
All right, cool. Let's get started. In no particular order. There's just the way that I think I did have it alphabetical. Then I ordered it by genre, and then I made some pairings. But let's just start with the first one. Some of these games, I'll just preface this. I haven't played every single one of these games, but I usually have some familiarity with them, or I've played some other game in the series. So we'll do our best. We're not perfect, but we'll do our best. So the first pairing is Animal Crossing New Leaf with The Sims 3. I don't know. Is that the pairing I did? I thought I did made a couple last minute
changes. AI.
Oh,
made an executive decision.
You know what? I actually freaking screwed up. That was supposed to be. Can I change it? Yes, I did. That's supposed to be. Okay, that should be. That was one of the last. That was one of the last edits I made. I apologize for that. That should be Stardew Valley versus Animal Crossing. Jesus, because I have Sims 3 down there further. Okay, cool. That's a better pairing, right?
I think so. Yeah.
It's more even-handed.
Cool. I've not played New Leaf. I've played the very, very first one on GameCube, and I played New Horizons. But I've heard that New Leaf is actually better in some ways than New Horizons. Have you guys played those games?
I played a lot of Animal Crossing Wild World on the Nintendo DS a very long time ago. I haven't played a lot of New Leaf, but my girlfriend has played a lot of it. I think she would probably agree that it's like her favorite Animal Crossing game. And she doesn't play a ton of games, but she also doesn't have terrible taste, believe it or not. But yeah, so.
New Leaf is the newest Switch one, right?
Yeah. New Leaf was the no, New Leaf was a I think one of the 3DS versions, and then New Horizons was the newest Switch one.
Okay. I'm mistaken. Disregard every word that just came out of my mouth.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's very comparable to New Horizons. I've just heard a few different features were better in New Leaf. A lot of that was carried over to New Horizons. They even have like the curvature of the world and everything. So very similar games. If you can use New Horizons as a comparison point for sure.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, if I can take a crack at this, after I was just admonishing people for not playing the games that they're talking about. So I played the Switch one, the New Horizons, or whatever the hell it's called, and I didn't really fall in love with it like everybody else did. I understand why everybody else did. I think that was like right at the beginning of COVID and everything. I think that was like a really
perfect timing.
Yeah, exactly. Like to have like a wholesome game that's not like horribly depressing, and I appreciate that. I have played a pretty good amount of Stardew Valley, and that really grabbed me in a way I wasn't expecting. Because I usually don't fall in love with games like that. But the pixel art, the music, the actual like mechanics of everything, like how deep the actual like mechanics were, considering they were so broad. That was something really special. I would give it to Stardew Valley based on that, but again, I haven't played New Leaf, much less very, very much of any Animal Crossing game. So I'm one of the normies that I was just condemning.
So 1 point for Stardew.
Yeah.
So I would also go Stardew. I actually really liked Animal Crossing for different reasons. I think Animal Crossing has a couple unique mechanics that were really cool. Like, for example, it actually does special events and seasons in real time. So when you play the game in the summer or in the winter, it'll actually have different weather, different unique things you can get. So it's a game you can actually play. I'm saying Animal Crossing, right? Yeah. It's a game you can play all year round for different reasons, right? But I find there's a whole lot more that Stardew offers. Stardew has its own gameplay cycle where you can play through multiple years in a matter of weeks in real time rather than over the whole year. But it has inspiration from Zelda, from, you can argue like Minecraft / Terraria. It has a huge inspiration, obviously, from Harvest Moon, which is the whole reason it was started. But it has so many different mini games in there. Like whenever I play, I like sometimes just focus on fishing. The fishing is deep enough to be practically its own game. The whole mining / combat Zelda thing is deep enough to practically be its own game. The farming is deep enough to be its own game. So it's almost like 3 whole games kind of meshed into one. But you can do all of it within the same game world while also having the relationship system, a la Persona. So I think that Stardew definitely gets my vote in terms of having a lot more depth.
Yeah, I'm with both of you guys. Stardew is an easy choice for me. I think so when you're talking about like the greatest game, there's got to be some. Basically, you're at a crossroads of like good and like enjoyable, and like I think that like significant, like a game that like culturally matters also has to play into it like a little bit. And Stardew, like both of these games are good, and both these games were like really popular. But Stardew Valley became basically a new standard of measurement for indie games because it was so good and made by one dude. So just like that alone to me, I think like it has more of a gravity in my mind than Animal Crossing did. Just by that, people still are like, indie developers will still talk about Stardew with like reverence, as though it's like this impossible challenge to create an indie game that did what Stardew did. So, and it's just, to me, it's more fun. It's more enjoyable. There's more to it. I don't get tired of it as quickly. So yeah, Stardew.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a huge, amazing accomplishment that one guy basically did that. And the fact that I'm actually this is my own personal thing, but I'm going to be judging these games not only on how good they play today, but how influential they were.
Yeah.
Like Stardew is
Yeah,
incredibly.
sure.
How many Stardew clones do you see out there nowadays? Like it's been an incredibly
Exactly.
influential game, and it's not even that old compared to some of these games. So
Yeah, right.
we have our first winner, Stardew Valley. Hopefully this works. Close out of it. Animal Crossing New Leaf gets crossed out. Stardew Valley with 3 points wins that match. Cool. It works. We're in business. All right. Next up, Minecraft versus Terraria. I'm sure we'll have no no controversy over this decision.
These are the two most civil and mature fan bases in the entire world, and they can agree to disagree.
Absolutely.
They can't, I think.
There
What they're
are,
known for, yeah.
yeah, I mean, I can confirm that there are terabytes of Rule 34 about Minecraft on the internet. So mature is the
One of
middle
those
name.
confirmations we desperately didn't need. But can we confirm? Could anybody confirm the same about Terraria, though?
All right, Minecraft 3 sweep. All right.
My unironic divorced from Rule 34 vote here is for Minecraft. I think Minecraft is just like, yeah, it's a phenomenon. It is the Lego of like not just a generation but multiple generations. It is a game that, yeah, again, just like Stardew but to a greater extent. So many developers look at Minecraft and are like, we need to find a way to like recapture this phenomenon. So it's an easy choice, and it's actually a very enjoyable game for all of like the memes and the typical Minecraft fan base. It's a really easy game to just like, it's like comfort food. You can go back to it every so often and lose a lot of time in it.
Yeah, as far as influence, Minecraft, like absolutely. I think even Terraria was influenced by Minecraft. That's kind of like a 2D version. Yeah.
Terraria is fun. Don't get me wrong. Terraria is fun, but to me, it's like Minecraft is just sort of a juggernaut.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting take. So 1 point for Minecraft. What are your thoughts, Soul?
Well, yeah, I don't think I'm going to hedge as much as Madge because I think this was an easy choice for me because Minecraft is like, yeah, I think a revolutionary game. I think Terraria is cute. I liked what I played with it. But yeah, Minecraft is like something like holy on its own level. Like I think that's probably I would imagine by the time we get to the end of this is going to be like a competitor for the best game of all time because I think this is going to be like and for the record, I don't even like Minecraft that much. Like I probably spent like, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks playing it, but yeah, like it's I think it's like yeah, just if we're talking about influence alone, like I think this kind of geared pretty much like a whole genre of PC gaming towards survival games, survival games. So yeah, and not only that, but you get the creative freedom to build your own stuff, to build your own like networks of crazy shit that people do, like the stuff that people actually build in it. It's pretty insane. So and I don't think you get that freedom with Terraria. And again, I could be talking out of my ass here because I played through Terraria. I liked enough of it. But yeah, I don't think it holds a candle to Minecraft.
So you're saying from like an objective standpoint, like overall in terms of how the world has received Minecraft, you'd say speaking from that perspective, right? Like that's a better game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So you're going to vote Minecraft then?
Mm-hmm.
So, we have our first disagreement. I'm actually going to vote Terraria because I played Minecraft for a bit. I found the fact how interactive the world was great. Terraria just has a fantastic proc gen algorithm that I was hooked for months, just like digging into new caves and finding new areas. And I find that like Minecraft has better tools for creating, especially 3D buildings. You know, it has a lot more creative tools to build your own custom things, and like the whole redstone where you can make like your own calculators and machines and music generators and things like that. It has a lot better in terms of the actual crafting part, you know, hence the name. Terraria was a much better RPG in my view. The combat was much better. I actually found myself kind of working toward getting better gear, magic gear, the kind of random bosses, the corruption. I found a lot more enjoyment personally out of Terraria, but I do acknowledge that Minecraft has had a much bigger influence and obviously way more sales. So,
Yeah,
but
that's fair. I think it's probably good to have a little bit of like sort of looking at it from like personal kind of standpoint in terms of like what you actually just find to be like a better game, and in terms of like, okay, like divorced from my own tastes, like how giant is this game? Does Terraria are there Terraria T-shirts being sold at Walmart right now?
probably
I
not.
know there are Minecraft T-shirts being sold there right
Yeah.
Oh, there's your answer.
But yeah, no, I respect that. And the last time I played Terraria was very, very shortly after its like initial release, so it could be that I'm missing out on some things.
It's fundamentally the same, but they have done a lot of content patches and stuff like that, so there's more to explore. But I personally enjoyed Terraria a lot more, but I can acknowledge that Minecraft was incredibly influential and very popular. So, but I'm actually glad that we ended up with the only 3 people. That way we can't have any ties. So 2v1,
Yeah, true.
2v1, Minecraft wins. All right. So that'll be an interesting round next time.
Yeah.
Stardew Valley versus Minecraft. Okay. All right. Another craft, Starcraft versus Total Annihilation. So we got 2 late 90s RTSs that were both very well received. I think Total Annihilation even won Game of the Year from a couple outlets. So, and of course, Starcraft is one of the most influential RTSs of all time. So
Yeah, I'm going to be talking out my ass with this one personally because I've actually never played Total Annihilation.
interesting.
I've
All right.
only played StarCraft. So like I feel almost guilty having to sort of basically like give like a consolation vote to mine or to StarCraft, just based on the fact that it's like the game I know that everyone has talked about and that like I've played it and I think it's a really good RTS. I'm not an RTS aficionado, but like in my mind, StarCraft has like slightly more real estate, I would say, than Total Annihilation.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Go ahead, Sol.
I'm just shocked that Matt didn't play Total Annihilation. Disgusting. But no, I haven't either. So yeah, I unfortunately, yeah, I can't really comment too much on this other than I do think Matt made a really good point in that yeah, StarCraft was able to stretch its legs across a lot of different like markets because when this came out, I don't know when it came out actually. When it got to me, I was 15 and I had never played a PC game before. Like I didn't have a computer, like the one that could actually run stuff. And yeah, like it found its way to me. It was just like something I had to play. Like I remember getting it at I think it was a Walmart. I was so excited because I just kept hearing about it. But unfortunately, I haven't heard about Total Annihilation until you sent this list over yesterday. So I looked it up. It looks like it's a really good game. Jeremy Soule did the music. So that's impressive. I'm sure I would like it, but yeah, it just never crossed my path when I was younger, unfortunately.
Yeah, so for context, TA released September 1997, StarCraft released March 1998, so about 6 months apart, roughly.
Okay.
Wow.
So, yeah, and I'll say, like, personally, my personal enjoyment of Total Annihilation exceeds StarCraft, just because it's hard to explain. Remember on the back of the boxes those games are like 27 units or whatever, and multiplayer so and I remember being extremely impressed by, I don't know how many units, I'm looking it up right now as we speak, but Total Annihilation has a crazy amount of different units, and the quantity of population of units. You can have something like 250 to 500 units, and the sheer amount of just like chaos you can have on the map. Like, I remember one of my favorite buildings was the Big Bertha, which could shoot like halfway across the map. It's a turret that you could build, like, and it took about, I swear to God, it took like 10 to 20 minutes to build. It was just, and a ton of resources. But
the potential for chaos in Total Annihilation sounds like higher.
Yeah, and the way that it was really interesting, the way they built the world too. Total Annihilation has a incredibly unique way of handling resources, in that you have metal and you have energy, for example. So energy can be harvested from all sorts of, you can have solar panels, you can have wind turbines that go up and down depending on the current wind levels, either geothermal vents, but you can also, with your commander can actually harvest trees for energy. They can harvest shrapnel and broken down vehicles on the landscape for metal. So after a battle, you can actually go in and like clean up and use it, recycle all those resources. So it had a really, really cool vibe to it. And interesting. It was a very basic story. It was like one faction versus another faction. They're all basically robot mechs. So it wasn't didn't have as much character as StarCraft, but I had a ton of fun with Total Annihilation. But
sounds like it would have been a lot harder to make an N64 port of Total Annihilation as they did in StarCraft.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm still crazy impressed by the fact that they made an N64 port of StarCraft with split screen.
It seems surreal.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's nuts. But at the same time, StarCraft basically launched the entire esports scene. It was probably the single most influential RTS ever made, and was the first one to create. It kind of broke the orcs versus humans, the GDI versus Nod, sort of two separate factions that are basically the same with a couple unique units thing. Like StarCraft, each faction is completely different, but is also balanced. So yeah, StarCraft kind of takes the crown in terms of influence and just kind of breaking the mold for sure.
Yeah, I would vote for StarCraft on this one in my total absence of knowledge.
Yeah, kind of unfair because too you haven't played.
Yeah,
unfortunately, I'd even get the point.
Put me down for StarCraft. I'm glad I didn't have to say that because it'd be a huge hypocrite. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like because that's the thing is like I think one should have, okay, you're gonna put me as a Total Annihilation. Good, we'll split the vote that way.
I'm Total Annihilation, but at the same time, you guys still win. So
okay.
I've got to be the anti-vote. So, okay, cool. Next up, Sid Meier's Civilization 4, because that's assumed to be the best one. Although I like 5 and 6 quite a bit. Versus Stellaris, which I have not played. Have either of you played Stellaris?
I have not.
I have played Stellaris, not enough to fully get a grasp on what is going on as far as like the kind of grand strategy or like those types of games are concerned. I have pretty limited experience, but I played a little bit of Stellaris, and I know some people who do love Stellaris.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is going to be a really poorly done one because none of us have really played Stellaris to the extent that
I've played so many of the games on this list, but we've started off with like just the couple, of course. It's impossible to play all these games. Like like you have to go really well out of your way to play all of these games because there's of such different genres. So unfortunately, I mean, Civilization has been around since like the DOS NES era. It's kind of hard to judge that against any other 4X because every 4X ever made is judged against. It was influenced in some way by Civilization, so it's kind of iconic in that way. So. Yeah, Civ 4 in particular is like the game that turned many people who weren't interested in the genre into people who loved turn-based strategy or 4X games. Like that was such a huge introduction for so many people. So
absolutely. All right, and this one's a little bit of I did a little research on this one. I played some Fire Emblem, and I've heard that Path Radiance is one of the best. Obviously, everybody's going to disagree, but I've heard that's one of the best according to the internet.
Yes.
Incorporated. So.
Yeah, definitely is. Definitely is one of the best.
Okay.
Final Fantasy Tactics, though.
So it sounds like you've played Path of Radiance?
Yeah, I played Path of Radiance a really long time ago. Back when you could still rent GameCube games from Rogers Video in Canada. But I do know, like, as far as Fire Emblem games go, I think a lot of people consider Path of Radiance to be the best one. So, if you're familiar with the Fire Emblem formula, at least as it was, this is sort of like, I think Path of Radiance kind of like the most like the highest tier distilled version of what Fire Emblem does. So probably I should have played it more recently to make to be able to make a decision here, but I mean Final Fantasy Tactics is just so damn good.
Yeah, it's hard to beat that one, to be honest. Like it's not the first, like you can get into Ogre Battle, which I actually played way back in the day as well, but it does everything so damn well. It's so fun to play and so fun to level up your characters with different jobs, with different specialities, and then mix and match. Like there's very few games that come close to the amount of customization you can do with each character while also having a fantastic graphical style and theme as well.
Yeah, and just like an interesting plot, and it's just well paced, good hook. It's to me, FFT is the winner here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, granted, I haven't played Path of Radiance, but I have played other Fire Emblem games. I feel like even though I haven't finished Tactics, I'm embarrassed to say, because the thing is, I was like, all right, I'm going to finally get to this, and then they announced they're doing the remake officially, or I think Jason Schreier announced that. So I'm going to wait for that. But from what I've played, it's a remarkable game.
Cool, yeah, and I definitely recommend if you can get a hold of it. It's a little bit funky because the PSP wasn't optimized as well, but the PlayStation portable version of Final Fantasy Tactics not only adds multiplayer, like co-op missions and stuff like that, but it also redoes all the dialogue to sound more kind of Game of Thronesy, like more of the era, less modern speak, more like, thou shalt, bend at thy knee, knave, things like that, which I think adds a lot of character to it.
More like Vagrant Story style, kind of Shakespearean dialect.
Yeah, and it has a very Shakespearean story and a very kind of the way it's told and everything. Like one of my favorite shots in FFT was probably where you see somebody walk up to another person and it pans up and you just hear like a chink. You kind of get the impression that he just stabbed him, but just even the camera work for like a silly 2.5 D game was just so good.
Mm.
It's so cinematic for how limited it is.
Yeah. All right. Most people would probably immediately vote Diablo 2, but thoughts on Diablo versus Diablo 2? I was one of those people until I went back and played Diablo, and Diablo has actually a lot to offer that 2 kind of got rid of, even though 2 is definitely a much larger and more flexible, replayable game. I think that Diablo has a lot of mechanics that were kind of dismissed. What are you guys' thoughts?
Well,
Go
I
defer to you.
Thank you. I don't know. Go ahead, Fadge.
Oh, if you insist. I would say this is a perfect example of one of the times where like greatest game is like now you have to measure sort of like influence and sort of like creating something from nothing as a pioneer versus something that is just sort of better in like almost every conceivable way. I would have to say that I would choose Diablo 2. Diablo 1 is really fun, and the PS1 port, by the way, is actually surprisingly great if you can get some buddies together. It's a really good time. But Diablo 2 is like it is once again, it is like sort of the measurement of the ARPG. It's what all others are put up against. It's an approachable game that's super deep if you want to get that deep into it, and just there's so much to it that so many ARPGs still are trying to like mine at. So I gotta say Diablo 2.
So, Indigo, I wanted to ask because there's a lot of gaps in my knowledge for PC gaming. I didn't get into PC gaming until 2010s. So I think this is one of those things. Did Diablo 1 have multiplayer?
Yeah, it had LAN multiplayer. It also had I think, I want to correct me in chat if I'm wrong, the very first iteration of BattleNet was built for Diablo 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
okay.
I believe that your characters it was an interesting time because that was before dedicated servers, online servers that hold your characters and stuff. So you could easily cheat if you knew what you're doing. And that's what kind of ruined later Diablo 1 multiplayer. People would like dupe items and make crazy characters and stuff like that. But it had a fully functional, I think up to 8 players per server in the original Diablo, yeah.
Okay. Well, there goes my answer. I thought Diablo 2 was the first one to have multiplayer, and I thought it was going to be a slam dunk for me, but I have no opinion. I'm so sorry.
I would say Diablo 2 had better multiplayer because you had offline characters, like you could play solo character and then use those characters on LAN. That's what we did most of the time when I was growing up. But Battle.net had its own dedicated server that hosted your characters online. So it was a lot harder to cheat on Diablo 2. People eventually did, of course, but Diablo 2 had a more stable multiplayer experience for sure.
Okay, Diablo 2, lock it in. I killed it.
So that's 2 for Diablo 2. I will just say the praises of Diablo 1 are that I would say, I had a friend who said this, and I think I agree with them. Diablo 1 is probably a better single player experience just because it's so kind of solitary, and the atmosphere is like perfect for that game. It just feels like you're in this desolate, horrible, you're going deeper and deeper into this horrible dungeon that just gets worse and worse and worse. And these monsters are all there to kill you. And it had a couple of cool features. For example, you had classes, but you could mix classes, grab spells for your warrior, thief abilities for your mage, things like that. Like it had 3 base classes, 4th if you count the expansion. But you could mix and match a lot more, where you're a bit more locked down with the classes in Diablo 2. So it was kind of more of a classless system, not quite, but more classless system. And also it had a really cool feature in Diablo 1 that I wish that would come back more, was a random quest system where you don't actually get the same combination of quests every time you play in Diablo 1. You get a different random selection of quests. So in that way, it kind of makes it more interesting to replay, because first time you play, you might get King Leoric. Next time you might get the Butcher, or vice versa, right? So kind of a cool idea. There weren't a whole lot of quests in it, but the randomization feature I thought was really good for single player replayability. But in the end, Diablo 2 is pretty much considered the greatest ARPG of all time, so you kind of have to pick that. So
Yeah. So we gave Diablo 1 its fair shake, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Diablo 1 a lot, especially when you play it and you realize that gold goes into your inventory in limited stacks, so you can actually literally fill your inventory with gold.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, that's back in the day when these things were still being figured out. So
Right.
Oh yeah, and legendaries, or their equivalent, I think they were called uniques back then, actually had negatives as well as positives, which made it really interesting. Like picking a unique weapon wasn't always a perfectly good thing. It could actually have some strong negatives as well. So I thought that was kind of cool.
That is cool.
All right, next up, what would you call these? The roguelite top-down ARP or action roguelite. I don't know.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Something like that.
Mouthful, but yeah, sounds about accurate.
Hades versus Binding of Isaac.
So this one I do have strong opinions on. I think Binding of Isaac is like such a amazing game. Really amazing story, really amazing. Like it's insane like how many options there are, and how like all of those different things that you pick up like synergize and like create new things. It's actually insane. And like that's really where the fun is. Unfortunately, I think it cuts both ways, where like it's way too like dependent on what you get through a run to determine whether or not it's like stupidly easy, or just you might as well give up because it's just a dead end run. Whereas Hades, I think, is a lot more balanced. I also think Hades is like, it's insane how good that story is. Like it has no business being that good and that deep, and that like it goes on forever from what I can tell. I don't think I've hit the end of it, and I've probably put like, I don't know, dozens of hours for sure. Like at least I think I've gotten at least 60. And I'm not even close to like finishing the dialogue. So I would give it to Hades, easy, hands down.
All right, 1 for Hades. I think canonically you have to beat the game all the way through 10 times to get all of the story.
10 times, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Jeez.
That's crazy. Yeah, my opinions aren't going to be nearly as strong. I've played both of these games. I'm under most circumstances, I'm not really somebody who's grabbed by roguelikes. I will say that I found Hades to be a more compelling game than The Binding of Isaac, even though I liked that The Binding of Isaac basically reminded me of playing like Newgrounds Flash games when I was like 12 years old.
Yeah.
After school. So there's a certain like there's some quality there, and yeah, I know some people put many hours into The Binding of Isaac, but personally I just think that Hades is by all measurements that I can tell is a superior game.
So I missed that last part. You going Hades then?
Yeah, sorry, I am going Hades, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, this one's a tough one because I think that Binding of Isaac was kind of one of the first games to kind of make this genre popular. It's such an influential game, and because it's been worked on for so many years, it has I want to say it has like more content in terms of different abilities, things you can get than almost any other game. It just has a crap load of different options you can do. But at the same time, it is very based on an extremely simple top-down, kind of almost like a Zelda 1-esque dungeon layout where each room is its own screen. And it's cool for sure, but I think that the moment-to-moment action of Hades elevates it such a great degree. Plus, Supergiant or Supermassive, I think it's Supermassive's games.
Yeah.
Their level of like storytelling and how they do dialogue and exceptional voice acting, and how every line of dialogue you hear for the first time, like they never repeat themselves. It's always like a new bit of story. I just think that elevates it to such a greater thing than, as much as I love the creaking weird story in Binding of Isaac, where you're like an abandoned fetus who like fends for life in like an evil basement. I think that's such a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hades is just so much more elevated by its presentation and by its tight game mechanics and how fast it gets. Like you get really, really just zooming here, deflecting that, counterattacking, throwing a spear, whatever. Like there's just so much more to it, I think, than Hades.
Yeah, I agree. And for the record, I think I did agree. Actually is Supergiant. You had it right the first time.
Oh, was it?
Supermassive makes the horrible games that nobody should play.
Okay, I got that mixed up.
Right, yeah. The movie
The
games.
Quarry and
Okay, yeah.
Until Dawn and stuff.
Yeah,
Where's
they're so
Until
similar.
Dawn, by the way? I haven't seen that on the brackets yet. Or maybe it's still coming.
Somebody else was asking about Quest 64, and I told them that that's way too good of a game for this list. It'll just sweep the competition.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, exactly.
I was so hyped for that game when I was a kid.
yeah, an RPG for the N64, it's got to be great,
Yeah.
right?
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
So naive.
All right, now hopefully we can battle the recency bias in this, because Baldur's Gate 3 like just won everything. They invented new awards to give it last year, I guess, but
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3 versus Dragon Age Origins, which DA Origins, I wasn't really a fan of at the time, but it's aged incredibly well, I think. Like people have really gone back to say like, hey, they were cooking here. So what are you guys' thoughts on this?
Well, I would say, yeah, recency bias definitely a factor. Dragon Age Origins is a very like distilled. It's like BioWare's vision at the time, sort of like at its peak. It's extremely polished game, very solid, just like work of escapism in terms of the story and the characters. Does not reinvent the wheel in any significant way. I liked Dragon Age Origins, and I've always liked it, but I've never loved it. It's the best of the Dragon Age games, I think is fair to say. But Baldur's Gate 3, to me, is an RPG that I can go back to over and over again, to the point where I almost find it kind of annoying of how much there is to it, and like how well done most of it is. So I believe, astral projecting myself 5 years from now, I think I'll be able to say that Baldur's Gate 3 will be the game that I will see as superior between the two of these. I just love choice and consequence so much, and Baldur's Gate 3, I think does it really well. Dragon Age Origins did it better than a lot of RPGs at the time, but it's just its story and its characters and everything. It's just not as interesting of a world to me as Baldur's Gate is.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I said so. Baldur's Gate 3. That's my vote.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of on the same page. Unfortunately, I bounced off Dragon Age Origins when it came out. I think I was so like, that was after I played Mass Effect, and like I was like so fucking pumped. So I was like, oh my god, this is like the best dev ever. Yeah. And then like it was just like it's a pretty different game, right? Is that fair to say? Like I don't know enough about it. Okay, yeah. It's like I think I got probably, I would say like 40 hours in, and I just completely just like, I can't do this anymore. And yeah, I respect it. I just bought it again recently just because I was like, okay, I got to finally knuckle down and actually play this. I assume it's great, and I assume that all the accolades that's been given are probably accurate. But the fact that I did bounce off of it so hard for so long, I think is probably a testament to its appeal. Where I think Baldur's Gate 3, and where I haven't played this through it entirely either, God, it's just like so cool to have like a real Dungeons and Dragons kind of game, like on the PC. I mean, where like there's like I'm actually like sweating while the dice is rolling. Like it's so tense and so exciting.
Totally.
It's amazing. Like I can't believe they actually like adapted it as well as they did. And I think it deserves a lot of credit for that, for being as compelling as it is, for being the cast of characters are really interesting, and I think it goes a long way. I think all that stuff probably, at least for the characters and the writing and everything, is probably true of Dragon Age Origins. But yeah, I think for Baldur's Gate, like there's a level of like gameplay appeal that just makes me swim for it. I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, what can be said about Baldur's Gate 3 that hasn't been already? But yeah, so you're voting for BG3. Okay,
I am. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Age Origins had some really cool ideas. I love the having different openings depending on which origin you picked. I think more games should do that. I've only seen a couple games do that, and few as well as DA Origins, where you actually can have a completely different intro to the game. That's actually one of my faults I had with BG3, was that the intro was very, very kind of like linear up into a point. So actually, I'll give praise to DA Origins for having a unique take on not making the intro the exact same for everybody. But in the end, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 deserves praise just for getting people to play a turn-based D&D game in 2023, 2024, and to get like Game of the Year for that. Like, it's been so long since those games have been praised. Like, the entire industry kind of shied away from turn-based RPGs for the most part after, they used to be the most popular game pretty much of all time. I think Final Fantasy VII was like the most popular game for the PlayStation. So it's just weird how things like that change. But yeah, no, BG3 is just such a polished game. It has so many options, so many builds, so many different weirdly detailed and well thought out bits of detail that you don't really think about in games. Like being able to throw your cat across your cat familiar across away and have them take damage but survive, and that actually might be a gameplay mechanic later on, who knows. And like like being able to transform into things, being able to pick up and lift every object depending on your strength, like the whole elemental system they inherited from the Divinity series. Like there's so many really cool aspects to Baldur's Gate 3, as well as a compelling story and compelling side characters and stuff, which it really kind of it is really the true descendant of BioWare at its peak. The Baldur's Gate 1, 2s, the Neverwinter Nights, things like that. So yeah, I think it's definitely deserving of their praise.
Yeah, I remember playing Divinity Original Sin 2, and I thought to myself when it just came out, I was like, we're never going to get closer to like a simulated version of like a tabletop game in video game form than this. And then Baldur's Gate 3 was like, okay, maybe we will get a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Cool, and that's good. Rewind a couple decades, and Planescape Torment versus Baldur's Gate 2, Shadows of Am. I kind of consider, like, if you want to also add the Throne of Ball as well, you can, I guess, but I think they kind of stand on their own as well too.
Man, I feel if Soul has not gotten deep into PC gaming only since 2010, these next couple ones, man,
this is gonna be rough.
These might be a little bit rough, but we'll get through it. Console games are coming.
I was going to joke earlier saying that it's too bad you quit out at EA Origins at 40 hours. It really gets good at 50.
Yeah, that's right. You were so close to hitting the diamonds.
Yeah, right. That's my whole speech for Witcher 3, actually. Yeah.
I between these two, this is one of the hardest pair ups I think of the entire thing. It's hard to imagine it gets much harder than this for me. If I were to recommend one Infinity Engine game to somebody who is asking, I think I would recommend Baldur's Gate 2, because it's I think the most complete game that like I said, that was Black Isle, but BioWare Black Isle did at that time. But to me, Planescape Torment is the winner, and I say that with no hesitation, just because of how that is a game that is still talked about extensively years and years after it came out. It's such a landmark piece of video game storytelling, and it tells an amazing story in a way that only video games can do, which is, to me, something that a lot of games still struggle with. They struggle to find ways to like tell stories that don't involve just expository dialogue or like kind of excessive cinematics and stuff. So Planescape Torment is like just the beautiful choose your own adventure that I can come back to over and over again. That's the winner for me.
Landscape won. All right. And
well, I surprisingly do have really strong opinions on this. I flipped a coin and I got Planescape. So
okay.
Oh,
interesting. So that was Planescape for both of you then.
Yeah, it was from my coin, but yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's some huge. I would say, as a moral fable, like Planescape just has a much more tightly focused story because it's all about the Nameless One and his journey and discovery through this super underutilized world. We need more Planescape games. I have no idea why we've not taken more on, because it's such a fascinating setting that I think more games should take a hold of. But at the same time, Baldur's Gate 2 has the crazy popular, crazy memorable, you got Minsk, you've got all these different characters, you got all these different, you get run into Drizzt at one point, it has so many great memorable moments as well. And it had multiplayer too, so you could boot up a whole party with your friends. And I remember, oh my God, I remember restarting the first dungeon, Baldur's Gate 2, probably 10 times because we couldn't get LAN multiplayer to work without crashing.
Oh, yeah.
But once we got it to work, it was really, really fun. And it really elevated the game, because that's one of my pet peeves about what was it? Real time with pause games is just having to manage the whole party in real time. But with multiplayer, you can pretty much do it as like a real time RTS with very little pausing, which is actually elevates the game quite a bit. So I will say, from just the flexibility and sort of the enjoyment, moment to moment enjoyment, Baldur's Gate 2 gets my vote. But I highly respect what Planescape did, and it's a real shame of how unsuccessful it was at the same time. Like, I think at launch window it made like 70,000 sold 70,000 copies or something, which is significantly less than the other games.
Yeah, it's brutal. And I think it just probably, as a game, probably holds less appeal than Baldur's Gate 2, which I can understand. It's like, yeah, that's why it's not, I wouldn't readily recommend Planescape over Baldur's Gate 2 to somebody who's interested in those old D&D games on PC. But if we're talking about which one I see is better or greater, I don't know. I think it's got to be Planescape.
Great. All right. Well, that was a surprise to me, but Planescape beats BG2. Cool.
Oh, no. My bullshit opinion made it so that I'm actually okay. And then it's going to go up against two others I haven't heard of. So I've got no idea how this is going to go.
So we're going to skip this one because I don't think you've ever heard of these games, Madge.
Yeah. What is this Ultima that you speak of? Yeah, no, I'm more dreading this one because I have to choose between Ultima Underworld and the Black Gate. It's such a difficult decision. But
it's not even really fair because they're so different. But at the same time, I figure this is a lot more fair than, Apex versus Super Metroid.
Yeah, exactly. The Burnout Paradise versus Blackgate, this would be so much simpler. But it's got to be this way. One must come out on top. Both of these games, the influence of these games cannot be understated for very different reasons. One of these games basically launched an entire, at the very least, subgenre of video game, and was among the first games to have like a 3D viewport. And the other one basically redefined what a CRPG was, and people still cite it as the game that inspires them. Like what's his name? Sven Vink, the guy who made Baldur's Gate 3. He's like, every time he makes a game, he's basically just trying to make Ultima 7 again. Yeah. He's like trying to recapture it. It's Ultima 7. Both these games could be argued to like have like elements of immersive sim in them for sure, and Ultima 7 I think is a lot more like that than people think. I think it's got to be Ultima 7 because it just stands up in so many ways, and it's such an incredible game. And like, I think anybody, even if you're put off by old PC RPGs, I think that anybody could play it and enjoy it today and be really surprised by how deep and enjoyable it is.
Damn, all right. Ultima 7 Black Gate gets 1 point. And you've not played either of these games, right? So
I've heard of the franchise. Does that get me anywhere? I've got no idea, like, where they fit into the timeline, like which one's more influential. I know nothing about this. Yeah.
So yeah,
at least I've heard of Baldur's Gate. So
the Black Gate isn't the last Ultima, but it was kind of like, you'd say, kind of like, well, peak Ultima. Is that your favorite of the series? Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I would say most Ultima fans would agree, even if it's not their favorite. It is peak Ultima.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I did my research. I figured that I found that, you know, I looked at Reddit and they said it was the best, so I trust their opinion. So, yes. But yeah, no, I mean, I've played Ultima games over the years. Maybe I could make my argument, and then you can just you roll your die. Soul. I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Ultima 7 Black Gate, I've heard really good things about. I've also heard good things about Pagan, even though that one's a little bit more controversial. I've played a lot of Ultima games. Some of them are batshit crazy. One of them goes on to Mars, so it's a very weird series. But it's also along with Wizardry, one of the most influential CRPGs of all time. Like, people don't really talk about Ultima anymore, but it's a hugely influential series that kind of Ultima even inspired Final Fantasy, even think games and like Dragon Age. That's how crazy influential it, back in the day it was. I will say that like pretty much every first person RPG adjacent game takes inspiration from Ultima Underworld. Even Half-Life was highly inspired by Ultima Underworld, just the way that it has one interconnected map and everything like that. So if there was no Ultima Underworld, we would not have the Elder Scrolls, we would not have Half-Life, we would not have System Shock, BioShock, Prey 2017, Deus Ex, any of those. So like, it is such an influential game that I have to kind of give it to that, because it released before Wolfenstein 3D came out. A fully 3D first-person RPG came out like a couple months before Wolf 3D came out. That's how crazy that game was when it came out.
I totally respect this, and now you're making me flip-flop. I'm like 51-49 in my mind between both of these. I'm sticking with Black Gate, but it's a tough decision.
They're both really good choices. Yeah.
If you need a tiebreaker, I think you convinced me. That sounds that you've convinced me that Ultima Underworld's a big deal.
All right, so
I accept it with grace and humility.
2 for you, and 1 for Ultima 7. Yeah, I mean, you can't really go wrong with either of these, but from the influential perspective, from the games I've seen, just you can see the DNA of Ultima Underworld in almost every game now that it's first person. So, alrighty, Elder Scrolls. Was there another Elder Scrolls before Skyrim? I'm confused.
Well, I thought the V was just sort of an ironic naming convention.
I don't know why I didn't do the number for Morrowind, but whatever, it's done.
Well, so you go ahead, Soul. I feel like I've started for last couple of times. You go ahead.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, I haven't played Morrowind. I'm sorry. I played what I could of Morrowind. I didn't fall in love with it like people wanted me to. But it was one of those things where, I did play it when it came out back in the day. I played the Xbox version. And I was like, I don't get this. And I don't want anything to do with this. So I bounced off of it, played Oblivion, and I loved that. And then I went to Skyrim and loved that. I think, as far as much hate as that game gets nowadays, it was a really good game. And I understand why it's like, it has this like artificial flavor to it, like where people are just like, yeah, this is a junk game. But it's something that non-RPG people will play. Like I've had coworkers who like are not video game people at all that are like, oh yeah, that's just all I play. I just walk around and it's great. I think there's a lot to be said for that. It's a beautiful environments, really, easy to pick up, fun gameplay. I think I would give it to Skyrim for this. I think that's going to be unpopular, but there's my normie opinion for the Elder Scrolls games.
It's fair. I mean, Skyrim is by far the more mainstream popular game, so you're not wrong in that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Skyrim sucks by any means. I bought it when it first came out, a midnight release, and I enjoyed it, and sometimes I still go back to it. So I definitely don't think it stinks. It's funny you mentioned coworkers, by the way. That's my test for popularity, the coworker test. If your
Uh-huh.
coworkers know the game, that's how you know that's like mega
Yeah.
popular. But yeah, Morrowind will be my choice because that's to me it's a better game in all of the ways that matter to me, and I think even if you really like the later Elder Scrolls games, Morrowind was essentially the blueprint for what became those games. That was the first time, I think that like the Elder Scrolls identity was like crystallized with Morrowind. I think would probably be fair to say. Like every Elder Scrolls games post Morrowind is far more Morrowind than it is any game before Morrowind. But yeah, it's just a really enjoyable game to go back to. Very nostalgic. Lots of like quest lines, and world is kind of to me more enjoyable to explore. Lots of like political intrigue is always good when it's written well, and it is in Morrowind. It has pretty strong writing for an RPG of the time. So yeah, Morrowind
Hmm.
is my choice.
Would you say it has stronger writing than Skyrim?
Would I say it has stronger writing than Skyrim? I mean,
Yeah.
yes, I would say it has stronger writing because of the world building in Morrowind is, I think, quite a bit better than it is in Skyrim. But Morrowind's dialogue, like the writing of characters, is significantly worse than Skyrim. Not because
Mm.
Skyrim has great character writing, but because Morrowind's characters are basically pinatas full of wiki hot links that you can click through for your dialogue system. So it's hard to feel attached to many people in Morrowind.
I got it. Okay.
I will not hear this Caius Cosades, besmirching of Caius Cosades.
Oh, right. The crackhead. I forgot all about him. He's great.
Yeah, there aren't as many memorable characters, I would say, in Morrowind, but as a world, it was just so out there in terms of what we'd been accustomed to, and for a fantasy game. I'm a huge Daggerfall fan, of course, but Morrowind was just like, what the hell? Where'd this come from? Like, there are a lot of Lovecraft influence, a lot of just otherworldly, ancient gods. The lore you just want to sink into, and the world was just so beautifully realized. I would argue that Elder Scrolls Morrowind was probably when Bethesda GameWorks was the most ahead in the technological front. Like, was it 2002? I think it was. It was actually one of the best looking first person games at that time. Like they had articulated bridge. Every single plank of wood on the bridge was articulated. They had fantastic skyboxes. The skyboxes still look great even today.
Sure.
Like they just had a really, really good handle on the technology and the world, and the way that the story played out was just so fascinating that I don't think any Bethesda game since then has gotten to that height in terms of the world building and the way how fascinating and intriguing the world is in terms of just the setup, just like one solitary island in this kind of third world fantasy country where all these houses are battling over each other, where you're rumored to be the basically Elder Scrolls Jesus, and you have to prove yourself. And while there's also these like ancient gods, and it's just such a fascinating story. And yeah, I think that's kind of one of arguably Elder Scrolls at its peak. So I would say Morrowind takes the crown. And yeah, you're right. Like Morrowind, kind of every game that Bethesda's made since Morrowind is basically taking beats from Morrowind's format, essentially. Like Morrowind set the stage for the next 20 plus years of games that they made.
Mm-hmm. Maybe not enough beats these days, but
No.
the DNA is there.
No. All right. Morrowind it is. And next up, Fallout 1 and 2, i.e. the Fallout games that don't exist.
Yeah. Oh man, yet another one that's just like it's really difficult. But here's what I'll say. To me, Fallout 2 is my favorite Fallout game. I love Fallout 2, and it's the one that I would always go back to. I find it more replayable despite kind of some of the like goofy pop culture references and the fact that the game is kind of being stitched together with like duct tape and WD-40,
Yeah.
given how quickly it was developed. The fact that the game came out at all is a miracle, and the fact that it came out as well as it did is even more impressive. But Fallout 1 is a greater game, I think. Fallout 1 was a more influential game. It is a more tight, compact, well put together game, I think. It feels more cogent. Nothing in Fallout 1 feels out of place. And even though it's a relatively short game and there's not tons and tons of content to it, what's there is really, really enjoyable. It's a really replayable game, and it's got to be Fallout 1, I think.
Good arguments. Have you played these two sole purpose?
Well, so these are PC games before 2010, and the answer is no. But I will say, for whatever it's worth, if you do need a tiebreaker, just go ahead and put this in your back pocket. I think the allure around Fallout 1 was like insane. I remember hearing like I didn't really have like an outlet to understand like, oh yeah, I really enjoy video game stories because the internet wasn't that big of a deal back then. But like I remember talking to people and like the mythos around Fallout 1 was just like, oh yeah, you're not going to get a better story than that. Like that's video games have peaked with that. So I do think like there's like a mythical understanding around that game that I think is probably worth something. And yeah, I would if you this is not an official opinion, but if you need a tiebreaker, Fallout 1 would be my guess.
The unofficial endorsement.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, yeah, I pretty much word for word agree with what Madge said. I mean, Fallout 2, if I had to go to a desert island with one of these, I would take Fallout 2. Like Fallout 2 is a lot more accessible, a bigger world, more quests to do, probably more replayable, a lot more gadgets, things like that, and it adds a lot of cool things to lore, like the Enclave, things like that. But Fallout 1 kind of set the stage. It did everything first. 90% of what you see in modern Fallout TV shows, games, everything like that originated in Fallout 1. It's actually amazing how little has been created in the lore since Fallout 1 has been. Like everything I made a whole list, and a tweet actually went viral, like 14,000 views or 14,000 likes or whatever a few months ago, where I listed all the things that were invented in Fallout 1 and 2 by 1998, and it's like most of Fallout basically. It's like the whole vaults and everything like that. What was that?
Most of Fallout is those things at this point, at least like superficially.
Yeah, absolutely. So Fallout kind of deserves the crown, and Fallout 2 is a bigger, more expansive open world with more freedom, but Fallout 1 had the better scenario. It has the best scenario of any Fallout game. So I would say Fallout 1 deserves the crown for this one.
Oops.
I am so happy that my opinion didn't break the tie.
You don't have to feel like guilt.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Jesus. Morrowind versus Fallout. That's going to be fun. All right. Fallout 3 versus New Vegas. Pretty easy for most, but maybe we'll have some prizes. How about Soul? You get to be the tie starter.
Okay, great. Perfect. Because I played Fallout 3. I never played New Vegas because Fallout 3 made me so angry at Fallout games that I was like, I'm never playing these again. So I'm going to give it to Fallout New Vegas because I hear that's really good. And it cured all the problems that Fallout 3 had that I had with it. Fallout 3, for the record, I'm being a little hyperbolic. I think Fallout 3 was like it was fine. I was so hyped for that game. Because I played Oblivion and it was just like the midnight release thing that I was like, it's just, like over the moon about. And then I picked it up and, you're starting out in the classroom and you're talking and creating your character and everything. And I was like, well, when does this get good? Yeah. And by 30 hours, I was still asking that question. And but I think another aspect of it that bothered me about Fallout 3 was just like, like for as big as the world felt in Oblivion, I felt like the world felt really, really small in Fallout 3. That was my understanding anyway. But I really I respect New Vegas a lot just because it's like pretty much like across the board. Like I feel like I'm going to be a pretty good company here if I had to guess that this is going to be the preferred game, just because it sounds like all the improvements that they did make were like, yeah, just like universally praised. So you tell me where that that lands on your radars.
All right, so
Yeah,
FNB.
I would say that you're pretty bang on.
Yeah, I mean, I famously, one of my most popular videos was a video kind of tearing down Fallout 3 and 4, so it's no surprise that I would pick FNV. Fallout New Vegas had some problems. It was the most rushed of pretty much any Fallout game after 2. It was like built together in like 16, 18 months or whatever, with tools that the team had never worked before. Obsidian is like famously known as like the sequel machine. They've made sequels to other people's games like 3 or 4 times. So they were kind of like, yeah, we can make a Fallout game. Just give us the tools. And like, oh my God, we have less than 2 years to make this. So, but the cool thing about Fallout New Vegas is it was an RPG designed to be played more than once. And that's why it probably didn't review as well, is because it's a more condensed experience, but you're really meant to play it like 3+ times. And just the factions to this day and their political and even philosophical arguments that what today would be labeled as a 100% evil, objectively evil character, like, Kaisar, for example, he makes some good points. Like, that's some good writing when you can actually look at these different factions and they're very conflicting and polar opposite views. And you're like, oh man, he's kind of winning me over with this argument, things like that. So
I
like,
disavow you and this podcast immediately.
But like obviously like Kaiser's Legion has got a lot of problems, but like, you sit down with Kaiser or Caesar or whatever, and he's like, yeah, NCR's got this and this going on. And it's like, they're kind of tyrants too. And I'm like, hey, he's kind of right. So things like that. And a lot of the hidden sort of undertones, like I recently read a post describing how there's just like some weird, interesting iconography. Like, for example, on Caesar's banner, he has the bull, right? And the NCR has the 2-headed bear, the New California Republic, right? Mm-hmm. So the bear and the bull, and there's even characters like Ulysses who talks about the bear and the bull, for hours. But that's an interesting parallel to bear and bull markets in Wall Street, for example. That's like an interesting little, they never mention it in the game once. They have a lot of restraint, but that's like an interesting little thing. Like,
wow,
the fight over the Mojave kind of reflects the old world in a way, even though they're fighting in completely different new ways. Things like that. You people discover new stuff about it 10+ years on, and that's just a mark of a really well thought out world, I think. So yeah, FNV, it's got my vote too.
That's terrific.
All right. Oh man, not Chrono Trigger versus
You
Apex
just
Legends.
assumed that I was choosing FNV, by the way, but you were correct. So.
Oh, I thought you said the good argument. You just said good arguments, like what he said. Yeah.
It's all good. You know.
All right. All right, and that's gonna be kind of tough because we're not comparing to Apex, but Chrono Trigger versus Final Fantasy 6, not 7, 6. Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So can I take the lead on this one?
Absolutely.
So I replayed most of the Final Fantasies a couple years ago, and I've never played through Chrono Trigger, unfortunately. I've gotten far enough. I respect it. I'm actually playing it on my Steam Deck like these past couple months, and it's a lot better than I remember, and I gave it credit for. Final Fantasy VI, I think, is the best Final Fantasy game, hands down, easy. No argument. It's so perfect. It's got everything. It's got like the open world is like when at the end of the game that opens up and you just get to just explore and you find all this crazy stuff that like it's just insane how tight it is. You don't have to do any we're gonna hopefully this gets to reach to the next bracket, but if not, you don't have to do any nonsense mini games to actually unlock the good stuff. You just go through dungeons, and they're really hard dungeons, and then you get the good stuff, and the good stuff synergizes with other good stuff, and it's just so much fun. It's so much fun. The story's, in my opinion, perfect. Characters are perfect. It's most of them anyway, and it's great. I can't praise Final Fantasy 6 enough. I think it holds up today. I think it's an example of a perfect game.
Interesting. Good arguments. I agree with just about all of them. Madge, what's your pick for Trigger versus 6?
Yeah, I do agree with a lot of that as well. Final Fantasy VI, I would say probably if it's not the best Final Fantasy game, it's definitely on the short list, at least as far as I'm concerned. Chrono Trigger, for my sensibilities, is maybe the most perfect JRPG ever made to me. It's the it is the game is so beautiful, and the pacing of the game is so tight. There was not one moment in Chrono Trigger where I didn't feel like I wasn't doing something fun. And to me, that's sort of one of the defining features of Chrono Trigger over so many like turn-based JRPGs, is that Chrono Trigger actually is like a fun game. It's like exciting to play, and it evokes so many like positive feelings in me. And yeah, the art style, the music, Mitsuda's music is like, I mean, Uematsu's soundtrack for FF6 is absolutely fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but man, it's tough to compete with Mitsuda. It's there's just every element of the game is just so damn good, and it's like everything I want from a JRPG. And I could replay that fucking game any day of the week. So it's got to be CT.
I mean, you both said basically my opinions on it. But I'll say like Final Fantasy VI deserves so much credit for being actually like probably one of the first video games in my memory that actually talked about important themes within the context of a fantasy world. Like there was clear World War II sort of, concentration camps, oppression. The Espers, you could make a clearer line with the Espers and the Jews and Nazi camps and things like that. Even like the leader of the organization and the evil organization Empire in Final Fantasy VI is called the Gestalt, German name, whatever. A lot of really cool parallels, and it's a very deep story when you break it all down. And it's also, spoiler alert, one of the few games where the bad guy wins. Like you almost never see that in the game. Like it gets freaking. It's one of the darkest video games ever because and there are so many interesting characters and paths that intertwine. It's an incredibly ambitious game when you break it all down, because you take POV characters, like these POV switches to lock at one point, and there's like basically Empire occupation in a town. You're like sneaking around, disguises, things like that. There's so many really interesting aspects to Final Fantasy VI. So I'm in no way discounting Final Fantasy VI when I say that Chrono Trigger is a fantastic game that fixes all the problems I had with JRPGs, basically. Like I said, like you said, Madge, like it takes away all the unfun parts. Whenever I think of Final Fantasy VI, I'm like, man, that game was so great. I never want to play that game again because I remember the long stretches of, oh my God, the raft scene. Oh my God, the seemingly 50-hour 3-party battle at the end of Kefka's Tower. I'm like, oh man, that's going to take so much time and I'm going to get so tired of it. But I love all of that. But I would play Chrono Trigger again today. Chrono Trigger is just pretty much the perfect JRPG in my opinion. So I would probably go with Chrono Trigger as well. That, and I just love the scope of it in terms of like the timeline aspect, like being able to alter the Middle Ages to reflect in the present, go to the future and see things that occurred way back in the 16 million BC. Like all of that aspect just makes it such a really fascinating world, and I love the atmosphere. Like when you're first sent to the future and you just see this whole world destroyed, and just like that music, even 16-bit bit tunes, whatever, is so haunting. And I just they push it to the limit.
That ambient.
Yeah.
The FF6 is certainly a darker game in terms of what you are, like, actively witness and partake in, but Chrono Trigger shouldn't be discounted there either, because the first time you arrive in the future and you walk outside, it's like literally like you've just taken a portal to hell and there's like nobody left. It's just the most harrowing like vision of the future.
Yeah, I will give it to that. Give that to it. It's like I really appreciate that aspect of the game where Yeah, it feels like you're seeing like a really cool thing that you don't usually see in games, where you see like the same map kind of getting changed and altered, which I appreciate. I think that's a cool thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's no wrong answer here. They're both fantastic games.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right, 7 versus 10. Who wants to go first?
Soul, are you experienced in these games?
I am. I'll go with 7. I think 7 annoyed me the last time I played it, because again, I played all these games a couple years ago, and 7, I remember being like, it's such an important game. Like, I remember, obviously I had the childhood experience with it, and like nothing blew my mind like that game, not before or since. Like, that definitely, like, I don't know how they did it. I don't know what they were going for exactly, but they knew that they were tapping into something like really magical. It really was lightning in a bottle, and yeah, like that world, everything felt really concrete and realized. It's its own world for sure, which is why we have all these horrible spin-offs today. But yeah, it's a really important game. You know, like you were saying earlier, Indigo, that this is like the best-selling game on PS1. And it's just like, yeah, just it is just something really, really special. I will say, um, the mini game gauntlet that you have to go through at the end of the game to get all the good stuff, that really annoyed me, and I don't know if I can ever forgive it. But I guess when you were a kid, it you had the time to give away, and I guess that was fine. Final Fantasy X was a really good game. I appreciate it kind of doing something different from all the other Final Fantasies between Final Fantasy 6 through 9, where it was like this father son story, which is it's fine. I liked it enough. Yeah, I don't really. I'm kind of lukewarm on Final Fantasy X, so I'll give it to Final Fantasy 7.
7? Okay. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, I definitely. Well, I'll say this much: it's been a minute since I played Final Fantasy X. It's been a second since I played 7, so that should probably already give you an idea of where I am right now. But yeah, 10. I do like 10. I like the combat system. I think 10 has a really good soundtrack, and the story is really interesting. From what I remember, it's been a little while. But 7 is one of those games that's like so significant. Like you said, it's like I don't remember exactly how you said it, but basically it's like it's so significant it exists outside of itself. Like 7 became 7 is the reason why my cousin, who only owned motocross games on the PS1, got into RPGs. He's the reason that game is the reason why people started finding anime cool. I had a poster of Cloud on a motorcycle in my bedroom before I even knew what Final Fantasy VII was, and I'm not kidding. The game just like the aesthetically, it's such an interesting game, and it's kind of like taken for granted now. But this sort of like weird blend of like fantasy, steampunk, kind of like. It's just such a great world. The characters are all iconic. Story is great despite some kind of iffy translation on its original release. But the fact that it was able to like surpass that and still become so beloved, I think is a testament to what kind of like lightning in a bottle that game was. So 7's the easy choice here for me.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, it's actually a funny story for me. I missed Chrono Trigger when it came out, and so I played Final Fantasy VII before Chrono Trigger came out. So when I played Chrono Trigger, probably like year 2000 or whatever, I'm like, oh man, this is such a hidden gem. Why didn't I play this back in the SNES days? But I actually playing Chrono Trigger and then looking back at 7 and even 10, you realize how much influence that it had in both these games. Like the whole minigame central, the flying saucer, whatever was it, golden saucer. That's basically the Millennial Fair 2.0. And I would argue the campaign, the whole antagonist campaign of Final Fantasy X is basically Lavos. So it's actually amazing how Chrono Trigger was so good that they kept on like remaking it. but I will just the sheer impact Final Fantasy VII had. They've remade it 3 times. They did the kind of like Midgar version, and they did the expanded version on PS5 with Yuffie, and then they did it again with Rebirth. I haven't played Rebirth yet because I was tired of buying the same game again and again, but I mean the impact was so monumental. I remember today, I don't remember who it was, but the leader of Square Enix at the time was saying that, remember when they made that fake PS3 demo of Final Fantasy VII on the that wasn't a real game, right? And people got super hyped, yeah. And they're like, yeah, this is for testing. We're not actually making this game. People were like, why would you do this to us, right? But it was interesting. A couple of years later, I want to say the head of Square Enix said that if they go back and make a remake of Final Fantasy VII, they've basically admitted that that's the peak and they'll never do anything quite as good again. And lo and behold, 5-10 years later, they did. And that's just such an interesting thing to say. And it's kind of true. Like 7 was the peak. Like, you know, there's some 8 apologists and some people like 9 especially, but 7 was kind of not. 7 was just, you can't really beat 7 in terms of just the impact it had. So yeah, 7 kind of have to give it to 7.
Yeah.
All right, let's pick up the pace so that we can hopefully we'll get this whole list before you have to head out, Soul. But I think if we pick up the pace, we should be able to do it.
Okay, cool.
All right. This is a weird one, and you can blame me for this. But Sims 3 is generally considered the best one. That's before they started taking out features like in Sims 4. And Dungeon Keeper 2, I have a soft spot for 1, but if you think about these games long enough, they're actually very similar. They both contain building rooms, housing these rooms, feeding the people, the creatures in these rooms, making sure they get paid, improving them, training them, improving their lives, while also fighting some sort of external force, i.e. either heroes raiding your dungeon, or you missing that job promotion, or not making enough money, or dying in a fire while trying to fix your oven, all sorts of things. But they are basically like life simulation games where you take care of these little creatures in your house. So they're actually fairly similar in concept, even though very, very different in theme. So have you played these 2?
Man, that's a very compelling elevator pitch for Dungeon Keeper 2, but alas, this is one matchup that I couldn't have less of an opinion about.
Oh boy, all right.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have not played either of these either. I will say, The Sims 3 seems to have a lot of broad appeal, and it's hard to discount. Like, you know, this is talk about the coworker test. Like, this is something that everybody plays. That
that's fair.
Yeah. So I think that, like, just in terms of like reachability and just general appeal, I feel like that's probably the testament to that.
So you're going with The Sims then?
That's gonna be my guess. Yeah.
All right. Do you have no opinion at all, Madge?
I'm so sorry. Oh yeah.
Tell me how to feel.
Oh well, I mean, I was one of the early adopters. I played The Sims at launch in 2000 or whatever. So I found it really compelling. It was very addicting. I was like, man, it's so crazy that I'm doing all my chores and improving the house and stuff and virtually while I'm ignoring that in real life because of this stupid game. But I love The Sims playing it, but as you can tell from my channel, I'm a huge God game fan. Dungeon Keeper, Bullfrog era, like some of my absolute favorite games. I would definitely say that because Dungeon Keeper 2 sold less than the first game, that The Sims has had a much bigger impact. There's no question about it. But I find the whole dungeon keeping, you know, making sure your creatures don't kill each other while also being paid, rigging the casinos so that you can make your monsters think that they're winning, but they're actually losing money to restock your coffers, you know, closing the doors to your treasury come payday because you're out of money. Like, all those kind of ideas is just super fun and makes it such a compelling experience. So I have to lean Dungeon Keeper 2, even though I can totally acknowledge that The Sims has had a much bigger impact on PC gaming by far.
Yeah, if I were to boot up one of these games right now based on what you've just said, it would certainly be Dungeon Keeper 2, and like aesthetically the game is like more interesting to me just looking at screenshots of it right now. But I mean, the reality is I've heard of The Sims. I mean, I've heard of Dungeon Keeper, but like I am like at least passingly familiar with The Sims 3, and yeah, like Soul said, it passes the coworker test. It's got to have had some level of impact. So I guess by default, I'll have to go with The Sims 3. But
All right.
I do so begrudgingly.
No, I mean it's not a bad choice at all. And somebody in comments said my vote is Tamagotchi. I mean Tamagotchi beats both of these really. So
Absolutely. Speaking of which, I gotta feed that little son of a bitch.
Yeah. Much more cruel to your Tamagotchi than you could ever be to your Dungeon Keeper denizen. So all right, Sims 3 it is. Let's move forward. I was going to put the original Super Mario Brothers in there in terms of influence because it's probably one of the most influential games ever made. But when you think about it, I think that the later games kind of improved on everything about the Super Mario format. So I picked these two, which I considered probably the two best 2D era Super Marios. So,
yeah, I think there's more to talk about with these two.
Yeah.
With that said, I would. This is like a hard choice because like both were really impactful for me. I don't really like Mario games nowadays. They don't really stick with me, but I know when I was a kid, both of these games were like really, really important for me. So I would probably go with Super Mario World, just because it did so much cool stuff. Like like the special world, like that was like, I don't know, it just blew my 5-year-old brain. All the cool challenges that you had, the keys that made it so that you wanted to like explore all the levels, so that there were like alternate routes throughout the map. That overworld was awesome. Like approaching a game from that perspective, like where you just had like alternate paths and stuff. It was a really cool way to approach the game. Yoshi obviously was a big deal. And I think just everything that was in it was just perfect. It was a great game. Super Mario Brothers 3 was great also, but I don't think I remember it the same way I remember Mario World.
Fair enough. So Mario World 1. What about you, Madge? What's your favorite Mario this era? It's kind of unfair too, but
Yoshi's Island.
Yoshi's Island. I need to give that one a try, but I might play it on mute personally because
Baby Mario. Just don't get hit, bro. Just don't get hit. That's not a problem.
Get good, bro. Get good, bro.
The skill issue.
Honestly, Yoshi's Island is my favorite Mario from this era. But I think these are probably the wiser of the two choices. And I would agree with Super Mario World. I think would be my choice. Mario 3 is a huge improvement over everything that came before it. Super Mario World, just when I was a kid, the feeling of like accessing all of the secret areas, putting the keys into the keyhole, and like finding like totally new world, and all of there's so much like variety, even though it's just sort of like follows a standardized Mario formula. And it's like front to back classic. Super Mario Bros. 3 is a damn good platformer for the NES, but Super NES I think just kind of like affords some luxuries that give it the edge here for me.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Super Mario World. Well, it probably doesn't matter because my argument is for Super Mario Brothers 3, because I think that everything that Super Mario World did was basically had its origin in Super Mario Bros. 3. Super Mario Brothers 3 had the first game to create that sort of overworld with the non-linear map. It had the hidden, that everybody knew about, the hidden places where you get those flutes, so you could skip to the final world if you knew how to get there.
Warp whistle?
The warp whistles, yeah, exactly. It had, what I loved about it, it was the persistent part of the game where you could collect power-ups and then use them sporadically through different missions. Like you could use your Tanuki suit later, your hammer, you freaking had a Hammer Bros suit, you had a frog suit, all that kind of stuff, right? P-Wings, all those kind of things. Like there's so many cool power-ups in that game, and it made it such an interesting variety, especially considering the tremendous variety of each world. Like there was, I think there was a desert world, there was the world where everything was really, really big, there was a world where everything was really, really small. I think there's an ice world, and every world had its own special theme and mechanical way it played differently. Like they had one single level where you could jump into a little bouncy shoe, and that was like the one map that had the bouncy shoe mechanic, and it was just a really super creative game. I love Super Mario Bros. 3, and as testament to that, 30 years later, they're still remaking it. Super Mario Brothers Wonder is basically 3 all over again. Same with those, like with the Wii games, like they did. Their naming conventions are so backwards, but whatever it was, Super Mario Brothers Wii, Super Mario Brothers Wii 2, or whatever.
Oh, the new Super Mario Brothers or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Those games, those were Super Mario Brothers 3 all over again. So they've been remaking Super Mario Brothers 3 again and again and again and again. And I think that's a testament to how good that game design was. So I'm going 3.
Compelling case.
But World
you
is
almost
great
convinced
well.
me.
World is also amazing. I love World as well, especially jetpacking off of your fallen Yoshi into a pit to get to that edge. I think that's like the best game mechanic ever. Just like catapulting off of your Yoshi.
Mm-hmm. yeah, right.
There's been so many memes and stuff about that. It's so funny. All right, so now we're getting into the 3D Marios. Super Mario 64 versus Super Mario Galaxy, which I believe are kind of like considered the most iconic 3D games from what I can tell, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Yeah. Do you want to take this match since I'm gonna upset people?
Sure. Yeah, I would say this one's not that easy. Super Mario Galaxy is a really beautiful game, and there is like a magic in that game, and like a level of creativity that, I mean, I haven't played Super Mario Bros. Wonder yet, full disclosure, but I feel like it's something that Nintendo has been like struggling to match for a long time and hasn't really. Super Mario 64 was absolutely revolutionary. Just walking around in that game is fun.
Yeah.
Galaxy, one of the things here that's kind of like holding me back from just giving it to Galaxy is the fact that Galaxy 2 is, in terms of just the sheer creativity, and it's an improvement over Galaxy 1 in a lot of ways.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's hard to say that Galaxy stands on its own as a better game, whereas with Super Mario 64, there is a degree of uniqueness that is still not really matched in other 3D Mario games, and that includes the castle hub world, which is just awesome. I love exploring Peach's castle and like being able to unlock new doors as you get more stars and everything. So it's not an easy choice, but I would say just the freedom of movement and a lot of the kind of like low poly elements now are actually kind of like helping it age better in a way. Like there's sort of a weirdness, a weird creativity in Super Mario 64 that really like captures my imagination. So I would have to go with 64.
Good case. All right. Soul, I was about to call you Paul for whatever reason. Soul, what's your take?
That's actually kind of appropriate considering I'm gonna be a polemicist here. So I don't like Mario 64. I don't think it was a very good game. I appreciate. Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna hedge. Fuck that game. I think Mario Galaxy
Now we're talking.
is a great game. And yeah, I think Mario Galaxy is just a really good game. I haven't liked the Mario game, a 3D Mario game before or since. I'm sorry. I think Madge actually identified a really crucial point. Mario Galaxy 2, I think, is better, and I like that one more. But since this is what's up, I think Mario Galaxy was still like a really good game. But those two like Wii era games were really good. I appreciate the argument for Mario 64 because it was a 3D thing, and yeah, like obviously they were still trying to figure out 3D back then, especially for a platformer. But yeah, like. And we'll probably talk about this when we talk about Ocarina of Time. Like, I've been able to respect some of the 64 era games, and not just respect them, but actually kind of enjoy them. This one is not one of them. I don't think Mario 64 had the bugs worked out as well as people say that they did. I just don't see it. I don't get it.
Yeah, interesting take. All right. So that's one for Galaxy. Yeah, I'm kind of conflicted.
Yeah, no, I have an affirmative case to make for Mario Galaxy. I just want to spend my time talking shit about Mario 64. That's all.
No, I agree. I mean, it's also not really a fair fight because Super Mario Galaxy had what 15 years of tech and knowledge advantage over 64. 64 was like their first 3D entry, so they had to like learn everything, like crash course everything through it with a brand new console, launch day, everything like that. But as it stands, there are definitely a lot of big problems with the 64 era games. I want to say controls and camera definitely come up a lot for me, where just like you die because you couldn't see where you're going, things like that. Those happen to me a lot. But I will say that 64 has one of the most interesting control schemes of any 3D platformer. I'd say just the sheer depth of like being able to like, you know, backflip off of walls and the kind of acceleration, running, all these different kind of mechanics. It was borderline like a Mario simulation game. Just the amount of the amount of moves you could do with just that N64 controller and that game. You can definitely tell like a lot of future games are a lot easier to play, but they're not nearly as deep in terms of all the different ways you could manipulate Mario. And you had to kind of get your idea, or, you know, get your head around those mechanics and controls, because some of those jumps were pretty tough to pull off. So I would say there's a lot, like Mario 64 could have been so much worse. We could have had like Bubsy 3D or whatever, you know, tons of games came out that era that were terrible. But I will say, like, just from a sheer polish standpoint, obviously influence, no question. Mario 64 influenced so many hundreds of games probably. But from a polish standpoint, I would lean Galaxy, just because those games don't hold up as well as they did initially. But I agree with Madge in that the atmosphere and just like the sheer variety of Peach's Castle, especially like there's one level that goes like borderline horror. You remember like the whole piano?
Yes.
Like that was such a cool scene that they didn't have to put in that game. I really like that aspect of it, but you know, looking back, it does play a little rough. I don't know. I'm kind of torn actually. I would probably say, despite its flaws, I would probably go back to Mario 64 just because of just that sort of newness of it all. It just feels so new and fresh. Whereas by Galaxy came around, they've done tons of different Mario games. So I don't know. I think I might lean 64 actually, despite its flaws.
64 Club reigns supreme.
I'm shocked.
But I 100% agree that a lot of N64 games like, you know, Donkey Kong 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Mario, Zelda, Ocarina, they all have a lot of problems if you play them again today. So.
Yeah. Camera is a problem. I will concede.
Yeah. Now this you can also blame on me. I love the original SNES Mario Kart, but I probably should have put in Mario Kart N64 because that's what probably most people are familiar with. But
yeah, I saw that actually on this. I was gonna say, like, it's too bad you didn't choose that one, because that one, that was an easy choice for me.
I mean, I could change that right now, probably.
Well, I do think there's something to talk about with like how influential, like, and not only that, but like, you know, making a Super Mario Kart back in the day, like, I'm really at this stage in my life where I'm just like really missing the idea of like making new genres for games, because we just don't have that. Yeah. And I feel like that deserves so much credit. So yeah, like I can work with regular. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah. So I can work with Super Mario Kart, because I would probably say that like that's probably an easier choice for me to make. Just because it was an awesome thing at the time. So that would be my choice, just because, yeah, like we don't get genres anymore. We don't get new genres anyway. And I missed that. And that wasn't just like a try at it. It was like just a great game back in the day.
Yeah,
it's totally fair. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's a great point. Like, that's a crazy idea. Let's take Mario and make it into like a racing game with combat. Like, what the hell are they thinking? But it worked so well. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. As much respect as I have for, and I have played much of Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64, I've never been like cuckoo bananas about either of those games in comparison to some of the later Mario Kart games. Super Mario Kart is an extremely impressive game, but I feel like it's just something that I find it like almost kind of like annoying to play. There's just 64, I think, is more of a problem with this like rubber banding and like just kind of it feels like the game is sort of controlling the race. Now, in terms of multiplayer, that's a totally different story. But in any case, whether you're talking about playing alone or with friends, Mario Kart 8 is just such a damn good kart racing game to the point where I struggle to think about like how kart racing games can get like much better. And I guess Nintendo struggles to think of that too, since they've been basically just firing out new levels for it for the last like 10 years,
Yeah, that's
as
true.
opposed to making a new one. I put a lot of time into both of these games, but Mario Kart 8 to me is a game that is just like it's so fun and so easy, and the sense of speed is like incredible. It's easy to get into. And yeah, I think I would put it to Mario Kart 8. It just feels like a better game to me.
All right. I could definitely see that point. I mean, like, and as a racing game, like, there's no question the drifting mechanics and everything and the level design has gotten so much more advanced. I mean, these games are what, 20, 30 years apart. It's crazy to compare them, but, counterpoint, blue shell. There was no blue shell in Super Mario Kart.
Yeah, right.
That's a good point.
Freaking hate the blue shell, but you know,
hey, Mario Kart 8 introduced a way for you to use the sound box to just like tell the blue shell to F off. So you got to
Okay.
give it some props
True.
for that.
True. Okay. Yeah, you might have won me over, but yeah, I mean, like, nostalgia is definitely leaning me hard towards Super Mario Kart because that's the one I played. I probably played that game for 2 years straight. Like, that game was incredible, so replayable. I would also say that I want to say the rubber banding mechanics probably weren't as I want to say they didn't feel as prevalent in the early games. They did have that aspect, like if you're in lead, you'd get coins only. But
64, I think, was pretty brutal. Super Mario Kart may have been better.
Yeah, 64 was pretty brutal. They introduced a lot of stuff that made it really difficult to keep the lead on because it was meant to be like a party game where skill was not, you know, absolute skill would not always win. Like you could get lucky and get just the right boost, and the first player would get, you know, hit by a blue shell and you just build a boost right past them with like your super mushroom or whatever. So there was that aspect to keep it kind of fair despite sometimes getting screwed over even though you're the best racer. But yeah, no, overall the later Mario Karts were definitely more refined. You both were leaning toward Deluxe, right?
Well,
I'm leaning towards Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart version of OG.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we got 1 and 1. So, based on, I mean, it could just be the newness of it or whatever, but based on my hours played, I'll vote Super Mario Kart because I played that for an obscene amount of time. So
that's fair.
But I will acknowledge that they definitely refined things over the past 20 plus years, 30 plus years.
The tracks are pretty simple in the original.
Yeah, although I will say it was actually a funny story. I don't want to slow things down because we've got so many games to go through. But at work at a previous job, we had a competition for Mario Kart competition, and for whatever reason, they were crazy enough to pick Super Mario Kart, and I'm like, okay, we're doing Rainbow Road. I actually managed to win that because like nobody else had played the original. So I won it by going slow. Everybody else was trying to speed down it, but they fall off every 5 seconds. I went slow and simple, and I won the race. So there you go.
There's a lesson to be learned here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, I was.
This is tough.
All right. These are both incredible games. You really can't pick a wrong one, but so just go with your gut answer, I guess.
Gut answer, you say? Well, in that case, I think it's going to be Symphony of the Night for me. Super Metroid is probably in terms of like pacing and just like the amount of fun you have from beginning to end without thinking about how much time has passed. I would put Super Metroid at the top of basically any, like in the pantheon among few other games. Castlevania Symphony of the Night admittedly is not as like well paced a game. There are slumps. Some of the RPG mechanics they're a little bit obtuse, but I still just love the exploration, the atmosphere. Just Dracula's castle in Symphony of the Night is like one of my favorite video game locations ever. And it's just so much fun, even learning how to game the system. to like defeat bosses and all of the different abilities you have, and it's just there's so much to Symphony of the Night. It still boggles the mind, even though the game is decades old at this point. And it's just for my sensibilities, I think that it's a better game, and I would argue that it was probably as influential as Super Metroid. So I would put them side by side.
Hence the Metroidvania label.
Yeah, right.
Combining the two, right? There was Castlevania wasn't really a Metroid-like until Symphony. So yeah, good point.
Yeah.
So one for Symphony. What do you say? Soul?
I would agree. I think Super Metroid's a really great game. I really appreciate the stuff that it did. I love the atmosphere in the game. Music's fucking perfect.
Yeah.
It's just so good. Yeah, like the fact that you can like interact with the levels and stuff, and you can blow up like glass containers and stuff that like looks suspicious. Just it's so good. It's so good. But Symphony of the Night is just like, it's one of those games that I if I'm ever like at a rut and I just don't know what to play, I just pick that up, and it's scratches that itch for me. Yeah, like the music. I mean, as much as I just gushed about Super Metroid's music, Symphony of the Night is just like, oh my god, it's such a good soundtrack. Perfect for the environment. Yeah, no, it's just hands down just a great game. Exploring, getting all the weapons and stuff. It incentivizes exploring. Yeah, I cannot get enough of it. It's a great game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you've said. Like, Symphony of the Night is probably one of my top 10 games of all time, easy. Like, it's such a fantastic game, start to finish. It's definitely messy, like, as Matt was saying, like, some of the RPG stuff is like, why, what, how? Some of the weapon designs and stuff are like, okay, this is garbage. But I love that there's different options. Like, you can do unarmed if you want to. You can do, like, brass knuckles, or long sword that pushes you forward off of an edge, or magic systems. You have to learn like fighting game moves. Like, there's so many ideas. It was like an era of game design where it's like, let's just try shit and see how it works, right? And so, and I still am absolutely blown away by the second half of the game being kind of like an Easter egg. Like, I actually missed that part initially until a friend said, "Hey, have you done that?" And I'm like, "No, what is that?"
Yeah, right. We don't have that experience anymore. It's like insane.
Yeah. So that's actually like blows me away. Like, and again, like 100% agree with Soul. Like, if I just pick up a game, pick one of these up and play them again, it would absolutely be Symphony of the Night. But I would argue that Super Metroid is basically the perfect Metroidvania. Like, it is such the atmosphere for the SNES, like 16-bit, is so incredibly amazing. I have no idea how they pulled it off. Like the audio design, the mist, I've never been afraid in an SNES game outside of Super Metroid. Like, that game can actually create a sense of terror, which is incredible. And I'd argue that without Super Metroid, there would be no Symphony of the Night. So I'm going to give my point to
that's a good point
to Super Metroid.
That's fair enough.
But by numbers, Castlevania wins, which is a fantastic choice in my opinion too. So. All right, Metroid Prime versus Metroid Dread. Have you guys played these ones?
Dread.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Matt. What did you say?
I said I've never played Dread.
Oh, okay.
But I'd have to be real damn good to beat Prime for me.
Yeah, I didn't play Prime until I played the remake last year, or I think it came out. It's a really, 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 really good game. I do think the end game lost me overall. I feel like it becomes like a collectathon. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't really know the meta, so correct me if I'm wrong. But up till that point, I was like, oh, I totally understand like why this is like a beloved game. Yeah, it's a great game. I think Dread is I have a lot of opinions on. I think it was a step down for a Metroidvania in a lot of ways. I think it tried to like do platforming challenges in ways that kind of detracted from the Metroidvania experience. And obviously, based on my last video on Metroidvania, is like I really give the genre a lot of credence, and I think it if doing it right deserves a lot of credit, and I don't think they did the Metroidvania very well in Dread, so I'll give it to Prime.
Okay. It's Prime 2 points then?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to say by default, I would like to have played Dread because I've heard from some people whose opinions I trust that it's excellent. So I would like to play it, but Prime is, I think Prime is just like a fantastic game, and it's like an influential game within an already influential series, and like managed to stick the landing of like adding a new dimension to the gameplay and the graphics in a way that like so many series had trouble with. Like it's just it continues to play well to me, which is really impressive.
Yeah, it's good arguments overall. I mean, by the way, I see I finished the video games in the chat, and he's like, he has strong opinions about Dread. It's awesome.
Oh yeah.
But funny enough, well, hang on, give me 2 hours and I'll scan these two titles and give you my viewpoint on them. Hang on, scanning. I didn't like Metroid Prime when it came out, and I know I'm in the vast minority, but I found it to be a very poor translation of the original highly agility focused formula of Metroid. Like it felt really clunky in first person, and as soon as I realized I had to lock on for combat, I immediately did not like that decision. I've heard that was fixed in the Wii version and the remaster, which I'll have to play. But judging on the basic version of the game, the one that launched on GameCube, I was not really a fan of how it played out, to be honest. And I know that's an extreme minority viewpoint, but conversely, I thought Dread was pretty good. It's not my favorite of the Metroid series, but I thought it was really good, and I like the stealth segments. It reminded me of Metroid Fusion a bit. So I actually had a good time with Dread. It was definitely not my favorite, but I preferred over Prime. But that puts me in the minority. So I will do 2-1. Prime wins. Cool. Oh, this isn't really fair, but they both have pretty good aspects to it.
Okay, hold on, I need you guys to do me a favor. I gotta leave for 90 seconds. Can you guys filibuster until I get back? You can discuss this at length.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. I'll turn my mic thing back on when I'm back. Be right.
Okay. So yeah, this one. Yeah, like I speaking of playing games that you didn't like when they first came out, I did not like. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was a different one. Excuse me.
Link to the Past.
Link to the Past versus Legend of Zelda. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I think this one's probably pretty easy. In that Link to the Past is just like such a perfect game. It's I think Legend of Zelda had a lot of stuff to work out. I really appreciate that it's like open world where you can like tackle things in whatever order you want. I think that's a great idea, and I appreciate that exists. But yeah, Link to the Past is just like I think it benefits from that linearity where it's a lot more narrow in focus, and that focus is a good thing. I think the end game stuff is amazing. I really appreciate that. Just all around, just a great game that I think just like kind of ironed out all of the little weird hiccups in the original.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said. I'm glad you brought up the open world aspect, because that's one thing that Legend of Zelda has been constantly removing in a lot of ways up until Breath of the Wild, where they went full open world. Almost too far in my opinion. But like the original Legend of Zelda was very cool in that it was one of the first games to do that, where you're just like, hey, have at it. You got this big world, just go into that cave, go into that dungeon, fight that guy, go get attacked by those things in the river. Like it just was the sense of freedom and exploration was amazing for the time. But likewise, Link to the Past is just so much more polished. Like it has so many more cool tools. The dungeons are no longer restricted to like single screens. You have these huge sprawling multi-layered dungeons where there's like you can actually walk up and down stairs, go over mezzanines and paths that are on top of the other one. Like it was probably one of the best tech demos for what the Super Nintendo could do mechanically, because of just how more advanced it was hardware wise. And yeah, Link to the Past is just an absolute GOAT legend in terms of that sort of action adventure formula. It's my personal favorite Zelda game. And yeah, it has to go with Link to the Past. But
Yeah, I totally agree.
But like influence wise, the original Legend of Zelda is just, you can't discount how many hundreds of games have taken influence from Zelda. It's an incredibly influential game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
I missed. We have one for Link to the Past, two for Link to the Past?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will not be a dissenting voice here. I think Link to the Past is just it's for a game that did so many things that were so new to its series to still be so damn playable. Like the fact that it could still arguably be the best Zelda game and that you could recommend it to someone who's never played a Zelda game and they would still like enjoy it now, I think is like a testament to how good it is.
Yeah, it's one of those titles where I think people can enjoy it 50 years from now. It's such a good game.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
Just amazingly well designed.
Yeah. Great. Link to the Past. All right. This will be interesting. We'll try to get through this quick, but I'm sure there's like hours of discussion between these two games.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ocarina of Time versus Breath of the Wild. What are your guys' thoughts?
So this is the question I was trying to answer last time. I didn't like Ocarina of Time when it first came out. It just bounced off me for whatever reason, and then I became a hater for a long time. It wasn't until I played it a couple years ago that I finally clicked and I understood it and I appreciate it and I like it. It's a really good game, and I think it deserves a lot of the praise that it has received. That said, Breath of the Wild, that kind of like had the opposite effect on me, where when I first got it, I was like, oh my God, this is so amazing. And as I went on and on, I was like, okay,
yeah,
I get it.
Right?
And it just kind of, the half-life was a lot quicker on it, where it just kind of like burned out. And like, there was a moment there where, I just kind of like, I was exploring stuff and I just kind of like lost interest, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll beat it now. And then I did it, and yeah, it was kind of anticlimactic. I don't know. It sizzled on me, and I think Ocarina of Time, it's obviously an easy answer, but I think what's important here is that everyone knows that I can overcome my wrong opinions that I've had probably until like 2 years ago. I was on stream yelling at people about how this is a bad game, and I was wrong. So, I appreciate Ocarina of Time. I actually like it.
Redemption.
And I think it deserves my vote for best game. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Ocarina, despite the hate, Ocarina.
Yeah, right.
I do not get quite as much out of the sort of new Zelda formula as a lot of people seem to. I think they're really impressive games, and there are moments in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom where I was like pretty excited to try something and see that it worked. Just to like experiment with how like the physics work and the interactions you can have with the world and everything. It's really impressive. It's they're probably good games for the open world like genre or feature, because they kind of like push more open world games into being like, okay, you actually have to like put interesting shit in your games. You actually have to like make people want to go walk around. But Ocarina of Time is one of my favorite games of all time. It's an incredibly influential game, even though many of its beats were kind of taken from A Link to the Past.
Yep.
It adapted them extremely well. The game has just like the perfect amount of content, the variety in the dungeons, and even the types of puzzles you do in the dungeons always feels different. And there's so much like just uniqueness and color and a really like dark atmosphere that I don't think the Zelda games have ever really, aside from perhaps Majora's Mask, haven't really ever like achieved again. Not for lack of trying. If you look at stuff like Twilight Princess,
yeah,
it's just I think it's a fantastic game. I think its reputation is well earned, and I think its reputation alone kind of like gives it a huge advantage when you're talking about the greats.
Oh, yeah, in terms of influence, it's one of the most influential, and I kind of read between the lines of what you two were saying, and I'll agree in that Ocarina of Time doesn't outstay its welcome, whereas Breath of the Wild kind of does. Like Breath of the Wild is a game you can kind of meander in for 50, 100 hours and still not really get anywhere if you don't actively seek out the next objective. Whereas Ocarina of Time was a lot more directed. You had a lot clear goal in mind. Next area opens up because you got this new thing. It also has the water dungeon, which is one of the worst water temple, whatever, one of the worst things ever made. And I'm actually
come on, Indigo, it's not that
bad.
I'm actually the viewpoint, but I think both of these are overrated. But because Ocarina of Time was so new, it was very uncharted territory. Like this has been the first type of game of this scope and style. And just some of this is nostalgia speaking, but like getting the ability to summon your horse and roaming around the landscape on a horse is just like the most incredible feeling when you played it back in the day. Now every other game has a mount, but at the time that was such an amazing experience, learning new songs, to conjure new things, to open up new areas. Attacking a chicken like you always did in Zelda games, only to find out that you summoned the next chicken apocalypse. Things like that. There was just so many really cool, charming aspects to the game. Even though I felt that it didn't age as well as some other games of the era did, I still probably have to give it to Ocarina of Time just because of the influence. I did like a lot of the environmental stuff in Breath of the Wild as well, but it didn't keep my interest as long for sure. All right, we've got about halfway through the list, and you've got a hard stop, so we've got to burn through these. Donkey Kong versus Space Invaders. Let's go.
Space Invaders.
All right, Space Invaders.
I actually agree. I would say Space Invaders.
I would probably agree too, which is a shame because I think that Donkey Kong for the Game Boy is one of my favorite handheld games ever.
No,
so much better.
I don't play that version.
Yeah. You play like the first 4 levels of the arcade game, and then it goes off and goes in a completely different like Super Mario world type game where there's always there's jungle, there's city, there's all these other levels. It kind of turns it into like a whole Mario type game, and I actually love that game. The original I liked, but I wasn't crazy about. If I had to sit down and play an arcade game, I would probably do Space Invaders, even though Donkey Kong is super influential as well.
Also, screw the DK64 version of the
arcade.
My
God, thank you for saying that.
Yeah, honorable mention.
Although DK Rap is goated.
Of course, yeah.
Ups and downs.
Pac-Man versus Tetris. This will probably be an easy one, huh?
Tetris, yeah.
Gonna be Tetris.
Yeah, Tetris.
Many road trips.
Tetris is so good that when you change the gameplay from the original Tetris much, it becomes a worse game.
That's a great point.
Yeah, the most they'll do is they over the last 30 plus years of Tetris's history, they made one permanent change, which is to make the blocks not sticky anymore. So you could actually drop them down and move them around and fit them into a new place. That's pretty much the only change they've made. But otherwise, it's basically the exact same as the 1980s version, which is a testament to how good that game is. Yeah, it's so good. I recommend Tetris Effect. That's an amazing experience, by the way.
Oh yeah, that is a great game.
Yeah. Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat.
Real fast, could I just do what Maz just did? I need to step away for a couple minutes, and I don't have too good of opinions on fighting games, so hopefully I'm not a tiebreaker.
I'll roll a coin for you. Yeah, I'll roll a coin.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, I've never been a fighting game aficionado, but to me the obvious choice here is Street Fighter 2.
Street Fighter 2. All right. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. As well, I mean, Mortal Kombat 2, I think got a lot of notoriety because of just how gory and kind of extreme it was. And I like some of the characters. I think that the Mortal Kombat movie back in the day was better than the Street Fighter movie. But overall, I thought that Street Fighter 2 was a more mechanically sound game and had better characters. The characters weren't just like carbon copy recolors of each other, things like that. So yeah, Street Fighter 2 for me as well.
I finished a video game does have a good point because Street Fighter 2, mechanically speaking, Street Fighter 2, I think most people would agree is a more sound game, and it's still a game that people regularly play at tournaments. It's still totally playable in many of its forms. But Mortal Kombat, in terms of the introducing violence into video games, is actually, I feel like there is something to be said for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a good point. And it clearly for example, if you play Mortal Kombat on the SNES and the Genesis, you would get blood on the Genesis, but you got sweat on the SNES. So I thought that was actually pretty funny that you saw such a disparity between it. Funny. Wow, that's crazy. Mortal Kombat came out before Street Fighter 2? That's kind of wild. I didn't realize that.
Interesting.
Or maybe...
Is Night Trap anywhere on this list?
In the States, they came out a little bit later, I think. Yeah. Still pretty close. Night Trap is not, unfortunately. Wouldn't be a fair fight. Night Trap would win everything.
Yeah, you want to talk about influencing adult themes in games? My God.
So I flipped a coin, got heads. Heads, I would assume is Street Fighter 2. So Street Fighter gets a clean sweep.
Let's do it. Lock me in.
Fair enough.
Very strong opinions on that. Thank you.
So, all right. Soul Calibur 2 versus Super Smash Bros. Melee. I love both these franchises a lot. At least I did.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, they're both really good for different reasons too. So, who wants to go first? Got to kind of blitz through these other ones because we have so many to go through.
I'll go ahead and say Super Smash Bros. Melee would be my pick, but Soul Calibur 2 is excellent.
Yeah, I agree. I think Soul Calibur 2 is like such a great game. And yeah, it definitely like blew my mind when I was a kid. But Super Smash Brothers Melee is like it's the game that I can like always come back to, or at least I did always come back to. It was so perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree. As much as I love Soul Calibur, and in terms of creating like multi-weapon combat, a 3D world where you can like rotate around each other, and those actually matter when you can do like rolls and stuff like that. The characters were really interesting. The types of weapons responded very differently, and I love that you can get different weapons for each character. As good as that was, Super Smash Brothers, I played the N64 version as well, but Melee kind of perfected a lot what they tried to do in the N64 version. 4-player simultaneous fighter that actually plays really well and has items. That was so revolutionary at the time. Like, you really can't discount how crazy good that was at the time.
Yeah.
Super Smash Bros. Got parents playing on the GameCube.
Yeah, I do love Soul Calibur a lot too, but yeah, I mean, Smash Brothers, pretty incredible. Ooh. So this could also be alternate title could be 20 FPS versus 10 FPS. Go.
Yeah, true. Do you have the expansion pack? That'll really change the answer. Oh man, I think Perfect Dark is a better game, but again, it's a case of polish versus influence. It's so difficult to say because Perfect Dark is, for all intents and purposes, it's better, but GoldenEye is like, again, cultural phenomenon. GoldenEye was like still something that people like my brothers who don't really even play video games will still fondly talk about GoldenEye.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to give it to GoldenEye just by sheer like force of like cultural significance, even though Perfect Dark I think is better in almost every way.
Yeah.
I think sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll go after you.
So I was going to say that I think this one is, in my mind, this one's an easy one just because I think Perfect Dark was a really fun game. It had some really cool mechanics, but I felt like everything that it did was just like a slightly better version of what GoldenEye did, and it was like GoldenEye was so good when it came out. Like I remember, and not only that, but like the multiplayer was just like amazing. So yeah, like not only do you have this game that like I don't think games do this anymore. For like a single player campaign that like follow the movie like beat for beat, like it was so good at it, and it's just gave this impression that you were James Bond, and it was awesome. And then the multiplayer alone was just like, it was just amazing, like the style of the game, the music in the game. I think there's a lot of stuff that even like as good as Perfect Dark did improve it didn't have the personality that GoldenEye had. I really like GoldenEye, so I'll give it to that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would actually say I probably played more of these games as multiplayer, like, PvP multiplayer, because it was one of the few games you could just have like a full-on 4-player deathmatch on the same screen. So I would say Perfect Dark had way more options for that as a PvP game than GoldenEye did, but GoldenEye, I can't even remember a single level outside of like the intro of Perfect Dark, but GoldenEye had incredible level design. GoldenEye
Yeah.
for the time, like be able to replay the same match, the same maps with different objectives. Like that was such a revolutionary idea that I wish more games would take on. GoldenEye had a really, really good campaign as well as good multiplayer, and I think that's kind of takes the lead from me. So, what was that? What 2 for GoldenEye, 1 for Perfect Dark, or was it all 3 GoldenEye?
I think we're all GoldenEye.
All GoldenEye, okay. Yeah, good choice. I mean, Perfect Dark was great as well, but GoldenEye was just kind of the GOAT.
Yeah.
So I'll go out of the way and I'll say Demon Souls. I prefer Demon Souls as my first one, and I like the hub system, but I also acknowledge that Dark Souls is probably more refined. So that's 1 for Demon Souls.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go quick to this since I don't want to gush too long. But I mean, Demon Souls was also my first game. It changed how I view games. Like I did not understand. I thought I was like phasing out of games before Demon Souls came out. I was like, okay, I guess it ran its course. I'll find some other hobbies to get into. And then I played Demon Souls, and I was like, oh, games can be good again. But Dark Souls, like the Metroidvania approach to it is just like, it's so good. And I just replayed this recently enough. Yeah, it's just like the way that the world interconnects, it makes it feel like it's like an actual world that's lived in. The story's great. Everything about it is just like, it's made like for me. So it would be for Dark Souls for me.
Okay, 1v1 tiebreaker. Mash, what do you vote?
I vote Dark Souls. Demon
Alright.
Souls is a beautiful game. It's excellent. It's one of a kind, and the atmosphere alone carries it in a way that lots of the other games in the series don't match up to. But Dark Souls was just I don't need to say it. There's about 700,000 video essays on YouTube you can watch right now, and that will tell you better than I could what I'm thinking right now.
Totally. I mean, Dark Souls is a fantastic game, and these are like 2 goats basically, but the particular flavor of Demon Souls just resonated with me longer for whatever reason, but Dark Souls is also incredible. Oh boy. Bloodborne versus Elden Ring. Again, 20 FPS versus 60 FPS. Here we go.
I'm going to go with
Bloodborne for me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to step on you there, but it sounds like
no, go for it.
For the same thing there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Bloodborne for me. Just tight game design. Just a game. I can pick it up and replay it with a lot more vim and vigor than I can with Elden Ring, even though I think Elden Ring is absolutely great.
Yeah. Totally agree. It's Elden Ring is like it's a great game. I love it. But Bloodborne is just like there's something so special about that. It's the world, the atmosphere. I feel like a game hasn't hit like that since that game, in my view.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. I would say that Bloodborne and Elden Ring is kind of like a little bit like Ocarina versus Breath of the Wild, where Breath of the Wild is a lot more open but kind of aimless, whereas Bloodborne is very Metroidvania kind of tight, where you're like constantly unlocking new paths back to the original path, and the atmosphere. If only we get a freaking remaster or re-release on PC, right?
I swear they're saving it for when the company is going belly up. That's like their panic button.
Basically, they have it pre-built, right? Like just sitting in there, it's like hit the Bloodborne button.
Yeah, right.
A remake by the time it comes out.
But yeah, Bloodborne is an incredibly unique experience. Even though Elden Ring, I would say, if you wanted to get into, I mean that's a rough suggestion because every single game would be different after that. But if you wanted to just like as a gateway drug, Elden Ring is like probably the best, just the easiest one to get into. But Bloodborne was just such a unique experience that you can't really replicate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Making some progress here. Shadow Colossus versus Nier Automata. Or is it Automata or Automata?
I say Automata.
Automata. That's probably right. Yeah. That probably makes sense.
Even though these 2 games are like very different, it's kind of interesting that these are both games that like kind of pushed video game storytelling along in like a really significant way. That's kind of makes them an interesting matchup. Personally, I think Shadow of the Colossus is beautiful, but Nier Automata is a game that is also extremely beautiful, and it's also a game that is really just kind of fun to sit down and play. Like there's a lot of like systems at work that make it like more enjoyable, hugely refined over its predecessor. And it's also one of those video game stories that you can't really get in another medium. So I go with Automata personally.
Good point.
Yeah, I think at a fear of incriminating myself, I'm just going to keep this short. I'm going to go with Shadow of the Colossus. I think it was. Speaking of like games that can only be told through a video game, I feel like that one's like one of the best examples to point to. I do agree with you on Nier Automata for sure. I think that actually had told a really great story for the most part. But yeah, I think Shadow of the Colossus, I do think there's something to be said for like short and sweet. And yeah, I think Shadow of the Colossus nailed it like 100%.
Yeah, I mean it's a toss up because they're both so groundbreaking in different ways. Like Nier in terms of like the replayable story where you get different alternate versions and kind of you unlock more the more times you replay it. But at the same time, Shadow of the Colossus is almost notable because of how minimalist and how it barely is even a game. Like there's no mobs, there's just only bosses, and most of the world just empty atmosphere. And it's almost beautiful and profound in that way because it's so different from every other game coming out at the time. You compare this to like Devil May Cry 2 or whatever. It's like where it's like constant guitar, solos and shooting demons out of the sky. And like Shadow of the Colossus is like,
yeah,
for like 2 hours. But like it's there's both incredible. As far as influence, I don't really know. I've seen a couple of games borrow the huge climbable monsters like Dragon's Dogma and Castlevania Lords of Shadow and stuff like that. So I'd probably say Shadow of the Colossus probably has a bigger influence.
Yeah, that's fair.
As far as a game I'd sit down and play again, probably Nier though. So I think I barely edges out for me is Nier Automata.
Shadow of the Colossus got my mom while I was playing video games when I still lived at my parents' place. She sat down and watched me play for like 2 hours just because it was such a beautiful game, which is very weird for my boomer mother to be watching me play games.
Yeah,
that's incredible. Oh. All right, Super Mario Maker, Little Big Planet. I thought this was actually a pretty good matchup when you think about it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Have you played these games? Any thoughts?
Go ahead.
I've played Mario Maker and Little Big Planet. I don't really have strong opinions either way, unfortunately. I do want to give it to Little Big Planet just because I don't think it's like it's something that like is as obvious as like Super Mario Maker is. To be like, oh yeah, let's just go ahead and make a game generator. Because if I'm not, am I mistaken that Little Big Planet came out first?
Yeah,
it did come out first.
Yeah. I think I'll give it to that just for that reason. Because yeah, I think like having game engines to build game engines or games is like a really cool idea. And I'm not sure if that was like officially the first game ever, but like of the two, then I'll give it to that one.
Cool. All right. One for Little Big Planet.
Yeah, I'd probably cast my vote in with Little Big Planet as well, even though I haven't played a ton of either of these, but I have played both of them. Super Mario Maker brought ROM hacks to the masses, and that's fun. But Little Big Planet, some of the stuff I've seen people do within the framework of like what Little Big Planet allows you to do is just absolutely incredible. It's really like taking something and stretching it to its absolute limit. So yeah, I go with Little Big Planet. I think it's like a more interesting to me.
Yeah, easy one for me. I mean, I've seen some of the levels made in Super Mario Maker that look absolutely like truly violating the Geneva Convention levels of difficult. But Little Big Planet is such a cool tool set, and if you could just download the entire community of all the levels, that would be a game I would absolutely take with me on an island, deserted island, because you could play that for years. There's so much great content out there, or at least there was. I think they might have taken it down now, but some of the mods turned it into like a Zelda-like. Some of these mods would recreate entire movies and stuff within their tool set. Just a really, really fun game with a extremely tactile mechanics, like gripping fabric that looks like there's holes in it. So you can grab it. They're different. Every single material had its own weight to it. So adding things to one side of like a lever would lower it down versus the other side, which had lighter materials. Like so many, I love the physics-based puzzle mechanics of that, and it just made it a really, really fun game to play. Plus, like one of the few games where if you add more players, it gets harder, because playing that game in 4-player is absolute chaos. Oh, okay, your favorite game. All right, what are your thoughts on these?
Go ahead.
I want to say God of War 2018, not because it's good or because it's better than God of War 3, but because I want it to go up against Ragnarok, because I could talk about that for hours. But God of War 3 easily the better game. I mean, God of War 2018, it's one of the worst pieces of shit that's ever existed. So.
Oh my goodness.
Well, we just got canceled. I heard from YouTube. My channel's deleted. So
I say without hyperbole. I just want to make that clear.
I'm not going to have nearly as strong an opinion because I'm not a God of War aficionado by any means. I played a little bit of these games. God of War 2018 seemed cool from what I played. I kind of liked what was happening, but I just bounced off of it fairly early on. God of War 3 is a little bit more like what I personally am interested in a game. The action and the intensity is more kind of up my alley. So I think I would just go with God of War 3, but not with a strong conviction towards it.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, I have some friends who say God of War 2018 story is incredible. A lot of deep themes and stuff. I've a friend in the call with me that says it's not. I don't really have a strong opinion either way. It just certain things about God of War 2018 kind of push these buttons that I really, really, really don't like the forced walking sections, take a look at this amazing, incredible vista / story point we're about to tell you. Oh no, you can't actually play this part. Just listen to what we're going on. And to be fair, every single God of War game had that, but I remember playing through God of War 3 without much downtime. Like the amount of downtime we had is like, okay, I'm bashing this guy's head in and tearing his head off to be able to light my way to the next sequence. Like it was kind of like that's just a payoff. Okay, now to the next segment. It kind of stood aside when you wanted to play the game, which as a gameplay, no comment on the story, but as a gameplay style, I prefer that much more because I don't like games that constantly rip the controller out of your hands. So from that perspective alone, my point has to go for God of War 3.
Can I elaborate on that real quick? Just because I do want to give an actual affirmative case instead of just calling it names. Because 2018, I appreciate what you're saying because I think everything that you said I completely agree with. But more than that, I do think to the substance of the story, it got in the way of actual for one thing, it was a very insincere story from what I could tell. I made a video on this. I wanted to be wrong. Not necessarily after I released my video, shitting all over it, but I've seen opinions making the affirmative case for it, and I feel like none of them really hold water because the problem is a lot of the story spent so much time telling rather than showing that it was like these constant contradictions where it was trying to make you think that Kratos was this like brooding character who hasn't changed, but he has changed. But it was just kind of like a given that he changed. Like I didn't know as a player going into this someone whose perspective was basically I played God of War 1. I played a little bit of God of War 3, and I didn't really know what to expect going into it. I just knew that Kratos was like a bad guy, a bad dude, an anti-hero. And here he is in God of War 2018, and he's just kind of like, they're not really showing their hand on who he is or isn't. And that mystery can only go so far, and they played it through the entire game. And I felt like that was a really that was a bad choice, and it made it so that a lot of the story felt really insincere to me. And I think it didn't stick the landing and it didn't stick the starting point either. I think it was a bad game.
Well, that's what about the middle?
So
that was also bad.
I need to see a 4-hour breakdown of what you're talking about. Somebody put that together. All right. I did put Ragnarok in here. Horizon Zero Dawn. I wasn't sure to put Zero Dawn or the sequel, but I have a feeling they play fairly similarly, so I put Zero Dawn because that was the original. Any thoughts?
No, head empty. I honestly don't. I haven't played these games. I don't even know if I could pick one based on the dregs of thoughts I might have about them. Maybe I would pick God of War just because everything I've seen from Horizon looks very boring to me. So God of War, at least there's some stuff that looks a little bit more interesting, I guess. So I don't know. I guess if that's the criteria.
We got to get through these quick, so let's do God of War for 1 point. Have you gotten through Ragnarok, Soul?
I have. I think Ragnarok's a good game, and it's a good story, and I like everything about it. Yeah, I think it improves in every single way that I asked for in my video, and more. It actually did some really incredible stuff. I really appreciate Ragnarok, and
That's amazing.
yeah, different director. I don't know if that matters to anybody, but it does to me.
Interesting. Yeah, I've not played Ragnarok yet, but from what I played of Zero Dawn, I enjoyed it. Wasn't the greatest game ever, but I enjoyed the premise and interesting mechanics. The taking down robo dinosaurs was kind of cool. So by default,
Yeah.
I have not played Ragnarok, so I can't vote for it. But you guys win anyway. So 2 for Ragnarok, 1 for Zero Dawn.
I feel strongly about this victory.
All right, Vice City versus San Andreas.
Oh boy,
Mechanically,
I never played San.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I never played San Andreas, so I would give it to Vice City just because I really like. I think it was one of the first things that made like that '80s aesthetic like a thing, right? And I mean, as at least like parody it that way. And yeah, I just felt like it leaned into that. It did a really good job on like making the story like a part of the mechanics and everything. Yeah, I really liked Vice City a lot.
yeah. I think it was kind of like the first time that it did 80s retro cool. Like it was making fun of the 80s, but it also was a celebration of the 80s. Almost like I should do a 2.5 hour video about that. But yeah, no, it's,
Yeah, right.
But no, I like Vice City's theme a lot. It really elevates it above basically what it is, which is a GTA 3 reskin. But I really like the theme of it a lot. So I'll probably do Vice City as well.
Yeah, I guess I'll be the dissenting voice here. I don't really have a ton of. I don't love the GTA games, especially like the earlier 3D ones. They never really clicked with me. But I really like the themes of Vice City. The '80s stuff is super cool. But I think it would be San Andreas for me, just because it incorporated a lot of things that I appreciated. Some like kind of light RPG mechanics, and I really found the story and characters to be more compelling.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, mechanically, San Andreas wins without question in my book. Like the kind of RPG light mechanics, you can get, fatter, thinner, whatever, like that kind of stuff. I love. I just didn't, I wasn't, the story and theme was not appealing to me as much, but I would agree that San Andreas is definitely superior gameplay wise.
Oh, 11 votes. Oh, damn.
11.
I thought we took that one in a clean sweep.
You use your Balatro 10x multiplier or something. So just but from the 2v1 Vice City wins, but yeah, San Andreas is probably a better game. I just didn't like the theme as much. Ooh, the long question. 2 of the most popular games of all time, GTA 4 versus 5.
I think GTA 4 is a more impressive game in a lot of ways. And really interesting mood in comparison to a lot of the other GTAs. GTA 5 to me was more enjoyable to play, and I think it's fair to say that that it has had there's like more significance in GTA 5's release with the sheer number of people that have played that game and how it's still referenced and still being played. So I think GTA 4 is really interesting, and I wouldn't say it's an obvious victory, but I think I would go with GTA 5 here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think 5 is definitely because 4 I liked. I appreciate that. I think this is also one of the ones that like introduced multiplayer, and like I appreciate that aspect that they like visualized that and made it work. I'm sure there's a lot of like technical hurdles to get over. For GTA 5, like the campaign alone, like that was just like so imaginative and so great. Yeah, just like flying airplanes into airplanes and stuff. Like that was just goated.
All right, 2 votes for GTA 5. I will say GTA 4. It's one of 2 GTA games I actually finished from start to finish. It's the last game I finished in the series actually. And I didn't know why, but I wasn't really connecting with GTA 5, and it was just like a lot of little things. And I know it's kind of one of his last videos was kind of controversial, but I didn't realize why until I watched the Cat video that compared the two, and I'm like, oh,
all the little details and stuff.
Yeah, and it's so weird. Like GTA 5 is a perfectly great game, and it deserves its success. It's a very, very interactive world and all that kind of stuff. But there's so many little things you could do in 4 that you couldn't do in 5 anymore. and it's such a nitpick, but I just found myself enjoying 4 more. And I did like the kind of somber sort of immigrant comes into the city, is trying to get out of his past life of crime, but can't. He keeps on getting pulled back in again. I just like that aspect a bit more, and I like the boat physics, to be honest. So the boat car physics, I kind of like those better, but obviously sales and everything has proven that GTA 5 is more successful and more popular. So, all right, Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2.
So this one, I think I could probably go either way on. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 was a better game overall. I think Red Dead Redemption 1 was like one of the most perfect scripts that you can get on a game. But I think the gameplay got in the way because it was pretty bad. But I would probably lean towards Red Dead Redemption 2. I think it's just Arthur Morgan as a character is probably one of the best video game characters of all time. Easy.
Nice.
I played both these games relatively close to launch. Red Dead Redemption's that certainly has like more kind of like there's more arcadey style fun to like the horse riding and the like shootouts and everything. It's more kind of like that classic GTA structure. Red Dead Redemption 2 just takes it for me because a lot of people really don't enjoy the sort of slowness of all the animations and the blending between animations, like the movement and everything. But those simulation, I feel like they actually balanced the simulation aspects of the game really well with the sort of more video gamey parts of it. I felt like the game struck a really good balance, and yeah, I was very drawn in by the story, which I don't always feel like with like huge AAA games these days. It really hooked me.
Interesting. All right, so that's 2 for RDR2.
Yeah.
I would feel that the perfect game out of these two would to take the engine, the multiplayer, and the open world multiplayer version, and then combine it with the kind of PvP kind of grab bag multiplayer and campaign of the first game. I think the first game had like a great story, great campaign, but was hampered by how new this whole setting was and the technology of the time. So you were like port Red Dead Redemption 1 into Red Dead Redemption 2's engine, I think you'd have the GOAT. But
I thought they were going to do.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. But apparently you just can never make Red Dead Redemption 1 again, ever.
No.
So I'd vote for 1 just because I had a better kind of narrative experience in my book, and it didn't have a 4-hour intro. But
yeah, that prologue chapter does drag it down a little bit.
All right, Sleeping Dogs versus Saints Row 2. 2 good GTA adjacent games, even though upon playing Sleeping Dogs, it's actually quite different from GTA. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no doubt. So Saints Row 2 I haven't played much of, but I feel, just knowing my own tastes and sensibilities, I feel like I would pick Sleeping Dogs either way. I love Sleeping Dogs. I think it's a really great game that's elevated beyond so many like the open world trappings of like those types of games from that time period. It's just really great setting, really great characters. Combat is fun, like lots of unique elements make it interesting.
All right, Sole Purpose. What's your pick?
I have no opinion. I'm so sorry.
All
I don't know what either of these games are.
Guess I'm kind of coin flip again.
Oh no.
Well,
is it going to be down to a tiebreaker?
Probably not. Actually, I
think I like the setting of Sleeping Dogs more, but yeah.
Sleeping Dogs was supposed to be whatever it was, True Crime LA, LA / True Crime New York, the third one, and it was supposed to be True Crime Hong Kong, and it's easily better than the other two. Like I actually really liked the mechanics of Sleeping Dogs, like the basically Grand Theft Punch, if you want to call it that bluntly, but like the idea like you're not shooting at guys as much as you are just like doing kung fu and stuff while also being an undercover cop. Interesting new setting. Yeah, Sleeping Dogs is awesome. I really like Sleeping Dogs.
And Opeth is on the radio in game.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
So you did a Tails, so 2v1.
Oh, shit.
Saints Row 2 is really good too, but I think that Saints Row kind of lost its relevance once we have GTA at home before the next GTA game is out, kind of lost its favor. But although I really like I actually would almost rather play Saints Row 2 than most GTA games because of the co-op campaign is so fun. Like it has a really fun co-op campaign that you can play throughout pretty much the entire game, which is a lot of pretty great feature that most other GTA games do not have. So, and you can hit people with dildos. So, or was that 3 or 4? I think that was 3. Yeah. Assassin's Creed 2 versus Black Flag.
I don't have strong opinions on this because I haven't played 2, but I have played 4, and I didn't think it was very good. So I assume 2 has to be better. I've heard really good things about it. Based on like the influence alone, I think that is definitely like probably like a really important game. So I'll probably give it to that just for that.
All right. Madge, what's your take?
I tell you, I swept my dad's shop for months to save up money to buy Assassin's Creed 2 back in the day. And it was such an improvement over the first one that it was mind-blowing. But I went back to it this past year and found that the game really doesn't hold up to scrutiny these days compared to a lot of games that do the same things. The atmosphere in the game is surprisingly like great. The soundtrack is really good. Jesper Kidd does.
Jesper Kidd's soundtrack is amazing. I listen to that all the time.
Oh, it's great. Great writing music too. But yeah, it's like the cities are really beautiful, and Ezio is an incredibly charismatic character. But in terms of gameplay, Assassin's Creed 4 is a lot of people's favorites, and I think pretty good reason for that. I think I think that there's just more variety. There's a lot of tailing missions in 4, which brings it down, but I just found 4 to be just sort of a more complete experience with enough variety to like actually keep me interested throughout it.
Interesting. Yeah, no, good points. I actually really enjoyed both these games. Assassin's Creed 4 is a terrible Assassin's Creed game, but it's the best pirate game pretty much ever made. It's a really, really good pirate game, but it's just the Assassin's Creed label just kind of holds it back, I think, because it doesn't really fit in with the universe. Assassin's Creed 2, I love the setting, I love the characters and everything like that. I actually kind of prefer Assassin's Creed 1 because it's a little bit more low tech, a little bit more grounded stealth game. But 2 is probably my favorite of the series overall, just because of the music, the story, the ending, everything like that. So I probably have to lean to 2, just because it really was just iconic at the time.
Works for me. 2 is still excellent.
Yeah. Arkham City versus Spider-Man, the Marvel Spider-Man, the PS4 version. I should specify.
Okay. I've never played Marvel Spider-Man. I'll be honest with you. Arkham City is a very, very good game, though, as far as open world games go. I did enjoy it quite a bit. Bosses were fun, and the world was really well crafted. It felt like they really gave a shit about getting Batman right when they made that game, which I really appreciate. So yeah, my vote by default would be to Arkham City.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. I think I played enough with Spider-Man. I didn't play that much, and I actually never finished Arkham City either. But I do think that the atmosphere in Arkham City is just like so good. Like they really nailed the Batman thing. Where I feel like Spider-Man, I guess maybe that's not fair to compare it to that because it is like this, living city of New York City rather than Arkham City, which is its own like IP universe. So it just doesn't feel as fleshed out to me. It doesn't feel like as much of like a thematic impact on the story. So I would probably give it to Batman.
I'm actually, I noted your 2 votes down. I find the Arkham games fit the gameplay fits the character and the theme better, in that you're actually using the world as Batman would. Like aside from the swinging around, which is basically just traversal, you could easily replace that with a car or whatever. Aside from that, I don't really find Spider-Man the gameplay doesn't quite meet the theme as well, as tightly as Arkham does. And although City is not my favorite, I actually preferred Arkham Asylum because that's like a perfect Metroid game, basically. Metroidvania Batman game. I thought City was a little bit more muddled, but I still think that Arkham City was a very, very well-made game. And the moment-to-moment combat of sneaking around, dropping down, snacking guys, crawling through grates, punching people, and the Arkham style combat is so iconic that I think even Marvel Spider-Man borrows it, doesn't it? I believe they borrow the same sort of dodge block combat. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty iconic that they invented a whole new combat system, basically.
Yeah. So it unironically makes you feel like Batman is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Metal Gear Solid versus Solid 3. This would be the quickest one ever, I think, for most people.
Oh boy. It makes me sweat a little bit.
Will it? Is that the?
I don't know. I always hear that MGS3 is like the fan favorite. So
well, MGS3 is awesome. Snake Eater is like sort of like in a lot of ways it's like the quintessential MGS game, just because it's like the first game in the series where the stealth mechanics are actually like good. I've come to gain respect for the original MGS game over time. I enjoyed it much more on my most recent few playthroughs than I used to. It's like it's good arcadey fun, and obviously hugely influential. That whether you love it or hate it, that can't be overstated. But yeah, MGS3, it's a better game in all the ways that count, and I don't know. It's another influence versus polish, but personally, I think MGS3 is just so much better. Well, just expanding the experience in a lot of like good ways.
All right, sounds good. Have you played?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Metal Gear Solid 3 is just like is such an amazing game. I Metal Gear Solid 1 is it's like a really important game for me. It's such a great game, and I don't want to discount that. But I do think like Metal Gear Solid 3 did something really special, and they made it like this really emotional story. And yeah, speaking of like a time when I feel like the Bond stuff was like at its peak, they made the perfect Bond game. And yeah, I think it's just it deserves a lot for that. It's hard to make a story that that like emotional while it's also really heady and like full of really like interesting twists and everything. Yeah, I think one lacked that emotion. I think 3 deserves a lot of credit for that.
One story was it had a great setup, but it was like very muddled. Got into like genomes and this, that, and the other thing. I think that 3 was a bit more straightforward, character driven rather than technological ideas, philosophy driven. Whereas Metal Gear Solid 1 was a lot more that way. I felt.
Yeah.
I'm actually weird, and I actually really like MGS2 a lot. I love that setting a lot, but
2 is my favorite.
Yeah, same actually. But looks like between 1 and 3, I'll probably say 3, just because much more mechanically advanced, overall better game. All right, 5 versus Metal Gear Solid 5 versus Ghost of Tsushima. It's kind of a weird one, but I thought this would be an interesting conversation.
Yeah. My knee jerk is to say Ghost of Tsushima easy. I have looked at Metal Gear Solid 5. I've heard the discourse around it since it came out. Initially, like that was also one of my most like hyped games of my life. I think that's the last time I got hyped for a game because it let me down so hard. But I mean, yeah, and the story was just like it felt incomplete. I have heard arguments for why it's not. I'm respectful of those arguments. I'm interested to hear them, but I think Ghost of Tsushima, like it really was like this amazing swan song for the PS4, and it really did like some really really nice things, and it made the open world that genre like appeal to me for the first time in a long time. So I think the story was focused, the world felt great, and yeah, I think it was just a great experience, hands down. Like no caveats like with Metal Gear Solid 5.
Good points. 1 for Tsushima.
Yeah, I think Metal Gear Solid 5 is a super fun game with like tons of potential for just like user created nonsense to happen in the best possible way. But Ghost of Tsushima to me is just a much more complete game. It achieves everything it sets out to do, including having a very very satisfying finale. I found the setting more interesting, and the story, the sort of struggle of like honor versus victory, to be really 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 well done. Much better than what MGS5 was doing with its story anyway. So I think it edges out MGS5 for me as well. I'll pick Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of echo a lot of those thoughts. Metal Gear Solid 5 feels like a game that took like 10 years to make because there's just so much in it. Like, it feels like a desert commando simulator. You know, there's so much to do. There's so much to interact with. There's so many aspects in it. I just felt that after the crazy roller coaster of the intro, you're kind of just dropped in the desert and you're like, just do whatever. And I just felt an immediate just wave of exhaustion after a couple hours of just like wandering the desert and just aimlessly shooting at terrorists and stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. But Ghost of Tsushima, I kind of put off open world games for a long time after MGS5. But after Ghost of Tsushima, I'm like, I had the opposite effect. Like, wow, I actually want to explore this. I want to look at what other beautiful vistas there were. Like, what was just like a freaking place that's always surrounded by lightning storms. This is interesting. Wow, look at those trees. Look at that grass. And you could argue, yeah, it's got some years on it in terms of the graphical fidelity, but it was released in the same generation, so it just managed to do so much more with the same tech. And yeah, I found Ghost of Tsushima an absolute blast. Beautiful game.
It also really cleverly like it used elements that you wouldn't normally associate with like UI as ways to like the interface is just like so uncluttered in Tsushima. I feel like they were very clever about using the world to take the place of a lot of those kind of like gauges and bars and pointers and everything.
Yeah, traditional open world mechanics.
Yeah, just the simple aspect of removing a compass and replacing it with the wind is such a cool idea. It's like
so smart.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Right.
Sorry, I was grabbing a drink. My throat is dry.
That's all good. I'm getting some hissing coming through my audio interface, so I'm just gonna mute myself for a few seconds and unplug it and see if it helps to reset it. So
Okay.
give me a minute here, but you guys can feel free to discuss. I'll catch up when I'm back.
All right. Next one up is Spec Ops: The Line versus Last of Us. It's a weird pairing until you think about it. Very different games. Both first-person shooters. Very, very high emphasis on the story and the themes, what it's talking about, over the actual gameplay. So yeah, I thought it was an interesting pairing, at least.
Yeah, I agree. I think these actually contrast each other really well. I do think Spec Ops: The Line, I've referred to it in the past as Spec Ops: The Line. I think it had a really good idea that was executed really poorly. And yeah, I don't know if I want to spoil it, but it kind of hinges on like this one moment, and I think that moment was they dropped the bag, unfortunately. And The Last of Us, I think all around, it's I realize I'm just a normal Naughty Dog shill here, but I think The Last of Us is just like a great game from start to finish. I think the narrative starts out really strong and ends strong, and I think that's really important to me. It's one of those things that like really makes you appreciate linear games.
Yeah, no, I can kind of agree with that. I mean, Spec Ops has been kind of, ever since I first heard about it, it was like, yeah, game's kind of a bad shooter, but with a great story. Last of Us is also a pretty good game with a great story, so it kind of almost wins by default. But yeah, I don't want to get too many of the spoilers for people who haven't played it. But yeah, I think I know the scene you're talking about in Spec Ops, where, I mean, Last of Us has a similar scene where there's an event that happens that you can't necessarily decide how it goes, but I would argue that The Last of Us does it in a way that's more fitting to the character. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think
absolutely. And actually, speaking of Metal Gear Solid 5, since that's not going to come up again, I think Metal Gear Solid 5 did that moment better than Spec Ops: The Line too. So
interesting. Okay. I do love what they're going for with Spec Ops, but at the same time, not a great shooter with a really cool, I mean, it's basically sort of a retelling of Apocalypse Now, essentially, in a modern form. Really cool theme, really cool story. Might have some controversial issues or some points where it fails, but ultimately it is a pretty meh third-person shooter. But Last of Us actually is a pretty good third-person shooter with a couple interesting mechanics, like the scarcity kind of. I wouldn't really call it a survival horror game for the most part. I guess it is. Technically, it is. It's like an action survival horror, like kind of like your Resident Evil 5's ish, but
Avalanche Reviews wants to know your location.
Yeah, but I'd say Last of Us 4. Last of Us wins by good game plus good story. Spec Ops, not a great game plus good story. Kind of wins by default, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
Cool. All right, Last of Us sweep. IGN, we did it. Half-Life versus Half-Life 2. This is going to be really quick, but I think Half-Life is definitely underrated. I mean, it wasn't underrated at the time. Obviously, it's very highly praised, but a lot of people overlook Half-Life or Half-Life 2, I would say.
Yeah, I think I'm one of those people.
Half-Life 1, personally. I think Half-Life 1 is a better game. I think they're both very influential, and Half-Life 1 to me is... I'll play through Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 is great, but Half-Life 1 to me is just pure fun.
All right, Half-Life 1 team, here we go.
Okay.
There are dozens of us.
So wait, is that 2 votes for Half-Life 1?
I haven't given my vote, but I probably would go Half-Life 1, yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, let's do it, because I actually don't have strong opinions on this. I played a little bit of Half-Life 2. That's the only one I played. And I liked it enough. That's all I can say.
I would say Half-Life 2
is awesome. 2 is awesome. Let's give it a little bit of credit, since nobody's singing its praises. We can all agree Half-Life 2 is does some pretty amazing things. But
yeah, I would say that Half-Life 2's problem isn't that it's not a bad game. It's a great game. I think that the extreme amount of praise it gets really kind of like says like, is it really though? Like it kind of gives you automatically kind of like a, let's take it down a peg reaction. Whereas Half-Life doesn't get praised enough, I don't think, because it really did introduce us to the sort of a shooter that's more than a shooter sort of gameplay genre.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So did you go Half-Life 2 or we're all Half-Life 1?
It's put me down for Half-Life 1. I liked your pitch.
All right.
Never played it.
You're on the right side of history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I conform very easily.
I didn't expect so many hot takes tonight, but this is great. So this one is a little bit weird. I would say probably like 99% of people would rather play Portal 2, but I don't think a single puzzle game has been as influential as Myst.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to basically say that exact set of words. I've never played Myst, but even I know that it's like just huge. Like for puzzle games and for making people realize that FMVs aren't all the worst thing in the world.
They're not all cringe, yeah. The remake of fully 3D remake of Riven just came out. I'm actually interested in that. It looked pretty cool.
I've been playing it recently. It seems really good. As somebody who doesn't have any familiarity with the original, I think it's really, really great.
Yeah.
I haven't played Myst. I did see it when I was a kid, and it had like amazing atmosphere. So I will give it a lot of credit for that. But I think Portal 2 is certainly like a just a insanely good game. Yeah, I don't think anything's held a candle to it quite like that game. Like for the writing, for the story, like how the story was like integrated into the writing, it was just phenomenal.
No, it's a fantastic game, and the added benefit of having multiplayer mode as well really kind of made that a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Imagine, were you going Mr. Portal? I wasn't.
I've only played through Portal 2, but I still think I'd have to say Myst, just because I can't avoid how significant that game is and how beautiful it is. I think I'll just have to go with Myst. I'm vicariously voting on behalf of the people.
Yeah, something I read a while back. Myst was so successful as a PC game that I think it helped launch the CD-ROM. That's how crazy successful it was. Yeah, it helped bring CD-ROM into popular use because it was way too many, like the uncompressed pre-rendered graphics plus the animations was too big to fit on floppy, so that it needed to be on CD-ROM. And a lot of games were launching on both at the time. But yeah, that's how crazy popular it was. As far as games I would play today, like you just like say, hey, you want to play Mr. Portal? I'd probably say Portal, but I'd say Myst is like one of the absolute legends in like adventure games in terms of just puzzles that did not hold your hand. They were very, very difficult.
Yeah.
So I'll give Myst just because of the kind of legacy it's created, even though Portal 2 is a fantastic game as well. And I'm a big fan of physics-based puzzles. Oh boy, I think we talked about this one, Madge. This one's going to be one of the toughest.
I'm angriest at you over this one. This to me. Okay, well, let me just say it up front. I'm picking Deus Ex. However, it's not an extremely obvious choice. It just you happen to pick two of the greatest PC games ever made. It just so happens that Deus Ex is the greatest, while System Shock 2 is like one sort of echelon below Deus Ex. That's it.
Yeah, it's a great take. I'm probably pretty much there with you. What are your? Have you played both of these, Soul?
Of course not. No. But I think Deus Ex interests me more. I really think that that's a game that I'm gonna be able to pick up one of these days. I've had like I don't know, 14 false starts, and but one of these days I'm gonna pick it up and it's gonna stick, and I'm gonna love it.
Just get past Liberty Island, bro.
Yeah, right.
Oh God, yeah.
That's
I almost dropped the game actually because Liberty Island was kind of disappointing. So good advice actually, unironically.
That's the first I'm hearing it gets better after that. So that's great. Okay, or like objectively better. But yeah, so I think the world, like the idea of it, just from what I know about it, it interests the hell out of me. And I feel like I'm going to love it once I finally force myself to play it.
You'll love it. You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, System Shock 2, I bought it on release, and I was so terrified of the game that I actually returned it, and then I regretted it, so I went back and bought it again because it was that good. That atmosphere in that game is so incredible. In terms of just like it was a company founded by almost half the team members were in a band together, so they're all like audio engineers and musicians and voice artists and stuff like that. So all of the different hums and whirs and clicks and clacks and you know, machines kind of whispering in the corner of your ear or something like just like kind of stepping behind you or whispering behind you. It was such an amazing experience. I don't think very few games ever have matched the level of atmosphere System Shock 2 has. And they kind of took the original game and put more RPG elements into it. And that basically was the foundation for all of these other games like Prey 2017, BioShock 1 through 3, and now, you know, Ken Levine's next game is going to be basically the same thing from what I can see. So System Shock 2 is incredibly influential and came out before Deus Ex, which I think that Deus Ex might have been a different game had System Shock 2 not been a thing. Different teams, but you know, probably influenced it somewhat. That is to say that Deus Ex is also like my favorite game of all time, so I have to give it the point.
to your point about no other game being as atmospheric as System Shock 2, I'd say the only contenders are literally the other games made by Looking Glass Studios within that like 5-year period.
Yeah, Thief is like the only other one of the few contenders, and Thief was also made by pretty much the same team. So
exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, I hate to give it Deus Ex a clean sweep because this is actually a very, very close fight, but Deus Ex just had a lot more to it, and the level design. Deus Ex has that level design where there's just like so many different paths through each area that System Shock had to a lesser degree, but Deus Ex definitely takes the cake in terms of how many different ways you can play the game.
Yeah, it's nice.
This one's another interesting pair up. You wouldn't think that often, but very similar games mechanically, although philosophically very, very different. BioShock versus Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
Well, I will say that BioShock has never been my favorite series, but it's hard to argue that BioShock hasn't had a big effect on people. It's like obviously influential. To the point where there's almost like a subgenre of first-person shooters that are basically just BioShock set in various different kind of weird environments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. There's like one that's set in some Soviet alternate history. I can't remember what it's called. But anyway. But Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, it's one of my favorite games. And like the only thing holding me back from immediately choosing it is the fact that it basically released unfinished, and about the last third of the game is like barely hanging on to the rest of the game by a thread. There's so many miserable slogs in Vampire, but like the parts that are there are so good that they actually manage to tip the scales. Personally, I'm just kowtowing to personal bias and going with Vampire, even though I recognize that BioShock is a very influential game.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with you. I mean, like, with patches, Vampire hands down. As much as I like BioShock and I liked everything about it, what I liked about it was almost all existent in System Shock 2. Like even down to the twists and things like that. Like it was just System Shock 2 boiled down to be a lot more fun as a shooter and a lot more accessible. And I liked a lot about it. And I liked the setting itself was brilliant. And I like a lot of the characters and dialogue and everything like that. But in the end, as a game, I found myself a lot more impressed by what Vampire had to offer. That is with patches, because I got absolutely blocked from progressing on more than one occasion before I had to install community patches, because that game was broken as hell when it launched.
Soft blocks everywhere.
Yeah, so like BioShock, if we were playing 1.0, BioShock. If we were playing with patches, Vampire, in my opinion. But I'll do Vampire as well.
That's fair.
I think I'm going to go with BioShock because I haven't played Vampire, but I'm not going to influence the opinion. But I can say, just to give an affirmative case for BioShock, such a good game. Like,
it's really good.
One of those things. Yeah, it's like, I feel like it's like one of the few games that kind of like made it in the popular culture where you can like actually quote, "Would you kindly," and it has the same kind of effect as "Luke, I am your father." Like, it's a really important game. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't mean to take it down a peg. I mean, BioShock was one of the best and most kind of shooter plus games in the vein of Half-Life, Half-Life 2, things like that I've ever played. Like it's a really solid game for sure.
Yeah.
I probably had diminishing returns because a lot of its tricks and a lot of its things it did was already done by Ken Levine's previous game, System Shock 2, which I felt like, as good as it was, the second time around, it just doesn't have as much impact, I guess. So.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
Oh, all right. Deus Ex Human Revolution versus Prey 2017. Which I keep on regretting that they didn't call it Neuroshock. I guess that's what the original title was, Neuroshock, which would have been freaking cool. Because
did Bethesda like convince them to change it or something?
Yeah, I think so. I think the publisher, Bethesda Softworks, I think they said, hey, call it Prey because that's a brand name that people know. I'm like, you mean the game that was in development hell for like 12 years and nobody played? That one? And then the sequel got canceled. That one. Anyway.
This is a tough choice because Deus Ex Human Revolution was a really great reboot to the original Deus Ex. I don't think it's as good, but I think I remember being just jacked. The fact that they were actually rebooting it, was already crazy exciting to me back in the day. I did not see that coming. Praise 2017 is a fantastic immersive sim that has some like really obvious problems, but it's so much more ambitious than Human Revolution and does so many more like interesting things that make it so easy to replay. I consider Prey 2017 to be one of the best games of this past generation, so that's where my vote is going to go.
All right, fair point.
Yeah, I played Prey 2017 on stream, and I had a really bad experience with it just because like certain things didn't line up, and apparently I could have gotten soft locked, and I apparently did in front of a lot of people. So I wasn't thrilled about that. But just looking back on it, I love the environment. I love the fact that like it was as good as it was. It just like it did a lot of things right, and I feel like I never finished Deus Ex Human Revolution, but from what I did play, it just didn't really grab me too much, unfortunately. I think Prey has just the more interesting world from a story perspective where you're like on a ghost ship, and I just think that's great.
Yeah, totally fair. I think that Prey 2017 is probably mechanically superior than Deus Ex Human Revolution. There are a couple things that irritated me about DXHR's progression and like the energy bar system and having to eat chocolate bars to be able to punch people, kind of weird. But the engine itself, like the kind of mechanics and everything, I would have loved if it was transplanted into a different setting with different antagonists, because I feel that the stealth gameplay is completely contradicted by the enemies that are in the ship with you or in the space station with you. Like if you could somehow scientifically take System Shock or System Shock 2's campaign and port it into Prey, 10 out of 10. Love it. Because I love everything about Prey's like progression, its different skill paths, things like that. But I didn't love the way they interacted with the game's game's enemies and everything like that. The level design was really solid and everything like that. I loved how everything looked. I felt that disconnect. So I would say that Deus Ex as a Human Revolution as a game is a lot more just of the campaign, the theme, and the game engine just kind of coheses better. So long-winded way of saying that I like that one better. But yeah, Prey 2017. All right. Thief versus Dishonored.
Come on, man. It's got to be Thief. It's got to be Thief. Dishonored is actually awesome. I really enjoy replaying Dishonored. I think it's a great game. But to me, Thief. I mean, if you're going, the gameplay in Thief is so great to me. The stealth systems are so much fun, and the like changing objectives depending on difficulty selection, which is what we were talking about with like GoldenEye there. Like it's there's just so much to Thief, and when you also consider just how groundbreaking it was, just how significant it was for like immersive sims in general, then to me it's like it plainly takes the vote for me.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I never another PC game that I never really experienced when it was first brand new, but like I remember watching it being played by my friend, and I remember thinking like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing ever. But yeah, like I think Dishonored, I think it did a lot of stuff technically right, but it just didn't really stand out. I think Thief is just like, as far as like a contribution to gaming, like it's really important.
Yeah, I mean, Dishonored was a very well polished game, and I really like that it happened, and it kind of resparked that genre a bit. But I felt that the combat, the magic, and the stealth was all at odds with each other. Like it didn't feel like you needed to be as stealthy at all, because you could just shoot people in the face and summon like a horde of bats or whatever, rats or whatever, and take them out. And I just felt that there's a disconnect between the idea and the execution. Like in theory, that would be the three different ways you could play the game, but it never felt like you really needed to be stealthy in that game for whatever reason, because you just felt too powerful. Whereas Thief, you could take on a couple guards with a sword, but you really kind of had to stick to the shadows because you were vulnerable. You were mortal. Single mortal enemy going into a very dangerous area filled with guards. So, and elevating that would be just how groundbreaking, revolutionary it was. Like it took like 2 or 3 years, I think, for them to figure out how to do the AIs to be nearly as good as it was, and the atmosphere and everything. Like, yeah, Thief just such a revolutionary game. So is that a clean sweep for Thief, or did I miss a vote?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Thief it is. All right, almost for the first round, almost done. Let's pick it up. Let's see. Silent Hill 2 versus Resident Evil 4. Very different games, but comparable in terms of when they were released and the genre, I guess.
Yeah, I think I want to ding Resident Evil 4 for making Resident Evil 6 possible, but it's not its fault. Silent Hill 2 is such a good game. Yeah, this is like a really hard one. Just because I do think like both of them kind of like were I guess not like the death of their own franchise, just because Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3 was, I think, my favorite of the three. And Resident Evil 4 obviously went on to influence the other Resident Evil games. So like influence probably isn't as important here. But I do think like just Resident Evil 4, as far as like I've probably used the word perfect too many times today, but I think Resident Evil 4 is a near perfect game. It's like it's so good, it's so replayable, it's so much fun. I probably played that game more than any other game I've played, from start to finish. It's just so good.
Yeah.
I oh, sorry.
No, sorry, that was a vote for Resident Evil then?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's a damn Discord delay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's Discord's fault. Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. So, Resident Evil 4 is there are like brief moments where it kind of stumbles a little bit in terms of pacing, but it is the closest thing to a perfect action shooter that I have ever played. And my bias tells me that I like Silent Hill 2 personally more, because it's such a well-told story. But Resident Evil 4, for better or for worse, stuck a adrenaline shot in the Resident Evil franchise's ass and supercharged it and made it extremely relevant while also totally changing third-person shooters, like full stop. And weirdly enough, despite being one of the first of its kind, somehow it is still like the best, to the point where I can't tell you that the remake is better than the original. I think they
Wow.
both have pros and cons, but they stand up on their own.
Yeah.
So RE4 is my vote.
All right. Well, I mean, again, it's one of those things where, like, would you rather play Silent Hill 2 or Resident Evil 4? Resident Evil 4, of course. It's a lot more replayable. There's a lot more going on in terms of action, and it honestly, it's just a better action game because Silent Hill wasn't really ever about the action. But I will say that Silent Hill 2 is probably one of the most important and deep survival horror games ever made. And I don't think that Resident Evil 4 is saying anything or talking about anything. It's just like, you got zombies, you got a weird little guy who has big zombies. There's zombies in the swamp. There's zombies that...
That's something.
Yeah, like it's got stuff going on, but it's like there's never really been a thematically deep Resident Evil game that I've played, at least that I can remember but Silent Hill 2 is like, man, there's so much to dig into. There's so much to look into in terms of what the story is actually about. Like I still discover things that are like hidden messages in whispers that you can barely discern, that only play once in the game, 1 out of every 4 times. So like there's so much intrigue and depth to every part of Silent Hill that it makes it such an incredible experience once. Like I don't think you'd ever really get the same impact from Silent Hill 2. Like the remake is kind of doomed, I think, a little bit because people that have played it already know what the story's about. Where Resident Evil 4 remake was great. You know, the same game was just like a new slap of coat of paint, better controls, better mechanics, graphics, everything. So it's a tough one. Are you talking about the thematic depth and the story, the value there, or about the gameplay? So I think I'll give a pity vote for Silent Hill 2.
Well deserved pity vote. Yeah, it's a great game.
All right, Mass Effect 2.
I feel like I haven't given a hot take in a while, so Mass Effect 2 is the worst of the franchise. Mass Effect 1, easy.
All
right, there you go.
Well,
yeah, no, I mean, like the I don't think there's ever going to be a moment in gaming history for me that quite hits the same way as, you know, that meeting with Sovereign that first time. I think that was just like just an incredible moment. Yeah, I don't think Mass Effect 2 gets close to that.
Yeah, that's actually a good observation. Mass Effect 2 is like a much less profound game, but for me, I've always felt that Mass Effect 1 is kind of an average shooter and kind of an average RPG. Mass Effect 2 is kind of a slightly below average RPG, but it's a good shooter. Like it's the shooting mechanics in Mass Effect 2 are actually like decent. So
yeah,
I think that I would personally give it to Mass Effect 2. And I also think Mass Effect 2 is sort of like the focal point in the series where a lot of people started paying attention to Mass Effect. So it's like not for nothing. Kind of worth considering, like quote unquote impact, I guess. But yeah, Mass Effect 2 is a game I find more enjoyable to replay, despite the fact that it is a worse RPG.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. Like, I miss the non-combat skills in Mass Effect 1, and the Mass Effect 1 has by far the best campaign of all the Mass Effect games. Like, no comparison. Although I will say that Mass Effect 2, I would argue, has better character work. Like the side campaigns and the new characters and the sort of side plot quests and stuff like that with your companions. Actually, I would argue are better in 2 than they were in 1. But I just can't stand playing 1 vanilla. Like, I couldn't finish that game. It was too rough. Now, going to the remastered version, they actually made all the games. They brought some parity between the games and how they played. Playing Mass Effect 1's campaign in the remaster is actually quite fun. So, if you have a chance, I would definitely recommend that as your entry to the series. But as a game, I would definitely rather play Mass Effect 2. So, KOTOR versus Witcher 3.
God, I've never played Knights of the Old Republic. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna give it to Witcher 3, not because I loved the game so much, but because it was one of those games where it was like, oh, after 100 hours, it gets pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I finally understood what they were doing. I was gritting my teeth through the first like not in dozens of hours, unironically. But eventually, like, yeah, I just like appreciated the fact that like the stories that you were engaged in, they didn't these weren't normal like sub quests where you had or side quests where you're just like, oh yeah, I need my chickens collected. It's like oh yeah, you know, I've got a problem with this like really deep mythological thing that's going on, and it's like it's really interesting. Like, you know, you actually care about NPCs, which I really appreciate. I can't speak of Knights of the Old Republic, but I hear good things. I just I was holding out for that remake, and then they took it away from me.
Did they cancel it officially now?
I'm pretty sure they did. I might be wrong, but
Yeah,
I could have sworn that came out.
That's too bad. I heard that the writers were getting had a lot of creativity, I'll say, and that made me worry a lot about how it was going to be. So maybe it was for the best. So that was a Witcher 3 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, if it were Knights of the Republic 2, I feel like I'd have a more obvious answer because I like that game a lot more. But Knights of the Old Republic, I know, is like sort of a favorite of a lot of people. I assume it introduced a hell of a lot of Xbox owners to like CRPGs, or at least Western RPGs. So that's worth mentioning. But I just find it's not really that enjoyable a game to like replay for me. It never really, a lot of the way that the D&D mechanics are like kind of woven into the game doesn't really work for me that much. And BioWare, I think a lot of their quests, a lot of the characters they write, a lot of it feels very like cartoonish and like low stakes. So like the good versus evil dichotomy in Old Republic felt a lot worse to me than like many games did, even at around the same time. Whereas Witcher 3 is a game that I think Witcher 3 is great. I really like Witcher 3's quests. I'll even be kind of an apologist for its combat. A lot of people hate it. I think it's like better than 99% of open world RPGs. Witcher 3, I've replayed it several times. I enjoy it more, so I'm going to go with Witcher 3.
Fair enough. I'd say KOTOR is probably a big reason why Mass Effect existed, so got to be kind of respected for that night. And I think this was pulled from the original list. I don't think it had KOTOR 2 on there, which I know is a bit of a controversial sequel, but I know there's a lot more ardent fans about KOTOR 2 because of the sort of moral exploration of the dark side and things like that. That's a lot better. But Witcher 3 made Witcher series playable. I mean, I played all three of them, but frankly, it made it a lot more fun. And I would say Witcher 3 has some of the best written side quests of any RPG I've played. Like, it has some really good side quests in that game. Main quest, not perfect, but side quests, man, those were some really, like, when you actually feel bad for the NPCs, like on a personal level, you know, it's pretty well written. So
yeah, right.
Doom versus Quake.
Doom.
Jeez. Wow.
Doom.
Okay.
All right. Same answers. There you go.
Doom for me. We're talking about influence. I mean, got to be Doom. We're talking about sheer fun. Doom still holds up, man. Doom still holds up. Still, the fact that they nailed it so well with Doom is like endlessly impressive to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, Doom.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think I'll go with Doom too, just for that reason, because I can still play Doom today. I think I played more Quake in my life than Doom, but I appreciate Doom more.
You guys make me feel so much better. I was going to do Doom, and I'm like, oh man, I'm the minority vote here, but I love Quake, and I think that the Quake remaster recently made it a lot better. But I never really connected with it as much as I did Doom. So, and just as another little like note, they're doing a kind of medieval Gothic version of Doom now, or Gothic first-person shooter, and they're calling it Doom rather than Quake, just because.
Like Quake.
Yeah, basically like Quake, but they call it Doom: The Dark Ages or whatever. So I guess just brand value, but also just Doom.
More name recognition.
Yeah, honest. Here's a good one though. I think it came out the same year, didn't it?
These are all really tough.
Yeah, trying to get them through quick because I know you have a hard stop in about 20 minutes, right, Soul?
I do, but I think I got a message that said we might be canceling. I don't know. I got to check in a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, actually, do you mind if I make some calls real quick?
Sure.
And I'll just answer you real quick here
Yeah, you want to answer real
while
quick
you
now?
discuss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with Titanfall 2, just because of that one campaign mission that everyone talks about because it was that good.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Madge, what's your pick?
Well, I have to admit, I actually haven't played Titanfall 2, but I've heard that it's really good and like really underrated. I always see it on sale for like $2.70, but for some reason I never pick it up. I really should, but I guess by default I'll have to give it to Doom 2016. And for what it's worth, Doom 2016 basically saved Doom from like, well, maybe obscurity is the wrong word, but it basically saved it from like irrelevancy. So I think that there's something to say for that type of influence. It turned Doom into something that people give a shit about again.
Yeah, I mean, beyond that, I think it actually kind of saved id Software too, because at that point they had already canceled Doom 4. The first prototype of Doom 4 was canceled. Rage was kind of a meh. It didn't really blow everybody's heads away. So Doom 2016 basically showed like, oh wow, we can have a traditional first-person shooter that plays like the classics, but also isn't as janky and looks like $1 million. So yeah, Doom 2016 came out of nowhere. I remember nobody thought it was going to be that great, but it ended up like just kind of being a surprise hit, and people were like, wow, this is a really fun game. Yeah, I mean, Doom 2016 is a modern classic. I love it to death. I will say though that Titanfall 2 did a little bit more in terms of experimentation, like the level design and the way it kind of you interacted with the Titans and just other stuff. I don't want to spoil it in case you ever play it. For $3, it's an absolute bargain. You should play it even for the campaign, even if you don't want to play the multiplayer. It's got a really good campaign. It did some story stuff and some level design stuff that I'd never seen before, and so Doom 2016 was fantastic, and I'd pick it up again and play it today. It's a very well crafted game and super fun. But I'd say I'll have to break the tie and give it to Titanfall 2 because it was just that good. And added to the fact that Doom 2016's multiplayer was kind of weak, wasn't great. Titanfall 2's multiplayer is awesome if you ever get to play it. So.
Yeah, I took for granted that Titanfall 2 was like a multiplayer focused game, but I guess the campaign is pretty great.
Yeah, no, the original was multiplayer only, but the campaign in Titanfall 2 is actually really solid. I recommend it.
Oh, this is an interesting matchup too.
Yeah, kind of like the console, the go-to console multiplayer game versus the go-to PC multiplayer game.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I included this one even though I took out MMOs and multiplayer games because you can play UT completely offline with bots and it's still super fun. So
sure. Yeah, I think it's probably reasonable to say the UT that released back in the day is the same UT that you can play today as well. Makes it easier to like evaluate.
Now, this might be, you know what I'm thinking about? This might actually be better if I picked 2K4. That's my personal favorite Unreal Tournament. This one,
2K4, I think, that would be considered like the best of the Unreal Tournaments, yeah?
Yeah, probably. So let me fix that real quick because I have the power. How'd that
I'm back,
go?
by the way.
Are you yet to leave, or are you good for a while?
No, I think I'm actually good. I can push it back till 7. Is that enough time for this?
Yeah, I'm fine with 7. Are you going to be available, Madge? I didn't know what your availability was.
Yeah, I'll stick around till it's done. It shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I need to make sure that God of War doesn't make its way back on the list.
So yeah, we made the executive decision to. I don't know why I didn't do this before, but yeah, Unreal Tournament 2004 is kind of considered the GOAT of the series, my personal favorite as well. Versus Time Splitters 2, which is also a great console game with a pretty good campaign too.
Mm-hmm. Soul, you got an opinion?
I don't know if I don't know which Unreal Tournament I played. I don't know if it qualifies as 2K4, but I know I played an Unreal Tournament, and I played Time Splitters too. I think Unreal Tournament, just like those mechanics are just like so timeless. So I don't know if I felt comfortable entering this initially. I don't remember if I played this one, but I think Unreal Tournament is just like a classic game. That's really important.
Yeah, I mean, can't argue there. Mash, what's your pick?
Man, it pains me because I love Time Splitters 2. It's my favorite. I like it even more than Time Splitters 3, which a lot of people say is their favorite. But Unreal Tournament 2004 is just the essential game of its type. There is I feel like you can't get any better these like arena style shooters than 2K4. It's super fun. It's super fast. It's extremely well balanced and well made. And probably honestly more influential than Time Splitters as well.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Time Splitters 2 had a fantastic co-op campaign. I remember that being kind of like the highlight of the game. It felt like a modernized version of GoldenEye. And yep. I liked it even better than Perfect Dark was. So, yeah, a lot of the same employees, right? But at the same time, I would say that there's few games that were as solid of just a package of fun than UT 2004. Like, you could just get that disc and 5 computers, install the same disc into all the computers, a full install, and have a LAN match, and you'd have 10 different modes, like 50 different maps, customization. Let's do Instagib. Let's do low gravity. Let's do, this, let's do 2x speed, Not to mention the modding scene, completely excluding the modding scene. It was just a fantastic package of just utter sheer fun. And the way it kind of built on the previous Unreal Tournament games by having vehicles and, connecting nodes and Onslaught and Assault. Some of those Assault matches were basically Star Wars. You'd like start out in basically X-Wings taking out turrets on a big Star Destroyer. Then you go on foot. Like, man, if only we could have gotten an Unreal Tournament 3, right?
So I seem to remember a certain Unreal Tournament. What did they call it? Unreal Tournament 3, or was it Unreal Tournament 2007? Okay,
it was. UT3. It was fine, but you could just feel the Gears of War influence just dripping off of it. Everybody was like chain smoking, hardcore.
Unreal Engine at the time was just grimy look to it. I remember I bought the Xbox 360 version, and I don't think it played very well.
It was a bit rough. It had a split screen, which was fun, but it definitely felt the console versions of Unreal were always kind of dumbed down. Like if you ever played Unreal Championship, it was kind of Unreal Tournament at home. It was fine, but it just didn't quite live up to 2K4. 2K4 was GOAT. Okay. Now sources have informed me that these are the 2 most popular Halo games. I could be wrong, but
I think for me, I'm going to go with Halo 2. I think that's brave. I know. But like the fact that it's just all around just a well-rounded game. I know that the campaign sucked, or at least that's the consensus. And I probably agree. I just don't care enough about Halo to have an opinion on that. But I think just from the multiplayer aspect, it's just insane. Just a great game. And it was really important for just getting shooters modernized in that way. I'm gonna go with Halo 2.
And you said that Halo 2 had a bad campaign? Is that what you said?
I thought so. Didn't it have a horrible ending?
I think
there's a cliffhanger.
People take issue with certain parts of Halo 2's campaign more in retrospect than at the time, I think.
Interesting. Okay. So 1 point for Halo 2. What about you, Match?
Halo 3 all the way. That's got to be. I think multiplayer is the best it's ever been, and the campaign in Halo 3 is the definition of short but sweet, especially if you play the co-op mode. It is just an unfettered blast, and it's over in one evening, but by God, is it fun while it lasts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. I thought Halo 3 was an absolute blast from start to finish. I played the multiplayer for months. That was I think that was the first console game I got into online gaming with. It was just that good. But I would say that Halo 3 had as far as the campaign story goes, it was a little bit remember berries. It's I remember the flood, remember, the Covenant, remember this, oh yeah, we're all good. We saved the day. Yay. And it was satisfying, but there was it was kind of empty calories. Whereas Halo 2 had a really throwing you in the shoes of, the Arbiter and the Covenant was a really interesting choice. And it tried to kind of break a lot more ambitious. Like, tried to break the mold a lot more. And I think that I think that I want to say Halo 2 kind of made the flood creepier. It was a bit more horror aspect, I think, if I remember correctly. I might be misremembering, but overall, though, if you held a gun to my head and said you got to play a Halo game, I'd say 3. So I'll probably lean toward 3. But Halo 2 is definitely very, very noteworthy in terms of, it was very controversial at the time, but I think it's aged very well. I think a lot of people's eyes.
And it also has a remaster that looks so good that when I found out it came out like a full decade ago, I almost couldn't believe it.
Yeah. The cutscenes were all done by, I think, Blur Studios, and they look better than any of the other Halo games. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Kind of amazing.
Much better remaster than Halo 1 got.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, Halo 3. All right. 2 modern classics that Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare versus Gears of War 2. I wasn't sure which Gears of War to pick because they're all good for different reasons, but I just picked 2 because it was kind of like overall pretty fan favorite.
Well, I don't have much experience with the world of Gears, but I do have some experience with Call of Duty, and I will tell you from being in high school at the time when these games came out, Call of Duty is a I know the word phenomenon has been used a lot today, but I think this might encapsulate that most of all. You couldn't find a single person, a single guy in any of the high school grades that was not, if they didn't own Call of Duty, they were saving up money to buy it. And if they didn't have the console, they were saving up money to buy the console so they could buy it and then get Call of Duty for it. It was huge. And yeah, for better or for worse, kind of like broke the World War II mold of first person shooters at the time. Made some developers a little more adventurous with their settings. So yeah, gotta be Modern Warfare, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. It had a huge impact.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think I don't have also a real insight into Gears of War 2, so I think that might be underrepresented here. I'm sure it's a very good game. But yeah, Call of Duty 4 was just like its own thing. It appealed to every single person. I remember just like I bought an Xbox to play with my friends because of it. Like it was and it was a lot of fun, and I had it was a great game, and obviously it changed the world probably for the worse, but for that time we didn't know, so it was fine. It was great.
No, fair enough. I mean, yeah, I got so overexposed to it that I avoided it for a while because I heard nothing but, oh my God, Modern Warfare. But it's a truly good game. And it was actually probably the first multiplayer console shooter to break the 60 FPS, like to set the 60 FPS standard. And people didn't really realize it at the time, but that's why it's a big reason why it was so popular, because it had that reaction speed that you couldn't get with any other game. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah, that was. They actually, I think they had to render it like 540p or something like that. The resolution was like so low. They had.
Yeah, we didn't notice back then.
Yeah, I didn't notice at the time, but yeah, it was pretty rough if you look at raw Xbox 360 console footage. But
just don't play Modern Warfare Reflex on Nintendo Wii. Trust me, it's not looking much better over there.
Yeah, they gotta love those Wii ports. But I'm gonna throw in my hat for Gears of War 2 because I think I played Gears of War 2 before I played 1. And 1 was a solid game, but 2 is like just, I never felt a game that captured the sense of like a bunch of soldiers running up against a cover shooting. Like the core mechanics of like the cover and shooting just felt like it had so much weight and impact. Like just running around felt like you were, just sprinting through the trenches, and every time you'd go to cover, you wouldn't just like, oh, I'm behind cover now. You'd go like slam against the cover. And then every single time you shot a shotgun, you'd go like, and your whole screen and all the walls would get covered with gore. And every single time you get a headshot, you hear this like loud crunch sound. Like just everything had so much impact. And it actually had, I'll actually say that Gears of War had a better story and setting than most people give it credit for. Like most people think it's just Marcus saying like, hey, let's kill the grobs, and that is part of the game. But it actually has a really interesting, understated atmosphere and story to it that is only hinted at occasionally. You kind of like start the story in media res, so to speak, so you don't really get a whole lot of it. It kind of unfolds slowly, but I remember Gears of War 2 having sort of a Metal Gear Solid 2 type ending too, where it had a big cliffhanger. Didn't really pay off in the third one that I remember, but I was very intrigued by where it was leading. Didn't quite pay off, but yeah, I'll give a point to Gears of War 2 because I had a lot of fun with that game. And for to its credit, Gears of War was incredibly influential. You'd argue that without Gears of War, you wouldn't have gotten Uncharted and the Tomb Raider reboot either. Like that was the whole cover shooter genre was huge for a while.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, right.
Not as influential as Modern Warfare, but pretty big still. All right. So I felt pity that Burnout 3 was the only like traditional, quote unquote, traditional racing game on this list. So I paired it against what I'm told is the best Gran Turismo game.
Yeah, I was going to say, so you decided to pit it against the greatest racing sim ever made?
And this is not fair at all.
Yeah,
I know. Like one of them's an arcade racer, one of them's a sim racer, sort of. But yeah, at least it's not Apex versus Metroid. I'll say that.
True. Yeah, no, I think it's a fair matchup actually, but it's an easy Gran Turismo 4 for me.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
I haven't played 4, unfortunately. I played 3 and 5. I think the racing sim is the only thing that actually appeals to me in racing games. So I'm assuming I would love Gran Turismo 4. Burnout 3 was it was such a good game. But yeah, that arcade aspect to it, where it's just you pick it up and put it down. It's like a great game to play with friends, but it's like very conditional. Like a Gran Turismo game I can pick up and I don't want to stop playing it until I finish,
Oh, interesting. I did not expect this much Gran Turismo love, but I'm all for it. I actually added Gran Turismo to this list because it was not on this list, even though it's considered one of the greatest racers ever made. Yeah, I guess they forgot. But I played a couple Gran Turismo games. I remember Gran Turismos were always the best looking games on the PlayStation. They somehow got the sleek reflection on the cars. Like, man, wow, why can't all games on the PlayStation look this good? But and I played a bit of, Need for Speed and stuff like that, but I probably had more fun overall with Burnout, but just because of just the sheer destruction, ramming into the cars, causing a dramatic 50-car pileup and exploding everybody, like that was just so much fun. Definitely more arcadey reaction, just kind of silliness, whereas Gran Turismo had the long-term career where you can upgrade your car and change the spokes and the transmission and everything like that and make it
basically
perfect.
an RPG with cars as the main
character.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, car RPG. There we go. But I had a lot more fun with Burnout, even though I can respect what Gran Turismo did in terms of bringing like a simulation style gameplay to consoles. Was pretty great. All right, GT4 wins that one. And I had no idea what to pair against Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, so I just picked Jet Set Radio. Similar enough, I guess.
Yeah, that's a pretty good matchup, I think.
I mean, I can't tell you how many hours I spent on Tony Hawk Pro Skater, even though I've never picked up a skateboard in my life. That game was so fun.
Yeah. Honestly, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was like sort of to me the apex of that style of game. I haven't really played much Jet Set Radio, so I almost feel bad for throwing my vote in here. But Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, I spent many an hour on when I was younger, and the N64 version no less. So I only got to hear like the opening riff of Guerrilla Radio before they started looping it because there wasn't enough memory on the cartridge to have the whole song on there. But yeah, I love Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, so I'll go ahead and vote for that one, even though Jet Set Radio is a very aesthetically pleasing game. I really like the way it looks. I just couldn't tell you much about how it played.
Yeah, great aesthetic, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I actually never played Jet Set Radio, unfortunately, so I can't really speak to this one other than to say Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I think the bad thing about it is it encouraged people like me who are completely uncoordinated to try to skateboard, and it was a disaster. So I'm going to give it a Jet Set Radio, ironically, unless you actually choose Jet Set Radio, in which case I'll choose TP8, THPS2.
Yeah. Give a pity vote to Jet Set Radio. No, I mean, Jet Set Radio had a really cool aesthetic and everything, and I got the idea it was a lot more open world. I didn't play much of it myself, but I got the more idea that it's like you're kind of roaming a world rather than just kind of limited to a skate park. But yeah, getting me into like a sport that I've never ever been into, just through a virtual world and all the different tricks and like, yeah, let's see how many flips and then grinds we can chain together. Like, just a really good core gameplay loop, even though it was completely disconnected from skidding in reality. It wasn't like a good simulation at all, but it was just a really fun action game.
Yeah, totally. And it like just complementing its like punk aesthetic. It was just it was a really great like mix of everything, like the atmosphere, the levels that they chose to actually like have you engage in. All around, it's a great game.
You could also kind of credit that to popularizing this sort of score chain sort of thing we've seen in like anything from SSX to Bulletstorm to any of those, where you're just like constantly doing new tricks and getting more points and racking up scores and multipliers. Like, that wasn't really as much of a thing that I remember until Tony Hawk. So.
Yeah, that's definitely popularized that. I don't remember such a thing being in games really before Pro Skater.
Yeah, it was great game.
Using a manual to infinitely extend your timer.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, the age-old question: which is better, Rock Band or Guitar Hero?
I have a strong investment in this outcome because for one brief moment, I felt like a rock star in front of the entire school when I played Guitar Hero for our talent show. I played Beat It and I practiced it until I was able to play it without looking at the screen and with the guitar behind my head.
That's awesome.
So in that moment, I was like, "Oh, so this is what it's like to be like a musician. This is great." And then I went back to my like normal mundane life again after that. But I played the shit out of the Guitar Hero games back in the day. Admittedly, never played the first one. So if it's a matchup of Guitar Hero 1, it's harder for me to be objective about that. But Guitar Hero as a series, I don't think it's unreasonable necessarily to kind of look at it as like a unit, like sort of the Rock Band versus Guitar Hero, because the sequels are essentially DLC with like maybe slightly better graphics. But I love Guitar Hero. Rock Band has more instruments, but I never felt like the controls, like the timing on the notes, never felt as tight to me as Guitar Hero. And so even though Rock Band has like the option of having more instruments, I just spent more time with Guitar Hero, and I think that Guitar Hero wins in influence too, since Rock Band is basically literally wouldn't exist without it.
Yeah, I mean, good point for sure. Do you have a take, Soul?
I'm going to piggyback off of that just because I don't really have a dog in this fight. I think both of these games kind of like passed me by. I didn't really care about either, but I do appreciate them. But to your point, Madge, I think the Guitar Hero was just like it took the world by storm. I think Rock Band did a lot of cool stuff that it added to it. Like, I do think that adding, like, I knew a lot of people who had like the drum kit and they're like, oh man, this is like the coolest game ever. But yeah, I do think like there's a lot of credit to give to Guitar Hero just for like inventing that, for the flash in the pan that it existed. It was pretty neat.
Fair enough. I mean, Guitar Hero was the original for sure. I will now discount both your opinions by saying Rock Band is objectively better. Came out later for sure. Rock Band, I put an obscene amount of money into getting a full Rock Band set because Rock Band introduced the so Guitar Hero had the bass guitar and they had the bass and the guitar. Rock Band had the bass guitar, drums, and vocals, and it would actually listen to you could basically just hum, but it would listen to your tone and see if you matched it. It wasn't perfect, right?
Yeah.
And oh my God, if you were able to nail a song with drums, you were a god among men. Drums were so hard. But I got the whole set, and I got like I think I used Guitar Hero guitar, then like a decent like Gibson bass for Rock Band, then a drum set and everything like that. And when I get family together, there's few experiences more fun than just getting everybody together, cranking up the volume on the speakers, and just playing a full song in Rock Band. And I would usually get relegated to drums or whatever. Sometimes I'd actually duo drums and vocals, which wasn't as hard as you'd think, but it still took some concentration. And secondly, Rock Band was GOAT because you could buy Rock Band 1, 2, and 3 and import them all into the same game. So you'd have the set list for 3 games. Yeah. So I had done that, and you could get the licenses, all that, and imported. So you'd have all 3 games into one game. so you could have that huge set list. And then they freaking messed that up when they jumped to the next console version. You couldn't do that anymore. So that's when I lost interest. But I've only expert aced one song. It was playing bass for Beastie Boys, and I don't remember the name of the song, but it was one
Sabotage?
song. It wasn't Sabotage. I think that was too complicated. There's one song where it's like the bass is like dum 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 dum
This is
dum
the most basic
on
song.
expert. It still took a lot of concentration.
Yeah,
Go
I was really
sleep
hoping that you would just like come in
Brooklyn,
there and be like, "Oh yeah, it's Shanta" or something.
I forget which one it was, but it's a hilarious bass line because it's the same note twice, like bum bum. But that was funny. But no, Rock Band was great. I'd give my point to Rock Band.
Me and my brother got Beatles Rock Band for Christmas one year, and we definitely had a blast with that. It was
Nice.
a good time.
It was expensive to get all the peripherals though, and then
Oh,
when you
stupid plastic instruments.
and then when you go to the next generation, none of them worked, and it's like, oh man, lost so much interest. That used to be one of the most popular game genres for a short time there. It was crazy. All right, the age-old question: Uncharted 2 versus 4.
Ew.
Any takers?
I don't like this one. I don't like this one. I don't think I'm an Uncharted person. I'm gonna go with 4 because I didn't get as sidetracked, just like not knowing where to go in Uncharted 2. What I'm trying to say is I like yellow paint. So yeah.
Yellow paint is very helpful. I don't.
Yellow paint's helpful.
I can't even get to my front door without yellow paint everywhere. So
I'm realizing how much of a normie I actually am by the end of this. This is
well, your God of War takes unnorming yourself quite a bit. So
okay. Yeah, I balanced myself out.
I don't really have a strong opinion here because I haven't played Uncharted 4, but I have played Uncharted 2, and I really enjoyed it. I haven't really come back to it, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I would go with Uncharted 2. Thought it was a really well designed game. I'm sure Uncharted 4 is great, but fortunately, couldn't tell you if it was true.
yeah, I mean, I played some of Uncharted 1. I played all the way through Uncharted 2 and 3. Was really looking forward to Uncharted 4, but I didn't finish it. So by that metric, I was just not really. I don't know. Like, it's such an amazing technical achievement, but I kind of felt there was just too much Last of Us influence. It just didn't feel like I was on a fun adventure anymore. I just felt like I was kind of like, oh, I need to really think about the drama with my brother and, problems and things like that. Whereas 2,
yeah,
like,
the pacing was horrible.
Yeah, it was rough. Every new area was like incredible looking. And like the mud looked like real mud. I'm like, wow, I never thought about mud in a video game, but it looks like real mud. It was amazing. But
Yeah.
I was just so focused on like, I really just didn't kind of just let myself go and just enjoy the game like I did with 2. So I had to kind of give 2 a point for that. And 2 was just a kind of a phenomenal achievement at the time. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many people were raving about that game when it came out. It kind of, honestly, kind of saved the PlayStation 3 when you think about it. It was one of the first really big successes that with the PS3 was struggling behind Xbox 360. And then you got Uncharted 2, and like that game made me buy a PS3 because I heard so much good about it. So
Defeated the PS3 has no games meme.
yeah, that got recycled for the PS4 and the PS5.
And not for nothing.
Yeah.
All right, that was 2v1, right? Was it 2
Yep.
versus 1?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, now this one's more of a me one, but I figured because of their sheer impact in terms of platformers and cinematic games, I figured this would be an interesting pair up: the Prince of Persia versus Another World.
That is interesting. Yeah, I so personally, I do not like these kinds of is cinematic platformers sort of the genre name? Is that what you call them?
That's what I would kind of call it. Yeah, I'd say a flashback kind of comes in the same genre as well. Yeah.
Yeah, this sort of these like games where the animations are all very like extensive and realistically like mapped out and everything like that. Not really something that I've ever found much enjoyment in. So even I know both these games were quite significant, but I think Prince of Persia probably takes it for me simply by virtue of the fact that it has influenced so many other games, and I mean gone on to be a series that exists outside of this first game as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that too, because I played both. Prince of Persia was something that I played when I was a kid, because yeah, it's that old, and yeah, I remember like having certain games that just like kind of clicked with me. That one was one, but I didn't understand it. It's a very complicated game for like, a 5-year-old to wrap their mind around. But yeah, like it's definitely like something that holds up, I think, even today. I think Jordan Mechner is a really talented game dev. I think Another World was something that was like, I really liked the plot and everything, the setting, but yeah, I think Prince of Persia just like it it conquered a lot of challenges that were unique to it because it was so early on, and I give it a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, fair enough. Good points. Definitely one of the early kind of game changers, and so to speak, where you can kind of go more than just the Mario hopping from platform to platform. Kind of create more of that. Yeah, Prince of Persia is definitely hugely influential, especially even to games like Another World. But I actually almost think that games like Another World and Flashback are incredibly influential to what we now know as just game design proper. Like, I don't remember many games before Another World and Flashback before they had kind of like in-game like short cutscenes that would cut away from the action and kind of do like a cool animation, or Flashback would have even full-on animated cutscenes that would play in between gameplay. And so I find that could be very influential in terms of just like how cinematic games have gotten, period. So I'll give a pity vote to Another World, even though Prince of Persia wins this round. This is a weird one. I kind of a miscellaneous category, but at least there's still RPGs. Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Max Payne
versus... also weird.
What the hell?
Yeah, I don't understand this one.
Okay, clearly it was sorting by genre. Jesus Christ. I pulled an IGN. I pulled an IGN.
Yeah, this is what we saw in the beginning there.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Shit. I think I was trying to do Persona versus Xenoblade. How can we repair this?
How can we repair this?
Maybe Max Payne has to go. Is there another big RPG that we forgot? Maybe I can replace Max Payne and make it better.
I don't know. I mean, there's probably tons. The greatest of all time, though? Man, I don't know.
Somebody in chat, I think, mentioned something. I just don't remember what now.
Let's see here. I'm just going through things. Pokemon.
All right. I killed Pokemon. Right. What's the best Pokemon? I've heard Pokemon Yellow or Soul Silver.
I think the gold and silver crystal / like Soul Silver, Heart Gold, the remakes. I think most people consider those to be the best. But
that's what I keep hearing.
But like, what do we pair it against? Freaking Persona or Undertale? I guess Pokemon Undertale would probably be a better matchup. I guess.
Maybe.
Not really.
Persona's kind of like cooler, grown up Pokemon in a way.
I guess so. All right, let's just do it. Soul Silver, Heart Gold.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Be good.
Sorry, Max Payne. Yeah, that one was clearly just
He kicked me out of the bracket.
Some say that we're all just Pokemon stuck in their balls.
Classic Max line.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Crisis averted.
I would say Persona here.
That's an easy pick, yeah.
Persona's a better game. It's more to Persona. I think these are good Pokemon games for sure, but Persona 5 is a very, very dense game. Lots of content, very enjoyable, great art style. Probably the best UI design in the biz.
Oh, yeah.
Most people wouldn't have a problem with me saying that.
Not the most functional, but absolutely the most impressive.
Stylish.
Yeah, stylish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, yeah, Persona 5, I would say.
Okay.
So, I never played Heart Gold. I did hear the same thing, that's the best, but yeah, and I've heard the twist that makes it that way, so I agree that's probably really cool. I did play obviously Blue, Red, Yellow, but and and I also played Persona 5. So I'm gonna assume that I can use my blue, red, yellow opinion here. This is gonna be my hot take for this. I don't like playing as a Japanese teenager who's going through the day to day of being a Japanese teenager. I find that pretty boring.
Gasp.
It's super stylish. It's super stylish. I love the music. I love the
reductive.
yeah.
Pokemon's basically that too, except you're a kid instead of a teenager.
Yeah, well, you do stuff with that. You don't join the swim team or whatever. So yeah, like oh yeah, for the record, that's what I'm talking about, is like the day-to-day of like being a student and stuff like that.
Like dungeon persona.
Not the dungeon and the actual like confronting the complex themes and stuff. I think that stuff's really good, but I think there's way too much time spent being exactly what I don't want it to be, which is Japanese teenager sim. And yeah, I think I'll give it to Pokemon just because I feel the wind is blowing towards Persona.
All right. I mean, you can't discount the Pokemon franchise being incredibly influential and long enduring for so long too. I think a lot of what makes Pokemon so good is that the community aspect of it, like how they release each game in pairs. So you automatically make a trading viable, basically. Like some people have silver, some people have gold, some people have red, some people have blue, some people have yellow. So the community aspect and the battling and the trading really kind of enhances Pokemon, which is, let's be honest, a fairly basic RPG. Like it's a fairly basic JRPG. You basically have a bunch of mini characters that have 4 moves each or whatever, and it can be fun for sure. But it's not as groundbreaking as like the Final Fantasy series, I would say. It's just a very interesting community-based game that got a lot of kids, I'm sure, into RPGs, which is really cool. But yeah, from that perspective, I would say that the sheer amount of work that goes into the average Persona game is just kind of flabbergasting. Just all the art and each character has its own custom, like three versions of its UI, like custom art animations. You see like pills dripping down from the person who sells drugs. You see like splashes and rotating this and that. It's just like, man, you can't help but be impressed by each Persona game. At least after, I don't know when they started that as much, but I know they recently remade 2, but starting from like 3 onward, and the 2 remake does it as well. Just an incredible production overall. So I got to kind of give it for that, at least.
I will say, I gotta stand up here. I gotta say, in defense of the teenage day-to-day life aspect of it,
Yeah,
if you really like boil it down, all of those segments is you're basically like you're optimizing, right? It's like a choose your own adventure of like building your strength, your guts. You're trying to like optimize your arcanas using sort of an allotted period of time. It's if you get rid of the window dressing and just try to look past the swim team aspect of it. Basically, like sort of like minor strategy segments in between the dungeons.
Okay. Hey, look, for the record, if this was going to be like a tiebreaker vote, I would have taken it more seriously. But that's my surface level analysis.
Fair enough.
Just belaboring the point for the sake of argument, basically.
All right, I got to take my 90 seconds, so I'm going to pull up the next one, which is
Why don't we?
Chronicle. What?
Could we maybe do like just a quick break? If we're gonna keep going after this time, I could maybe quickly grab another cup of tea if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
Like maybe take
Yeah, I could use a water break too.
Yeah, let me just pull open a screen to cover the screen, and yeah, we'll be right back then.
All right.
if Sans Undertale gets away with it again, Riot. Yeah, it's been an experience for sure. Big chillin'. Yeah, I mean, any list is going to be subjective. I mean, if you want to argue semantics, I mean, the IGN and the Game Informer lists were going to be more quote unquote subjective or objective, I should say, despite them being kind of garbage, just because they actually based them on large votes. But I mean, when you get millions of people voting, you're going to get pretty lukewarm results, basically. What a Space Invaders wins in the end. Hey, Sol, how's it going?
Hey.
Sorry, this went longer than I thought. We almost made the first tier before you had to go initially, but I'm glad you got the extension. hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, they had a sick kid, so it saved me once again. Okay, gets me out of plans.
Going to be better than getting sick, you know, all that kind of stuff.
That's true. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, we should do this more often. I try not to spam my channel too much with podcasts, but sure we could come up with some cool topics to talk about, you know. Just have 5-hour rants about God of War and all that kind of stuff.
If you would let me, man, I would take that. Yeah, no, this has been a great time. And yeah, it's
I'm back.
I feel like we're making good progress here. Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, we're just about to be done with the first tier. Then I think we'll get through the second round quicker.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would imagine after we're sort of done talking about the games and our experiences with them, it'll be a bit easier to kind of like parse them out.
For sure. All right, I think we're all back. Then let's tackle this really weird matching, but at least the same genre roughly. Xenoblade versus Undertale.
So for this one, I would I mean, like, I'm tempted to like, I don't know, make this more hard than it probably is. I think Undertale was like such an achievement. Again, I think this is like one of those things where, because it was done by one person entirely, from the music to the gameplay to everything else. Wasn't that just Toby Fox? I think it's like a huge talent. The music is probably like one of the best soundtracks of any video game. Yeah, like of all time. It's a great game, really funny, really charming. But it also empowered furries, so I'm going to give it to Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh man! All right.
We need a slide whistle sound effect for this podcast.
Yeah, that's great. Great punchline setup and everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will say Undertale is pretty impressive. The fact that it was made by one person, the fact that it has gained such a massive fan base, the types of people that they are comprised of notwithstanding. But Xenoblade Chronicles is eminently more enjoyable game for me. It's more impressive, the fact that they actually got it running on the Wii, looking how it did. And yeah, the fact that it made the Xeno series relevant again, the fact that people play it and go back and are able to look at Xenosaga and Xenogears and stuff, like, I think that there's some influence in that as well. I think it's a very, very good game, one of the best modern JRPG series, so it has my vote.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Sorry? I was being dead serious about Xenoblade Chronicles, for the record. I'm not sure if you gave my vote to Undertale, but
I might have lost track of thought. Okay, Xenoblade, sure. All right. Yeah, I mean, I've not played through all of the Xeno series. I know it's gone through a couple different developers. I know the Xenogears is like kind of the spiritual predecessor, sort of, to Xenoblade. Heard great things about it. They seem like very daunting games to take on, so I've not gotten very far in them. But I think my wife played through some of the Xenoblade games and thought they were fine. But I do have to kind of give. I just feel so kind of like, what do you say it? I just feel extremely impressed by games like Stardew Valley and Undertale, where it's like one person's vision, they make it a reality. Having done solo games in the past of much smaller scale, that is an incredible achievement.
Yeah.
So I do have to say that those are definitely worth praising. And I did enjoy the combat and things like that in Undertale, in terms of like having the combat mechanics portray an emotion or a story is kind of revolutionary in its own. So I'll give it a point to Undertale, even though it was made to, fulfill furries' fantasies.
Yeah.
All right.
Now we're talking.
All right. Here we go. So that's 2-1. Xenoblade wins. Okay, so I think that's the first round. Now we're gonna get some weird ones because I didn't sort these with the idea of the second round in context, so we're gonna get some odd ones here.
It's just how it is.
Yeah, it's gonna be odd. But these first two aren't too. These are at least somewhat in the same category, sort of.
Normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Stardew Valley versus Minecraft.
I personally, my vote will be for Stardew Valley for roughly the same reasons you outlined for your Undertale vote there. It's a very impressive game. I personally enjoy it more than Minecraft, and it's huge for both people who are like really into video games and for people who don't really like them that much. Like to be able to cross the road there, I think is pretty impressive.
For sure. 1 point for Stardew.
Yeah, I'll also go Stardew. Again, like I think we've already touched on a lot of the points. Like I think Stardew Valley was just like such a great game. It had such deep mechanics for like everything that it tried. Like I didn't feel like there was anything that was just like a shallow attempt at what it was trying to do. And yeah, I think you said it great, Indigo, that it's like it could have been its own game. I think that's a great way to put it. And yeah, I think like I remember when it added that like the dungeon crawler section, like you can just go ahead and start doing like actual combat, and like that, like I didn't expect that. I was having fun without that, but that element just like put it way over the edge for me. It was just like something really special.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, pretty much reflect the same viewpoint. To put it in the perspective of like, is the T-shirt in the Walmart aisle or whatever. Mm-hmm. I recommended Stardew Valley to my non-gamer masseuse once. So like that's how kind of just accessible and fun the game would be. Like I could see her legitimately enjoying the game. I don't think she played it, but the fact that I'd even consider recommending a game to her is just kind of incredible. It just shows you how overall enjoyable the game is.
Yeah, it's like self-imposed. It's as complex and involved as you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of impressive to have like basically your own difficulty selection just by playing the game how you want.
Yeah, and not to say that Minecraft isn't also accessible, but you've got the day and night cycle, you've got the creepers, you've got, you've got to, build this to get this, to build that to do this. And it's just like,
sure.
I just want to grill. I just want to farm, Sometimes.
Yeah, right. Without a wiki pulled up next to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just the constructing item things alone, you'll have to like guess which pattern of elements you have to put together. And yeah. So Stardew Valley wins. Okay, our first tier 2 winner. Now, luckily this is at least a strategy game versus strategy game. Very different. Starcraft versus Civ 4, but guess we could kind of compare the two, see their impact, all that stuff.
Yeah, this is this is a tough one.
Well,
I mean,
I'll go ahead and say that. Damn it, delay. We all get to crack it at once.
Right.
My vote's going to be for StarCraft. I'll say that.
Oh, StarCraft won. All right.
I'm going to go with Civ 4, just because I think it's it has, because I think StarCraft is obviously like it's a really important game, and I don't want to like diminish that, but I think Civ 4 is like, it appeals to so many people. It's just it's a really great game, and I feel like that's like one of those things where like if you understand how that formula works for like pure addiction, for getting you to think like all it has to do is like get you to buffer in your brain like 3 more turns, and that like that addiction, I think, is what like Factorio picked up on. And yeah, like it's if you can master that formula, it's like it's the perfect kind of game, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess one point to Civ. Yeah, I mean, it's the game about life. It's the game about the earth. It's a game about existence. So it's kind of hard to beat that scale. Like the only game that kind of competes with that was Spore, and Spore was just so fractured that it didn't really even get to the level of Starcraft, let alone the kind of scope
potential.
of yeah. Yeah, the potential. I mean, yeah, I made like a whole section about Spore in one of my videos. Like, yeah, it's a and then you get games like Empire Earth was kind of like almost like a hybrid of these two, where you had the RTS combat focused game, but you also had Age of Empires type game, but you also had the humanity going from the Stone Age to the space age. But there's just something so timeless about Civ. Like I played StarCraft quite a bit. I played a lot of those RTSs quite a bit, but there's few games that can hold my attention for like 8 hours straight. But Civ can. Like I can sit down and just play a Civ from the early ages all the way through Middle Ages and Imperial Age, just for hours and hours and hours. It just has a really not just addictive, but just really kind of engaging quality to it, where there's always something to discover, there's always something to build up, there's always something to improve, to research. A really, really timeless game, and frankly, it hasn't really evolved since its first iteration. It's improved in some ways, it's introduced some systems, but it's amazing how, kind of like Tetris, where like you don't really have to change the formula much, it just works. So, my vote's on Civ 4. All right, got a couple winners here. Oh my God, Final Fantasy Tactics versus Diablo 2. Oh boy.
That's brutal.
Yeah. Not
Somebody
even
else.
Yeah, I mean they're both
God.
iconic. They're both iconic RPGs,
everyone...
but for very different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll start. Diablo 2 was such a great game. I skipped my uncle's wedding to play it with my brothers.
Good for you.
Is he still married?
He is, actually. Maybe
You
me.
son
Not...
of a bitch.
Final Fantasy Tactics is also fantastic. I can think of fewer games that have as much charm and just artistic quality as FFT. It's just such a wonderful game. But at the same time, I do remember long bouts of going back and forth between like two cities to get those random encounters to fight the swamp creatures, to level up all my chocobo and all my other lower level guys. Not to say that Diablo 2 isn't grindy, but like you ever think about, oh man, wouldn't it be cool to create a new Diablo 2 character? I don't really have that same feeling with FFT. As much as I love the game, Diablo 2 is just such a timeless classic game. You just pick it up and start immediately enjoying it. So I'll have to give it a point just because it just they got it right there. They were cooking with Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, I should say, not 3. Oh God, Diablo 2.
That was a close one. Yeah.
Soul, what do you think?
So look, there's no good answers here. So Diablo 2, unfortunately, is like I missed it. And yeah, like it doesn't hold like the nostalgia value for me. Final Fantasy Tactics, I think, is like it does kind of hold the nostalgia, because like, yeah, I did play it when it first came out. I was like, a rental at Blockbuster, and I was expecting it to be like Final Fantasy 7, and it was not like Final Fantasy 7. But God, it's such a good game, and I have no doubt that Diablo 2 is like, the best in its genre, but I think I'm going to take the coward's way out and use the genre as an excuse, because yeah, I just don't think I like the that looter genre as much, especially as much as an ARPG, or a TRPG, excuse me. Yeah, it's like Final Fantasy Tactics is like, I'm going to go with that one.
Fair enough, and I definitely think there's an argument to be had is like, what's your playing solo? What's your first time experience going to be like? I would say Final Fantasy Tactics would probably be superior, but Diablo 2 is multiplayer and much more replayable. So I would say that they both have good qualities to them, for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot easier to think about this, like honestly, when the pair-ups were more similar. So
Yeah, I almost added what's that Final Fantasy Tactics game like that they made a bunch of that little penguins. I forgot about what the name is. I keep on forgetting the name, but I
With
almost
penguins?
yeah, little penguin guys.
What? A whole game of them?
They're your
What?
minions. Final Fantasy.
Uh,
The chat might know. Final Fantasy Tactics. Like I bought a couple of them. Game
Shining Force 3 had a penguin.
penguin. They're like evil.
Disgaea?
Like, Disgaea. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Oh.
So those games
Okay.
were fun too. They get pretty
Yeah,
wacky.
those were cute.
Yeah, I remember a couple moves. You could stack all of your characters on top of each other and make like a giant pillar and like squash people, or you could stack all your characters on top of each other and make a giant swing, kind of like a gymnastic swing set, and like kick somebody with a big like object made of all your characters. They made some really
cool.
really crazy stuff. Yeah. Anyway,
Man, I have to rip my bias asunder from my very soul here because my heart is saying you gotta get Final Fantasy Tactics into the finale, but I think in terms of like greatest, if I'm being objective and I'm taking myself out of it, I think that Diablo 2 was just such a significant game. Final Fantasy Tactics is amazing, but Tactics Ogre and several other games that came out beforehand and afterwards were able to accomplish many of the same things. So it's hard to say that it like stands on its own the way that Diablo 2 does. It's still like the high watermark for ARPGs. So I got to go Diablo.
all right. I mean, I would. Funnily enough, I voted Diablo 2, but I would actually vote that the high water mark for SRPGs or tactical RPGs, whatever you want to call them, would still be Final Fantasy Tactics in my book. I think it's still one of the best, if not the best. So
I would agree that it's one of the best, but I feel like I would have to think very carefully about whether or not I'd be willing to say it is the high water mark.
yeah, I mean, you could even kind of pit it against like Baldur's Gate 3 in a way. Now it's kind of weird, but you could sort of.
Sure.
So. So that was 2 for Diablo 2, 1 for FFT. It's such a shame, but they're both really, really good games.
They gotta go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alas.
I understand the decision, yeah.
I don't even know if Tactics made it to the IGN and GameInformer list. I don't think they did. If they did, I don't know. But
would have lost in the first round to
Fortnite or something. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Fruit Ninja, yeah.
Fruit Ninja Tunnel, Subway Run, whatever the bullshit the kids play.
Pretty much. All right, Hades versus Baldur's Gate 3. Man, these are getting tough too. The first round was tough because they're so similar and good for similarly equal reasons. Now they're just like pitting like, mom versus dad.
Yeah. I'll since I went last time, I'll go ahead and put my head on the chopping block first and say I'm going to choose Baldur's Gate 3. I think for what I like out of a game, Baldur's Gate 3 is just the superior choice for me, and I think Western RPGs are going to have a pretty difficult time topping BG3 for like years to come. That's just a hunch.
Fair enough. Good argument.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think unfortunately, as much as I love Hades, Baldur's Gate 3 is just like it's so complicated. And like I don't think we talked about the multiplayer, right? Like adding that element, it's just like so good. Yeah, it's amazing how fun that game is. And to your point, Madge, like I think you were mentioning it earlier, you were talking about Divinity Original Sin 2, right? Yeah, like that game, that was the same thing where it's just like I had the exact same experience. I didn't remember it until you said it, but like, yeah, I was like, how do you top this? And then, yeah, it's just like not only did they top it, but like they just made it like set the standard. Yeah, they set the standard. And yeah, like I just don't think there's a way to come out on top of that with what Hades does, unfortunately.
People say that these Larian games are like the heir apparent of like Ultima 7, the Black Gate, in terms of like wanting to just sort of like put you down in a world, give you a bunch of tools, and seeing how you accomplish various tasks. Like just coming up with outrageous solutions to problems and actually like vindicating you for being able to like think of them.
Yeah, right.
That's great. I mean, it's kind of like the second iteration of we've had a couple of them, but this is like the new iteration of like the Black Isle Studios, BioWare in its prime days, where they just could do no wrong. It's like it's really incredible what they put together. I'd actually almost say that Divinity Original Sin 2 was even more ambitious in terms of multiplayer, because you could actually have your two PCs talk to each other and like have moral discussions and stuff, which I don't think they have in Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think, because it's more of a party-based game.
Yeah, I think they removed that.
Yeah. Oh, that was cool, but I don't really know if it really led to anything. But yeah, I love what Larian's cooking. I'm really hoping they continue to make great games. And I'm actually really glad they just said, Baldur's Gate 3 is awesome. We won Game of the Year award. Fuck that. We're doing something else. Like, I love that aspect. It was like, we want to do something else. So
that bodes well, honestly.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But I'll have to say that as much as I would love to play Hades right now, it's an amazing game. I think we're going to be 20 years out and still talking about how good Baldur's Gate 3 is. Like, I think it's going to be a good touch point for games to come, just like what you can do with an RPG. So I think that it deserves the vote.
Agreed. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Planescape Torment versus Ultima Underworld. That's an odd pairing, but kind of fitting, I guess.
Obviously, Planescape. I've got extremely strong opinions on this.
Planescape for you?
I was going to say, if we're back in the full no-go zone here.
Yeah, I'm going to get another coin out. No, go ahead. I'll hopefully I don't have to be a tiebreaker.
Flip the coin after. In this case, yeah, Planescape Torment, so good. But Ultima Underworld, I think is it's one of the greats. I think it's only fair that Ultima Underworld pats Planescape Torment on the head and passes him in the race.
Shakes his hand at least. Don't pat him on his head like a little child.
Yeah, okay. Firm shake.
All right, so one for Ultima. All right, Soul, what's your take?
Oh God. I mean, you made a very good pitch for Ultima. I'm going to go with that. I feel like that was a very persuasive argument.
For sure. I mean, I'm not going to repeat myself too much, but I freaking love Planescape Torment, and I think I want to see more games in that world. But I think we've seen way more influence and direction from Ultima, and just the various genres it helps spin off from, like immersive Sims, whatever you want to call them. Terrible name, but immersive Sims, first-person RPGs. Anything from Skyrim to Prey to whatever. Yeah, I think that you see some Ultima Underworld blood into that. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'll vote for that as well, even though Planescape Torment is an amazing game and shall play it.
Absolutely.
All right. Moving on. Morrowind versus Fallout. Oh, this hurts. This hurts a lot. Oh, man. Some of these are actually pretty good pairings, actually.
I personally am going to go with Fallout because I think it's a better CRPG.
Oh, all right. Fair point.
Boy, I don't want to be the tiebreaker on this. What are you thinking to go?
Well, sorry. What am I thinking?
I don't have too strong opinions on this. So
these are two of my favorite games, and I've done like videos about the Elder Scrolls series and the Fallout series in fairly long length. They're pretty lengthy at the time. Now they're like, let me a 2-hour video a week. But I don't know. Fallout is one of the coolest, just most amazing and unique games ever made at the time. Like everybody was making D&D and fantasy games, and these guys just come out of left field and it's like, let's just make a fantastic original setting about the post-apocalypse. Mad Max meets Gamma World meets Buck Rogers meets whatever. Just like this crazy retro-futuristic world, 100 years after the bombs. I just love that setting so much in its purest form that I have to lean Fallout. Sorry to put you, kind of took your agency away from me. Sorry about that.
No, that's perfect. These games, unfortunately, I never played them. And yeah, I think to your point, like I do think Fallout, like the world is very, very well realized, and I do think like there's a lot to be said for that. So yeah, I'll go with Fallout.
All right, fair enough. I mean, it's a shame we got this sweep on it because Morrowind is also an amazing, fantastic game that I love.
Yeah, this is not an easy choice.
No,
by any means.
Not at all. That's probably good that we only had 3 people, because if we had 4, these would get split a lot, I'm sure. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I didn't pick a winner. There we go. All right.
This next one is that's
Oh
nasty.
God. So different, but also so good. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Personally, I would go for, I would say Chrono Trigger for me. And again, not necessarily an easy choice. And both games that I would love to replay year after year after year. But Chrono Trigger to me just ticks a few more of the boxes in terms of what you would consider to be like a truly great game that makes me lean in its favor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go the same way. Again, I haven't played Fallout New Vegas, and I'm replaying Chrono Trigger right now. Or replaying it for the first time. Hopefully, I want to get through it the entire time, or the entire way. But I'm really impressed with it. Even though it took out Final Fantasy VI, I'm not going to hold that against it. I'm gonna go with that because this time around, like, I'm really appreciating just what it is doing, and I think it's a really unique battle system that's it deserves a lot of credit. It really makes you think about how you actually use both character or like multiple characters, how they synergize with each other. Like the combat systems are just fantastic, and I think the story is really good too.
Fair points overall. Like, I would say that of these two, the game I can pick up and immediately start enjoying. Like, turn on Chrono Trigger, see the clock ticking, the quick paced intro, start the game, wake up, you hear the nice, gentle breeze, birds chirping, you wake up to your mother and you pet the cat and you go to the Millennial Fair. Like, immediately start enjoying the game. Conversely, I start with Fallout New Vegas. I wake up to the doctor telling me I got shot in the head, and you have to like pick up a bunch of stats and then go out in like this dusty, nasty looking Gamebryo engine town, and then eventually I'll find some fun. So I would say like the immediate enjoyment of Chrono Trigger, like, it's one of the goats. It absolutely was one of the goats. I will say though that from lessons learned in game design, I would say that Fallout New Vegas has a lot more to teach, because of just the having equally intriguing and morally understandable factions that all have different objectives, goals, motivations that you can actually sort of empathize with, is something that every RPG could learn from. So I'll give Fallout New Vegas a vote because it deserves a lot of respect.
Well said.
All right. Oh my God. This is a weird one.
Can we just skip this one already?
Okay. All right. So clearly 69 points. 69 points to Sims 3.
Some of these quick gifts. Final Fantasy 7 420.
Yeah. That's an easy one.
I think so.
No discussion needed.
Yeah, right.
I think Cloud's mental breakdown would have been enhanced with Simlish, though. He's like,
Yeah, my shoe no.
Missed opportunity by Nomura.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. The Marios. Which Mario's the GOAT?
I'm going to go firmly on 3. I don't think this is a hard decision for me, but that's also probably predictable considering how much shit I talked.
All right. 3 gets 1 point. But you? Ash?
Yeah, I may be swayed just given the company that I'm keeping right now, but I'll say Super Mario Bros. 3 as well, because I think 64 is fantastic, and I think it's still a prime example of how like fun and like just free flowing movement can be in a 3D platformer. But there's Super Mario Bros. 3 more perfectly does what it sets out to do as a game than Super Mario 64 does. So fair is fair.
Yeah, I mean, just from a standpoint of friction, anybody could pick up Super Mario Brothers 3. It's like almost as old as I am, and play it like it was brand new. Like, it's just a really solid, easy, simple game with enough variety and enough different challenges in different areas that you can just pick it up and play and enjoy it for 20, 30 years from now. Whereas Super Mario 64, you're gonna feel that lack of a camera, camera control. either camera following you intelligently, like, you know, in Uncharted 2 or whatever, or being able to move your camera around. You're going to feel that. You're going to feel the rusty controls. So yeah, I think that as far as a timeless game, Mario Brothers 3 kind of takes the crown.
In a limp defense of Super Mario 64 as we move on, I think it's aged a little bit better than some people have given it credit for. It's worth taking another look at it. It's not all bad.
No, I enjoyed it, and I've played little bits of it since there, and I'd say it's actually one of the better N64 games in terms of age, but it still had some problems then and some problems now for sure.
Sure.
Oh my God! Okay, Super Mario Kart versus Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Well, I'm gonna go with Symphony of the Night just because I do think, speaking of being able to pick up a game and play it nowadays, I think Symphony of the Night holds up. I think not only does it hold up, I think it's like one of the best examples of a Metroidvania. And Super Mario Kart, I think, is unfortunately, as much as I think it's worth a lot of credit or deserves a lot of credit that it invented this genre that I think is really good and fun and pure. Yeah, I think you can say a lot of the same thing for Symphony of the Night as well. It really did define the genre. Maybe it didn't invent it, but it definitely solidified it. And this is why it's a genre. It's because of this game.
Very good point.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Super Mario Kart, significant though it was, has been, I think people would agree, fairly handily surpassed by other games, whereas Castlevania Symphony of the Night, I think there's still a very strong argument to be made that it is the best in its class, or at least on the short list. So for me, Symphony of the Night takes it.
Fair enough. Funnily enough, both of these games kind of started their own genres. Like the kart racer wasn't really a thing before Super Mario Kart.
Mm-hmm.
So they're both really,
we got
really
Jaguar
influential.
karts, and that just destroyed Super Mario Kart.
Somebody else said Garfield Kart, and I'm like, oh man, that would have clean sweeped everybody.
Yeah, right. It's unfair to put it on the list.
So yeah, I mean, Symphony, obviously one of my favorite games of all time. I put so many hours into Mario Kart, but Mario Kart's really elevated by the multiplayer, you know, playing on the same race together, having friends over, battle, you know, versus battles and stuff like that. That was a blast. But in the end, like, there's nothing quite like Symphony of the Night playing all the way through and then finding out you have another game on top of that, basically. So,
yeah.
Absolutely. Ooh. All right. Moving on, Metroid Prime, Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past. Very different generations, but equally esteemed games.
Indeed. Yeah, I would say A Link to the Past would take my vote for this one. I think it's they're both great games, but A Link to the Past I think evolved the Zelda formula in a way that's more significant than Prime did.
Good point.
Yeah,
good point.
I agree. Link to the Past, I think it's one of those things where I can play it every few years and just still get a kick out of it. Where I think, again, like I did have problems with Metroid Prime's Endgame. It did not feel fun to traverse that world. Yeah, I think Link to the Past, it's just like, it's every single element in it. Like the dungeons are so good. The combat's pretty fun considering, like, there's so much that's good about it. Yeah, it's a great game.
Fair enough. Scanning. What's the answer?
All right.
I've already done the joke once. I'm sorry. I do need to. I want to buy the Switch remaster of Metroid Prime because I think that gets rid of the auto lock on shooting and stuff. Which
it does.
Which would make it a lot better in my book. So I want to check that out at some point. But I see games on Twitter, like indie games on Twitter, like at least 2 or 3 games I follow on Twitter are also ripping off like Legend of Zelda: Link in the Past. It's that timeless. So even some of our other contenders like Stardew Valley borrow a lot from the Zelda games, like including the SNES era Zelda game like this. So it's so timeless that I think we'll see Legend of Zelda: Link in the Past games coming for many more years to come. It's just such a timeless, fun, you know, get item A to beat dungeon B to progress it to path C. Like, it's such a timeless, fun and engaging way to make a game. So
Yeah.
All right, clean sweep. Legend of Zelda. All right, the other Zelda versus Space Invaders. People were predicting the Space Invaders might win this whole thing.
If you were going purely by like influence, then I think that maybe Space Invaders could like get to at least to the final few brackets. But
I was
talking best overall.
I was considering adding Pong for that reason, but that would have been kind of funny.
Yeah, been left behind probably pretty quickly. But my vote, of course, goes to Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, I'm gonna go same. Space Invaders. I don't know what to say about that. It was a very cute game when I was, a kid in Pizza Hut and playing the arcade cabinets. But yeah, Ocarina of Time is an experience on its own. I don't think the two can really compete. I don't even know if like what I would say about like the impact Space Invaders had, because it does seem like it's I don't know, like I think there's like a demarcation between consoles and arcade games, and I don't know if Space Invader, like arcade games, actually like we're still seeing the echoes of that in the same way.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Space Invaders and Ocarina of Time were released exactly 20 years apart.
Oh my God.
November, in the States at least, November 1978 versus November 1998. So yeah, I mean, 20 years of technological advance, especially through the 80s and 90s, which everything was being advanced so quickly. Obviously, not a fair comparison at all, but Ocarina of Time was definitely a bit more ambitious and had a lot more going for it, for sure. But Space Invaders is fun and still...
Yeah, you can still play it and it's still fun, which is impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And frankly, you're probably going to get a lot less friction because it's such a simple game. Like, you're not going to be fighting with the camera or controls, whatever. It's like left, right, shoot. Really, really good game in that perspective. All right. The time-old question: which is better, Tetris versus Street Fighter?
I feel like the answer to this could actually cause some friction.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
like a fight to break out.
So, you want to go first?
Oh man. It seems obvious that it would be Street Fighter 2, I think, to a lot of people, because there's so much more substance to Street Fighter. But Tetris is like such a good puzzle game. It's like such a perfect puzzle game. It's actually, it deserves to take a pretty high place, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and personally, I'm not a huge fighting game guy. Tetris is a game I could pick up right now and spend 4 hours playing. So I'm gonna vote for Tetris.
Fair point.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a non-fighting game person. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna give it to Tetris 2 because I don't understand Street Fighter. My brain doesn't work that way. I understand that there are communities dedicated to this stuff that are like, oh, actually, like, here's this insane terminology that you never heard of to analyze the most famous fight of 1997. I believe that stuff's really valuable, and I appreciate that culture exists. But and this isn't like, I don't think this is like Final Fantasy Tactics, where I didn't really have a dog in the fight for Diablo. I think Tetris is like such a good game. Matt, you just said it. Like, I do think this is like one of those games that you can use perfect on, because yeah, it's like it's so simple. It's so easy to pick up, and once you're actually like in the game, like that's all you care about. It's so good. And yeah, I still play it today. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, timeless is like really the only word to describe it. It was designed in the 80s, and while the USSR still existed, and it's still playable today. I mean, that requires quite a lot. The only way I could see improving Tetris is if they did this: the Super Tetris Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hybrid Edition X Plus A Alpha. Then it'd be like a no-brainer. But once
Finally, they figured out a way to improve Tetris.
Anyway, yeah, Tetris, fantastic game, still fantastic. And I think I maybe Tetris heads could kind of correct me, but I think they made like one or two major changes since the original game. That's basically it. Like you can't. Every new version of Street Fighter has different mechanics and meta and combos and this, that, and the other thing. Every single fighting game like evolves stuff so much, whereas Tetris is such a perfect, game concept. Like even imagine coming up with that concept, like the types of the types of block combos and things like that. It's just such a pure game design. You have to respect it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Smash Bros. Melee versus GoldenEye. Weirdly enough, a pretty good matchup. They're both really good party games.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think, Soul?
I'm gonna go with GoldenEye. Again, maybe this is my non-fighting game normie instincts. So, yeah, I mean, crucify me if you will, but I think GoldenEye is just like anybody can play it. Anybody like the levels were so good. This is like probably the game that I put more hours of my life into than any other game. It's insane how much I played this game on the N64. Just everything was great. Like the mechanics felt good. Like the weapons were great. The multiplayer was fantastic. Everything felt great. Like having dual wield abilities and like the campaign, that was like the coolest thing in the world. And Melee, Melee is great. I put a lot of hours into that too. But I just think GoldenEye is in a league of its own.
Yeah. It's a tough one. GoldenEye has been the recipient of like more guff in terms of like people making accusations of games aging poorly, I think, than like almost any other game that's ever been released in this world. But I never really felt like that was all that fair. Technology hamstrings GoldenEye a little bit in terms of the controls and in terms of the frame rate. But outside of that, I feel like it's just like an exceptionally well-designed game and hugely influential in first-person shooters and especially console first-person shooters. The fact that the multiplayer was like shoehorned in at the last minute and yet
that is insane, right?
became something that people still talk about. I mean, was it Jimmy Fallon has Pierce Brosnan on and they play a round of GoldenEye on the Late Show and people are just like screaming and applauding. It's like it's such a huge game. Super Smash Bros. Melee is a great like synthesis of different things that work really well, but I feel like you can argue that there are other Smash games that maybe do that better. But GoldenEye is revolutionary, and I think it holds up, especially if you play it on like an emulator with like a mouse injector. You notice that the game is like actually still ace. It's just the damn frame rate. I'm gonna go
hell yeah.
All right, so we had 2 for GoldenEye. Is that right? That was right. 2 for GoldenEye, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, this really boils down to do I have friends over and do I have 4 controllers? If the answer is yes, I would definitely put Smash Bros. Melee, even though it's a different console generation. I know it would have been Smash Brothers 64 or whatever. But if I had friends over and 4 controllers, I'd probably do Melee. Any other time, GoldenEye, because GoldenEye had a really solid first-person shooter single-player experience. It had good multiplayer as well in that. I played tons of hours of that too, but overall, I'd say GoldenEye has the better overall package. I mean, I think, was it Melee or was it the later one that added the single-player missions, which were fine?
Brawl has like the Subspace Emissary was like the big single-player thing. So I think Melee doesn't have that.
I think it had something, but wasn't great. Maybe. It was fine. It got a little bit better later on, but yeah, GoldenEye is a pretty close to peak first-person shooter, 90s era first-person shooter campaign that you can replay again at higher difficulties, where you had to use stealth and stuff. Whereas you were kind of running, gunning the first time you played at higher difficulties. Oh, you can't be detected all of a sudden. No, that completely changes the game. So yeah, from that perspective, it's kind of one of the best games that stands test of time despite everything, despite its age and technology and everything. It's a really solid game.
And a soundtrack that is comprised basically of a single leitmotif that manages to be like one of the best soundtracks on the N64.
It is by far the best pause music ever. Like
it's so good.
Yeah. And
Grant
yeah,
Kirkhope, man, it's a wizard.
Yeah, seriously. Interesting. I would not expect this good of a pair up. Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, this is a tough one. For me, I put a lot of thought into this. I'm gonna go with Dark Souls. I think that interconnectedness, how big the world felt, where I felt like Bloodborne was a lot more succinct, and that's not a bad thing necessarily, but how big Dark Souls world felt, and the different like kinds of levels that there were, I think really makes. Yeah, I mean, I'm if it doesn't make it to the end, that's fine. But I think Dark Souls is probably going to be my like consistent contender for best game ever made. So
damn, all right.
Yeah, I think much of the same thought process there. Bloodborne is my favorite From Software game to play, and Dark Souls is a relatively close second. But Dark Souls, even though it is a more fractured game than Bloodborne, regarding sort of like the latter half of the game and some of the issues there, sort of the unfinished feeling of some of the bosses and dungeons and stuff. It's just such a titanic game. And I mean, one of these two games basically invented an entire new subgenre of action RPG. And I wish it was Bloodborne too. I'd love to see games like Bloodborne. There are a couple, but Dark Souls invented the Souls-like because it was so good and everybody wanted to be it. So I got to give it to Dark Souls. I think it's just a more impressive game.
All right. Well, I voted for 2, so it's a tough one. I mean, there's no comparison like which one kind of started the, Dark Souls was the first multi-plat From Software Souls-like, basically. Demon Souls was PlayStation 3 only. I bought in early on it, but it wasn't until Dark Souls that it became, oh my god, this is the new type of game to be. So Dark Souls, just as far as impact and influence, it really did kind of set the stage for everybody moving forward. I kind of like the style of Bloodborne better, but at the same time, you can't really deny that Dark Souls was basically the GOAT for longest time and arguably still is. So. And you can play it on PC at a higher frame rate that doesn't like slow down all the time. So from that perspective only, can really kind of hand it to him.
It's not for nothing.
Yeah. All right. Nier Automata versus Little Big Planet. I get asked this question hourly. Which one's better? So.
Oh yeah, that classic matchup that we all know and love.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and put me down for Nier here.
Nier Automata 1. All right.
I'm gonna go with Nier also. I think I think as I do have some minor quibbles with the story, but I do think like it's such a cool thing that we like have games like that are that philosophical and that like mind bendy. It's really good.
I still hold by that if I were able to download the entire community levels pack from Little Big Planet, it would be like one of my top picks to go on a desert island with, just because there's so much content. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot more, combat, story, themes, a lot more to explore with Nier Automata than Sackboy, unfortunately. Okay, we're getting through these. God of War 3 versus God of War Ragnarok. Interesting. I'm actually surprised how good round 2 has been so far.
Actually, they're lining up pretty well.
Yeah.
I think that is a testament to how you line them up initially. But I'll go with Ragnarok on this. I think for the pile of crap that it was given, it really did polish that turd that 2018 set up. I actually think that it did some really smart things with like the uncut camera that was like an inherited gift that Corey Barlog for some reason did. But they made it work in Ragnarok. And yeah, there were a lot of really smart decisions. I think like landing that that dismount that 2018 set up, I had no expectations. And not only did they do it, they did it actually surprisingly well. Like I actually like the story. I think it's thematically really strong. There's a lot of good stuff with like Norse mythology that's like really like in the weeds. It's really interesting, like what they actually do. Do a lot of cool stuff with like the gameplay interacting with the story. It's just a good game. Like I think on every single like mark it strikes pretty well. So God of War 3, I think it was a fun game. It was you know, it was fine. I liked it, but yeah, I think Ragnarok is actually a good game.
They're almost two different franchises at this point. So I'd say God of War 3 was like the best of that first iteration. The kind of forget his name, but the guy who did the original God of Wars, then they kind of changed it into something else, more of like a Last of Us style story theme driven version, which I wouldn't say there's a whole lot in the original God of War games, but I'm glad that Ragnarok kind of went up, took an uptick. I might actually check it out at some point. I didn't really have a whole lot of interest in 2018, but Ragnarok seems to be pretty strong from what you say.
Yeah, I would say so.
Cool. Madge, what's your pick?
Well, to quote Jet from Cowboy Bebop, I don't know and I have no opinion. I honestly don't. I feel like picking God of War 3 just out of sort of like just to be like a wild card and kind of throw a wrench in it. I don't really know either way. But again, God of War 3, like with the face-off against 2018, the style of game that God of War 3 is just kind of like appeals more to me. So I guess I'll just vote for it based on kind of like superficial qualities, which I don't feel good about, but it's all I got.
I think that's what it was. Like it's a very aesthetically like appealing game. I think that's probably fair.
For sure.
I like just tearing a god's head off and using it as a lantern. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel bad because I have not played Ragnarok. I don't feel like I'm qualified to judge it, but I do know that gameplay wise is going to have some of the similar stuff from 2018, which I'm not super keen on, like the constant pausing. Let's talk about our feelings. Let's walk slowly while talking about our feelings, kind of thing. Which I'm sure it's probably very well told. I get frustrated by those things. That's kind of what killed certain games for me. But I'll be fair. I'll flip a coin.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Sometimes it's all you got. But well, the IGN reader, the average person there is just clicking on whatever. They don't know. That's why Burnout 3 beat Chrono Trigger in those IGN matchups.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was, GameInformer.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
I never heard of it, but I like the other one better, so whatever.
All right, flip the coin.
Yeah.
Live on camera. Flippin'. Tails. That'd be Ragnarok. Ragnarok wins. All right.
Fair is fair.
Okay. Back to it. GTA Vice City versus GTA 5.
Interesting.
Boy.
I'm gonna go for Vice City here. Setting wise, it's more interesting to me, and yeah, I don't know. I find the older GTA games to be difficult to play, but maybe there's like a little more kind of creative juice to them that makes them more interesting. But yeah, I'd go Vice City.
Yeah, I'm probably like I'm really tempted to say Vice City, because again, like I really like that aesthetic, but I think I'm gonna go with 5 just because I think that the campaign missions were so cool, and like they were offering you choices on like, hey, do you want to tackle like drilling through the Banks wall like underground or like some other crazy thing? Like it wasn't just like a like a straightforward like, oh yeah, just go ahead and just start shooting. There was a lot of like cool set pieces that were not only like on the level of what you'd seen like acting out a movie. They were just fun to imagine, like which option do I want to do as like my bank heist. And I think that kind of stuff is just like, it's not really created too much or recreated too much. Yeah, I didn't think I felt that way with Vice City.
All right, I missed something. So we got 1 for 5, 1 for Vice City. Is that right?
Yep, I think so.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I've played both these games, but I've not played all the way through 5. I definitely say 5 is more mechanically advanced, you know, physics wise, and like online heists, everything like that. Especially if you take in the fact like post launch patches and stuff. I just like the theme of Vice City better. I like the characters better. I have a big soft spot for 1980s Miami Vice type stuff. So, and the soundtrack, oh my God, the soundtrack of Vice City is fantastic.
Yeah.
So, it's a tough one for me. If I were to be asked which one I'd rather pick up and play, I'd say Vice City. So I guess I'll go Vice City, even though 5 is definitely more. I can acknowledge that 5 has a lot more going for it in terms of mechanics and stuff. I don't know if that's fair, but that's what I did. Red Dead 2 versus Sleeping Dogs. Okay.
Well, again, I didn't play Sleeping Dogs, so and I like the setting and everything. But unfortunately, yeah, my uninformed opinion makes me think that Red Dead Redemption 2 has to be better. I think like Red Dead Redemption 2 is just like there were certain things in that game, certain themes in that game that like I've never seen anywhere since or before. And yeah, it's just like I don't know. It's one of my favorite games. Yeah, certainly in my top 10. It just like again, like the characters were so vivid. Yeah, like we were talking about Witcher 3, like having NPCs that you cared about. Like this was like it's hard to even think about them as NPCs. They're actual, like, you know, they stand out. Like I see these characters and I recognize them. So yeah, I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is just a wonderful game that many people should play. Maybe not everyone, but many.
Some people are still playing the prologue even today. All right, Madge, what's your pick?
Man, Sleeping Dogs is a really cool game. Really underrated open world game. Very fun. But yeah, Red Dead 2. When I think about that game, okay, so there's like this sort of like these people on Twitter who say this. There's like this phrase where it's like, I want shorter games with worse graphics, whatever. I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about? Indigo?
Yeah.
There's like some mantra. I can't remember what it is. I want shorter games with worse graphics made by people. I now for some reason I can't think of it. But anyway, it's basically the thrust of the argument is that like technology is like run away from us and games are too bloated and too expensive, and now every game needs to make $1 trillion or else the studio goes bust. So I agree with the kind of spirit of what that says. But at the same time, I think it's good that there are developers who have essentially limitless resources to make things that like do things technologically that would have been science fiction in video games like 20 years ago. And so Red Dead 2 to me is that game that I think a lot of, in terms of the level of detail you were kind of talking about with GTA 4 compared to GTA 5 and how many little interactions there is that help the world feel like it exists outside of itself. Red Dead 2 is kind of a high watermark for that. I enjoyed the story and the simulation and everything. It's just an elevated open world game. So I got to pick it over Sleeping Dogs.
Yeah, I think Dogs gets a lot of goodwill points because of just how underrated and underexposed it is. But it is hampered by the typical mission-based GTA knockoff, you know, format where outside of missions that you pick up or side activities, there isn't a whole lot of living, breathing world activities. Whereas I actually kind of skipped the campaign and just went straight to Red Dead Redemption 2 online, but it was crazy. I was able to just like go out hunting and skin animals and trade it in for money and play poker and some of the poker players were humans, and if I wanted to, I could shoot the winner if I wanted to, and walk off and into the sunset, and like that sort of living, breathing atmosphere you don't really find too often in games. Even though I have some issues with the single player aspect, I definitely like it is a really well realized world, even better than the GTA games in my opinion. So yeah, I can agree with Red Dead getting that point. Even though Sleeping Dogs is a lot of fun. Let's see. Assassin's Creed 2 versus Batman Arkham City.
God.
That's tough.
Yeah. This one's not super obvious. I think personally, I think that Arkham City is more fun. And it's hard to kind of counterbalance that with influence or like having a substantial impact, because I feel like there are other Assassin's Creed games that did have as much or more of an impact as 2 did in terms of design and open worlds, which I never really felt that Assassin's Creed open worlds were super compelling. Batman Arkham City, I think, to me, wins this one just because it's a more fun game. That's kind of simple as.
All right.
I think that's a good opinion. I think I'm gonna go with that too, because I just had a flashback to the God, what is that present day world where you don't play as a Japanese teenager, but the equivalent of in Assassin's Creed, you know what I'm talking about? Where you have they like make you flash forward to like present day, and you're like
the Abstergo segment.
Oh, the Abstergo, yeah.
Creed?
So yeah, I'll give it to Batman for that.
I like Batman Arkham City. I loved Batman Arkham Asylum, and I actually really liked Batman Arkham Knight, even though I played on PC at launch, which was abysmal. They are really, really like top tier superhero games. I think every superhero game will be compared to them for decades going on. I did not have nearly the same journey as I did with Assassin's Creed 2, though. Like, I think that was a really, really compelling. It was a simple enough story. It wasn't like, crazy out of the box, but the journey, the music, the sort of the feeling you got when you accomplish something, especially toward the end. I'm one of the few people who like the Abstergo segments up until whenever they screwed it all up, which was, I think, one of the Assassin's Creed 2 spinoffs. I think it was Revolutions or whatever. I forget what it's called, but
Revelations.
Yeah, that one kind of screwed everything up. But I think up to Assassin's Creed 2 was actually really solid stuff in the future, and I think that was an interesting twist on the genre. But yeah, AC2 was one of my favorite games, so I'll give it a point. That's 2v1. That gives it to Batman. What's that?
Okay. I feel bad now that my layman's opinion was actually being taken seriously. I will say, like, if it is the tiebreaker, I will probably go with Assassin's Creed 2, just because I think that was, if we're talking about influence and stuff. But I think like Batman, I can't really see the echoes of that really. Where Assassin's Creed, like, that's everywhere. Like,
I mean, to be fair, like the Batman Arkham games, they invented a whole new style of combat. Like, you see a lot of games that use that. Anything from Mad Max to Spider-Man, they use that sort of, they call it the Arkham style combat, where you've got this timed attacks you have to dodge and counters, things like that, which is a really fun way of doing group combat, which hadn't really been done before. So I think
Sleeping Dogs pretty much apes that combat beat for beat, if memory serves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does. So another one was what was the Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of Mordor. Yeah, that does that.
Okay, so let me rephrase. These are all games I don't like.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Then give it to Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed. It didn't influence the world like I didn't want it to. Yeah.
So you're gonna switch your vote?
Yeah, I was. I actually do think Assassin's Creed is probably a more important game.
All right, fair enough. All right, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater versus Ghost of Tsushima, which isn't that crazy when you think about it. I mean, they're different games, but they both go out in the wilderness. One stab things with a knife, one thing stab things with a sword, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely, I don't like the choice. I'm obviously going to go with Metal Gear Solid 3, but I hate that it is that obvious against Ghost of Tsushima, because I think Ghost of Tsushima, to your point, I think they're like telling a pretty similar story. One's a father-son story, one's a mother-son story. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 was just like, I mean, every single aspect of it was contributing to something greater than some of its parts, and I really appreciate that. It's just a wonderful game.
All right, 1 point to Snake Eater.
Yeah, I would give it to Snake Eater as well. Ghost of Tsushima is the type of game I would replay once every few years, whereas Metal Gear Solid 3 is the type of game I want to replay basically every time it's mentioned. Because it's just so enjoyable, so many variables to it. Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay, well, I will give my point to Tsushima because as a kid, like, I want to be a freaking samurai, and that was the closest thing that you could game that makes that as close to reality. You know, accomplish following a little magical fox around, doing quests and stuff, writing haikus. Like, can you name another game that lets you write haikus? Like, this is a cool like, it's one of the most chill action games I've ever played. It's very, very weird, but I enjoyed it a lot. I think it's a really cool
in
game.
Deus Ex, you have like the note section of your PDA that you can use to write things. So I guess you could write haikus there.
You could technically write haikus, yeah. You could pull open your map and well, I don't. Did Ultima Underworld do that? I know that. I think Arena lets you do that. You could draw notes in your maps. So you can just like write haikus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this
Hey,
hallway.
Sean, how many syllables is a bomb?
Exactly. All right, Metal Gear Snake Eater. Last of Us versus Half-Life. Ooh. All right. Very different. Very good for different reasons. I'd say like Half-Life is almost the anti-Last of Us because it doesn't have any like unskippable cutscenes and stuff like that. Yeah, no breaks. It's all gameplay, so to speak. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, my vote would be for Half-Life. I think it's a game I would rather play, even though I do like The Last of Us. I think it's a very good game. Half-Life is a game that I think stands the test of time remarkably well. Very fun to play, great blend of genres, and doesn't hurt that it is very influential as well.
Good arguments.
I'm going to go with The Last of Us because, while I think the spin-offs that it's influenced are insufferable for the most part, I think it in itself was just such a important contribution to gaming. Yeah, no, I think yeah, like it's definitely like one of those stories that I wasn't expecting to actually work in a video game, and they made it work. Like the fact that like every single aspect of it is just great. The fact that it was like this story that was, I guess, like a spin-off of Cormac McCarthy's The Road, and then turning it into a video game, and that video game like translating like perfectly. Like it's so good. Unfortunately, I can't speak to Half-Life. I realize it's influential, but I think The Last of Us, if I had to guess, influenced games in a way that's more appealing to someone like me who really just appreciates those like narrative-heavy focused games.
Fair enough. 1 versus 1. I like both these games quite a bit. I love Last of Us. I loved Half-Life when it came out. I would say, though, if there was a future where every single game had to get influenced by one or the other, I would pick Half-Life in a heartbeat, because more and more games are becoming less games. Like, you could I actually really like the combat in Last of Us, but you could watch a long play, no commentary of Last of Us and get 90% of the experience. And it would be great. It's a great story. I love the story in Last of Us, but watching Half-Life is like, it's fine. But playing Half-Life, wow, you get to throw this thing on this thing and watch this physics interaction happen, and it's a lot more. It's a game, I guess. That's the thing I'm saying. So I'd much rather see a future where everything is inspired by Half-Life.
Well, I finished a video game made a very good point when he said you can get a very enjoyable experience if you watch that video of DSP not knowing how to crouch jump and spending 45 minutes yelling at the TV screen.
I've not stomached all the way through it, but I've heard that his Let's Plays of Snake Eater are some of the most funny things on the internet.
Oh, to me, that's speaking of yearly replays. I watch those every so often. It's too funny. It's too good.
That's amazing. All right. Myst versus Deus Ex. That's a weird one.
That is a
Okay.
weird one, but it's not. I mean, those are two games that I would be very happy to have in my collection,
Absolutely.
and it's got to be Deus Ex for me. I don't really have to think about that one too hard, even though Myst is obviously very big for puzzle games.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Deus Ex too.
Yeah, I would say Deus Ex as well, because Myst was incredible and, like I said, kind of basically made the CD-ROM profitable and like popular. But Deus Ex is like an iteration of Deus Ex would be the perfect game to me. Like a game where you have full interactivity of the world. You can explore every doorway, crawl through every vent shaft, interact with everything, use any object to your advantage. Yeah, that's kind of like the ultimate game for me is the Deus Ex perfected, essentially. So yeah, easy choice. Bloodlines versus Prey. Yeah, these are some really good ones. I'm surprised. I guess I'm not.
Well, I think you two are the pros on this, so I'm gonna defer.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Like Prey has more moving parts to it, but Vampire has the setting for me. It's and yeah, I don't know. And the thing about Vampire is there's so many different ways to like go through the game. Whereas with Prey, I mean, there's a lot of different upgrade paths you can take and stuff like that, but I feel like with Prey, even on the harder difficulties, by the end of the game, I'm usually kind of swimming in neuro mods, and I don't feel like there's much by way of like diversity in how you build yourself through the game. You kind of tend to gravitate towards a smaller handful. The Vampire forces you into that like uncomfortable zone where you have to play a certain way if you pick certain races. So I think I'll go with Vampire, even though both of these games are excellent and very replayable. Vampire was like Troika's shining hour for me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree. I mean, Vampire just has a lot more variety in terms of non-combat and non-exploration combat abilities. Like you can use persuasion, seduction. You can, if you play a Nosferatu, you have to like, you can't even show your face in public, things like that. So they've created entire sewer systems and external ways of going around public places because of that aspect. It's like, yeah, it gets really messy toward the end, and there's a certain segment, I think it's like a cave or whatever, that everybody just groans thinking about. It's definitely an unpolished game, and Prey 2017 is very polished, but it is a lot more ambitious, and I usually go for the more ambitious choice for the most part.
The flawed gem.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that sounds great. I'll go with you because yeah, I am not. This is not my genre, unfortunately.
Fair
but
enough.
I respect it. I just haven't played enough.
All right, Bloodlines, Thief versus Silent Hill.
Oh my god.
This is a kind of an interesting matchup as well, man.
Or atmosphere, yeah, kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, exactly. Both sort of, yeah. When I visualize the games in my mind, they are kind of in the same zone. Not so much in terms of gameplay, but for me personally, I'm gonna have to go with Thief. I will always champion Thief. Incredibly atmospheric game. Is not as ambitious with Silent Hill 2 in its storytelling and what it's trying to say and what it's trying to do, but the story that it is telling is very well told. The cutscenes are just oozing with style. Eric Brosia's soundtrack is an all-timer, of course. So is Akira Yamaoka's in Silent Hill 2.
Oh, yeah,
so
for sure.
I'm getting ahead of myself, but Thief is a game that's infinitely replayable to me, infinitely enjoyable, and I think it's a game that should be appreciated. I wish that more games had looked to it as like a source of inspiration, but thankfully it's kind of a renaissance of that type of thing happening these days.
Yeah, for sure. Good points overall.
I'm unfortunately, again, not too qualified on the immersive sim genre, but so yeah, my opinion is going to be bad probably, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm a games journalist. So come on, I'm going to go with Silent Hill 2 because yeah, like Indigo, in one of in your video on Alan Wake, you used the audio clip from it that was like it was so profound. It had no business being in one of Sam Lake's games. And that was something on the lines of Alan Wake thought that horror was meant to be like a metaphor for the unconscious, something like that. And yeah, like that really is what horror began as. Like that's the emphasis and like the beginning of Gothic horror. And Silent Hill understood that in a really like it understood that this was more than like what you were saying. Like it's just more than zombies. Like Resident Evil was going for. It's actually like this really like an intense exploration of like psychological impacts that humans have as a part of them. And I think Silent Hill deserves so much credit for leaning into that, telling a grounded story. And yeah, it's definitely an amazing game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad you're one of the 12 people who saw my Alan Wake video. That's really cool to hear. I'm glad you liked it.
Hey, I'm a voice in the choir too.
No. I mean, this is again like picking mom and dad. Like these are both incredible games for different reasons. Silent Hill 2 is obviously a lot more guided, a lot more focused along a certain path. You know, solve puzzle A, get item B, solve item C. Basically, an adventure game with combat and interludes. The cool thing about Thief, though, is it usually gives you an objective or two, and it's almost like a sandbox where you just kind of figure out whatever you want to do. You can, shoot a rope arrow up here and climb up this way, or put up the torches over here, or sneak past these guards, or lure them over here and knock them out, or whatever. I love the creativity kind of inspired by having these different tools at your fingertips and figuring it out. But the story itself kind of takes it more of an environmental storytelling and story in between long stretches of gameplay. So it's very polar opposite in terms of philosophy, but as far as atmosphere, there's definitely like a sense of horror inspiration in Thief. Like even just walking down a hallway or through the sewers, like almost every area of Thief has its own atmosphere loop, because like I said, these guys were crazy about sound. Half of them were in the same band together. So like the atmosphere was incredible, and same with Silent Hill, the atmosphere is also incredible.
Nothing hits quite like the breakbeat hip hop track that plays when you get into the Downwind Thieves Guild.
So weird, but yeah, I mean, in the end, I would say that I would like to see a future with more Thief likes, so to speak, even if they're not in the same exact story, but just taking that sort of here's a world that feels real, have at it. Even though I do like the ideas that Silent Hill 2 are going at, and I think more games can learn from that too. It's again, it's mom and dad, but I think I'll pick Thief. So, all right, Mass Effect 2 versus Witcher 3. Odd, but
Jesus,
kind of works.
I'm gonna have to turn on my own beloved game. I think I'm gonna go with I think I'm gonna go with Wild Hunt. As much as I love Mass Effect the trilogy, I think this is like the weakest part of it. And I think Wild Hunt is like so good. It's really hard to match the two up.
Yeah, fair enough. I would probably say if all the cutscenes were skipped, I would definitely go to Mass Effect. but as far as like the story, if the story is contained with it, The Witcher definitely has an edge too. It's a toss up. I don't know. I think that Mass Effect 2 actually discusses a lot more than people give it credit to. Like I the side, particularly the side character quests, like the ones that you do to gain their trust. Like each character has their own special quest. I think those are pretty underrated. I think they're the best in the trilogy. But I mean, yeah, Witcher 3 has some really damn good side quests too. So it's a toss up. I'll probably put one in for Mass Effect.
All right, that's fair. I'm gonna go for The Witcher 3 personally. I just like it more.
There you go. That's all you need. Go on that'll be a box quote. I just like it more.
Yeah, exactly. The shining endorsement.
Doom versus Titanfall 2. Man, that's not a fair fight at all.
Doom.
Yeah, that's Doom for me.
All right. I mean, I'll put one in for Titanfall 2. Obviously, Doom is incredibly influential. There was a period of time for about 5-10 years where every FPS was called a Doom clone. So
Yeah.
But obviously, it is the GOAT. But Titanfall 2 did some really cool experimental things too, and had a good story.
It did, yeah. Yeah.
All right. Oh, this actually, wow, these are some really good pair ups. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, this could go either way. It depends really, like, where, if you grew up on the console, you're definitely gonna go Halo 3. If you grew up on PC, you're probably gonna go UT. It's kind of down the bottom line there.
I think they're both sort of like almost platonic ideals of the types of games they are trying to be. But for me, I find Halo 3's multiplayer just so fun, and there's just so much potential for just chaos and memories to be made. Unreal 2004, as far as being a competitive game is concerned, I think is much tighter. So I respect it for that, and it is a ton of fun. I have played my fair share of 2K4, but Halo 3 is just it's just a great game that will continue to be fun for so many years.
Fair enough.
I think I'm gonna go with the Halo 3 also. Yeah, it's just I had a lot of fun with that too. I don't think I'm a pro at either of these. I'm not like an aficionado for sure, but Halo 3 I definitely have really fond memories of.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'd actually almost say UT 2K4 for the same reasons. I actually found Unreal Tournament to be the kind of chaotic, crazy one where you could have, airships crashing into land jeeps with rocket explosions and guided nukes and stuff. But definitely more spread out than Halo. Halo was definitely had a more kind of contained arenas, so you could get a lot more happening in a close proximity. So no, fair enough. All good points. Gears of War 2 versus Gran Turismo. We're at the end of good matchups now.
GameInformer core matchup now. I mean, I not being the biggest Gears fan, but really respecting the hell out of the Gran Turismo series, and especially 4, which continues to, in my opinion, be the best of the series. I would say GT4.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, and Gears of War never really stuck with me too hard, so I'm gonna go with GT4 too.
All right, you're the Chad GT4 fans, and I'm the Virgin Gears of War 2 fan.
Virgin Gears of War.
All right.
Hey, Activision matchup.
Hey, there we go. Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah.
That's funny. Well,
I'm gonna go Pro Skater 2 for this.
Yeah.
I think that was a really important game.
Yeah, I think it's a just a better video game.
Yeah, fair enough. I'd agree. I mean, Pro Skater's also just fun on your own too. Like Guitar Hero definitely has a more community aspect, where without playing with others, it definitely loses a lot, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna go Pro Skater as well.
Yeah.
All right. Oh man, this would have been funny if it were doing Prince of Persia, 2012, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Would have made more sense probably. This is kind of a tough matchup because, I mean, yeah, it's a Prince of Persia is like probably a more influential game. I think it would be fair to say. Well, not to say Uncharted probably has its fair share of like imitators. But man, I'm not crazy about the Uncharted games. Uncharted 2 I had a good time playing. It's not something I've like really thought about coming back to a whole lot. But those Prince of Persia, those types of games, they just don't really appeal to me all that much. So I think I would just have to go Uncharted 2, not because I feel strongly, but just because sort of it by default, it's slightly less exhausting for me to think about playing.
Yeah, I think that's probably it's probably a safe bet. I think I'm going to go with Prince of Persia just because I did read the Jordan Mechner's book on it, and again, like I really am like just dumped dumbfounded by like the technical hurdles that had to be overcome.
What's that book called, by the way? Do you have the name of it?
I can find it for you probably after this. It's on my bookshelf,
Yeah,
but
sure.
yeah, that's I don't have it off the top of my dome, but
No worries.
yeah, it's just really interesting. I like all they had to go through. And like that was like back in the day, like yeah, you just like kind of worked on a game by yourself, just like as a coder, and you just like kind of developed the setting and everything. And you know, like the assets and all that. Like it's just I really give it a lot of credit for like being this really small project from somebody. And yeah, just I think it probably is like also a pretty good game too for like what it was. And yeah, I'm also an Uncharted 2 hater, so I don't know. That's where I stand.
So I think that was 1 for 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm kind of torn because on one hand, I play games that are older. Like I was on a podcast 2 weeks ago with somebody who was younger than one of my favorite games. So I'm like, I like old games, but I've actually not played a whole lot of Prince of Persia. I probably played a lot more of Flashback and Another World, actually, which is kind of the descendant of the same type of game. And I like those, but they can be, because of their animation and stuff, they can be kind of restrictive. So I don't know. I hate to be the normie, but I do like Uncharted 2 quite a bit. So I might tip the scales here.
Finally, I'm not the normie.
I take the normie crown. All right, let's see if we can get through this in the next.
Those two weird matchups resulted in a relatively normal matchup.
Wow, that's better than round 1. Wow, yeah.
I really like Xenoblade Chronicles, but I think I'd have to give it to Persona 5 here.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll give it to Xenoblade. I think the world was a lot more interesting to me, and not being a Japanese teenager was also pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You were a British teenager. That's 1,000 times worse.
You're right. Actually, I changed my vote. No, they never made me Sim 1, I guess.
That's fair. You didn't have to join the swim team in Xenoblade. I got you.
You should play the remake of Persona 2. It's Japanese teenagers who have to shoot themselves to gain powers. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
You pokers.
I might go Persona as well, just because it's like a marvel of technology. Even though I can definitely see the grander scope, it's a lot more grounded in Persona 5. There's like magic, mystery, fantasy, whatever. But Xenoblade is like a full realized world and everything, so I can respect that. But I'm a graphic designer. I am in love with and in awe of their UIs and stuff. Superficial thing, but it just kind of makes it enjoyable for me. Oh boy, we still have quite a few, don't we? All right. Bonus round. Let's speed through it. Stardew Valley versus Civ 4. That's not hard at all, is it?
Oh God, is it? Why isn't it?
I'm joking.
Oh my God, I'm sweating. Jesus.
I'll speed round say Civ 4. Even though if I had to pick one to boot up right now, I'd probably boot up Stardew Valley.
Fair enough. Civ 4, 1 point. All right. Sol, what's your pick?
I'll probably go Civ 4 too. I think, yeah.
Damn. I'll give Stardew Valley, but that leads it to Civ 4, which is not a bad choice at all. None of these are bad choices at this rate. Like, these are all great games.
Yeah.
Diablo 2 versus Baldur Gate 3. Easy slam dunk. Not.
Another easy slam dunk.
I'm going to go BG3, but yeah.
BG3, okay. What about you, Madge?
Man, once again, would love to give it to Baldur's Gate 3, but I think in terms of just like, impact on the industry and how well it holds up, Baldur's Gate 3, I'm 10 years from now, I may rue this choice. But for now, I still need to wait to see how it stacks up. Diablo 3 has proven itself to stack up.
God damn. I didn't quit my uncle's wedding for Baldur's Gate 3 because he was already married. But I would if he would get married again, though. So I'll say that.
Even with the hindsight.
Yeah, exactly. I'll say Diablo 2 is like probably my favorite ARPG of all time. It's an incredible game, but I don't think it. I just think that Baldur's Gate 3 is something that future games can look forward to more. I think that we've got plenty of really good RPGs. Diablo 2 is my favorite of them, but Baldur's Gate 3 could be something that could take us up to the next level of regularly making incredible tabletop inspired RPGs.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah. All right, we're on We're on this tier now. Okay. Ultima Underworld versus Fallout.
This is a tough one.
Yeah.
I think I would have to say still Fallout.
If given the choice to play these again, I played Fallout like a couple weeks ago, so I would play Fallout again as well.
I'll go with Fallout too.
Yeah. That's a quick one. Although the influence of Ultima Underworld is incredible, I definitely think it's.
Yeah.
The controls are rough. I'll say that the controls today are rough.
We're down to like listening to my heart at this point.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, we finally got the pairing: Chrono Trigger versus Final Fantasy VII.
Oh God. Jeez. I'm gonna go Chrono Trigger. I think Final Fantasy VII, again, like all the things that we said were probably true. Like it is just such an amazing game at the time. But you know what? No, I'm gonna go Final Fantasy VII. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, the fact that you had like those amazing cutscenes and like yeah, it was just like a real visual treat. That the story was amazing. Yeah, the end game is the only thing I don't like about it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, both excellent games. Both games I'd happily play any day, but gotta give it to Chrono Trigger.
Same. I would, as much as I respect Final Fantasy VII, whenever I think about the random encounters and the random encounters and the random encounters and and the grinding, and then I think about the beautiful kind of slim figure of Chrono Trigger, where it's like, you killed that monster, you'll never have to fight him again because that monster's gone off of that, out of that area. You're like, oh man, that's so nice. There's so little friction. I just want to enjoy the game and the stories. It's such a trimmed down kind of perfected RPG. I just really have to give it to Chrono. Chrono is just great. Oh man, these are really good for different reasons, but I can kind of see where this is going.
I'm gonna go Symphony of the Night for me.
Yeah,
I think that's an easy choice for me, but yeah, I'm not a platformer guy.
Well.
As much as I like the Tanuki suit, Symphony of the Night. Ooh, wow, these are I guess that's kind of obvious, but yeah,
this is the question.
Yeah, this is good.
I'm gonna say, and I have a feeling I may be totally wrong, but I have a feeling I might be the one dissenting voice here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna say Ocarina of Time. I think it does pretty much everything Link to the Past does, but the combat evolves in a really interesting way. I think they nailed the targeting system, and I just think it's an incredibly atmospheric game. It's a very immersive game, and the sound design in Ocarina of Time is excellent. So a lot of the presentational elements kind of tip the scales, even though Link to the Past is an amazing game too.
All right, one for Ocarina.
Yeah, you correctly predicted my opinion. I'm gonna go Link to the Past. I think Ocarina of Time, like as a reformed Ocarina of Time hater, I appreciate it so much more. I actually like it now, but yeah, I think Link to the Past is just like there's no caveats. There's no messiness with the 3D. There's no like the art style is perfect. Where I think like I don't know. I mean, maybe people think that the 64 art style is like having a renaissance, but I think it's ugly as sin. So I think Link to the Past is still a very good looking sprite game.
I have Link to the Past 3D artwork on my wall. I think it looks great.
Yeah.
I also have Symphony of the Night and what was the third one? I have Symphony of the Night, Link to the Past, and there's and Chrono Trigger actually. I have those little. You ever see those diagram things, whatever? Like they extract certain parts of the image and push them out.
I've got that for Symphony of the Night actually.
Yeah, you probably have the same one with the three heads.
Like a diorama?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, where they extract certain parts of the image and push them out with foam to make a 3D image.
Oh, yeah,
really cool. But no, Link to the Past is like absolute classic. Ocarina of Time was a very, very good attempt to push it to 3D, but you could tell the handicaps, like not I repeat myself again, but the camera work and then the lock-on combat, I don't think that was a design choice. I think that was a handicap because they couldn't figure out how to make the character aim in 3D.
Oh,
so that's a hot take.
Well, we don't have enough time to argue about it.
We don't have enough time to argue. I'm sorry, but Link to the Past for me.
Be mad in silence.
Yeah. Hate me in silence. Unsubscribe. Yeah. Tetris versus GoldenEye. Damn, that is actually tough.
It
Everything
is.
Tetris is against, it's like difficult for some reason.
Yeah.
Tetris might end up winning at this point.
Honestly, yeah. I think I'm gonna lean that way. As much as I love GoldenEye, I think Tetris is just like it's
Man,
so good.
I to a certain extent now, I have to ask myself, as much as Tetris is the perfect game, it's perfect in the context of what its ambitions are. And its ambitions are very tempered. Its ambitions are very small compared to a lot of the other games on this list. What game would I rather play right now? GoldenEye with some buddies or Tetris multiplayer with some buddies? Personally, I would rather play GoldenEye, even though it is immensely
Wow.
more flawed than Tetris. So, just in
Wow.
terms of ambition and what it's setting out to do, I'm gonna have to give it to GoldenEye, even though Tetris is, quote unquote, perfect.
Fair enough.
I love that GoldenEye is getting so much love. Yeah, I as much as I hate to kill GoldenEye, I think I'm gonna go with Tetris.
Damn. GoldenEye was incredible for the time. I love the soundtrack. It got me into the James Bond genre, actually. We got to watch all those movies. GoldenEye is also the best movie. Don't at me. But Tetris is such a fantastic concept, and like I said, it's a concept that hasn't been topped in over 30 years. So it's really a testament to that. I think getting back into GoldenEye, especially in its original form, like, yeah, if you mod it in PC and add mouse control, it's like a different game completely. But if you play it in its original form, you can still enjoy Tetris on the NES. So I'll give it I'll give it to Tetris because it's just such a timeless design. All right, Dark Souls versus Nier Automata.
I'm gonna go with Dark Souls. I've already played or showed my hand, but I'm gonna go with Dark Souls.
I'd say
it's Dark Souls as well. For me.
Yeah, definitely more of an impact for sure. All right, Ragnarok versus Vice City.
Vice City.
Really interesting. Okay.
I'll go with Vice City as well.
Damn,
Not
a lot of Vice City love.
Not a lot of strong feelings about this matchup, but I would rather play Vice City. I'd say
It's not fair because I've not played Ragnarok, but I'll go Vice City as well. All right, Vice City sweep. Red Dead Redemption 2 versus Assassin's Creed 2. Do we have to even talk about this? You guys are going to be...
I think we're probably going to be okay with this, considering how Assassin's Creed 2 probably barely got through the last round. I'm going to go with RDR2.
Yeah, Red Dead as well for me.
I had probably had more enjoyment with Assassin's Creed 2, but I can respect, like, if more games were like RDR2 where you have like an completely interactive open world, then I'd be happy with that. So RDR2 wins. Snake Eater versus Half-Life. Ooh. That's tough.
Yeah. The problem for me is I've been like gunning for Half-Life this whole time, so yeah, I'm going to continue that with Snake Eater because that really is one of my favorite games ever. Yeah.
You're like hodling Half-Life.
Yeah, right. I have nothing against Half-Life. I'm sure it's a very good game. Just never played it.
Man, that's tough. But I think I think there are better stealth games than Metal Gear Solid 3.
Wow.
It's hard for me to think of a game that does what Half-Life does and does it better. And both of them are fun to play. Both of them are fun to replay. I think I'm gonna have to go with Half-Life.
Damn, and you're legit with Half-Life, Soul?
No, I was gonna go with Snake Eater.
Snake Eater. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Half-Life actually. I think it was what led us to the modern first person and shooter plus sort of genre, which is one of my favorites. So yeah, I'm fine with that. All right, Deus Ex versus Deus Ex at Home.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Deus Ex for me.
I love Vampire so much, but like especially comparing 1.0 to 1.0, Deus Ex wins.
Yeah, both.
I'll go with that too.
All right, cool. All right, we got a couple more in this round. Thief versus The Witcher 3.
Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to to give it to Thief on this one. Like, Witcher 3 is a great game that I have replayed, but Thief is just it's so well designed. It's so every part of it to me is good. Like there's not a part that it shoots well. Aside, some of the end game missions aren't that great, but also a lot of the quests in Witcher 3 aren't all that great as well. If you want to go pound for pound, I think Thief is a more cohesive package, and it sings to me.
I'm gonna go with Thief 2, just because even though I haven't played it, I do think its influence is still seen today. I think it's just a really important game, and everything I have seen from it is just like such cool concepts to invent from scratch.
Yeah, I guess my take would be like if Witcher 3 never released, I don't see the industry changing one way or another. It'd be like kind of just we didn't get that game, and that was a good game. That's too bad. But Thief led to so much. Like you can kind of trace the family tree to System Shock 2, to BioShock, to Prey, to maybe even in a larger to lesser degree, leading to Deus Ex as well. Like there's just so much that kind of sprawled off of Thief, nailing that first person stealth hybrid gameplay. So yeah, I'll give it a Thief as well. It's a great game. Truly revolutionary. One of the best early examples of AI as well. Like the way they, the
way the guards work is so interesting in that game.
Yeah, and we make fun of like the shooting out the torch right next to them is like must with the wind, but that was revolutionary at the time. It was really incredible.
Yeah.
Doom versus Halo 3. Damn. I guess
I'll go with Doom. I think this is. I don't have the love for Halo 3, unfortunately. I think if Halo CE was on here, I would be very torn. But
interesting. Yeah, I didn't include Halo CE, but I could see that being a good contender for some of these as well.
Halo 3 is awesome, but man, do you want to talk about like Tetris, like games that are just like concept, execution, nary a miss? Doom is a game that just like stands up so damn well, despite being such a like just groundbreaking game. So I would have to pick Doom as long as TNT Evolution and Plutonia are nowhere near it.
Yeah, no, I mean, funny story. The name for my channel I got from when I played Doom 2 Deathmatch. I picked the color indigo. That's literally the entire story. But
oh, cool.
But no, I mean, Doom is the first-person shooter. Basically, it kind of popularized the genre. Wolf 3D was first, but Doom was Wolf 3D brought to like a whole new dimension, whole new level of interactivity, speed. Yeah, there would be no Halo 3 without Doom. So
you add the super shotgun. That's the only improvement you could really make in the game. Aside from that, you can only make lateral moves to different things, not to like superior things for the most part.
Yeah, that's great. We've seen the whole like boomer shooter genre kind of spawn from the Quakes and the Dooms of the time, so it still holds up.
Absolutely.
Okay, interesting. GT4 versus Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2.
Oof. I'll go with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 for this one. Yeah, it's definitely an important part of my formative years.
Yeah, sounds good.
Nice. I'm gonna go with Gran Turismo 4. I know that the racing sim genre is not for everybody, but in terms of games that hold it off, Gran Turismo 4 was just an elegant package. It's just extremely well made game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of torn. I've enjoyed both of them. If again, it's like sitting down, like, hey, let's play a game. I'd pop in Pro Skater 2 in a heartbeat because that's a great like party competitive game. But I do respect Gran Turismo kind of helped. Honestly, it kind of helped legitimize video games in a lot of ways because of the simulator aspect. It was no longer the kind of silly arcadey things. Like people would actually then start to like buy racing wheels and start to use Gran Turismo as a gateway into real racing. It wasn't as good as some other racing, future racing simulation titles, but that's kind of crazy that it led us into like a more legitimized version of how video games could lead us into simulating reality. So I'll give it a point for sure. It's definitely a more important game, I would say, than Pro Skater. All right, Uncharted 2 versus Persona 5.
Yeah, this is a easy one for me. Persona 5.
Me too. Persona 5.
All right. I'll say Persona Uncharted, but it doesn't matter. Persona wins. Cool. That was round 3.
Wins again.
So we're now down to a handful on round 4. Civ 4 versus Baldur's Gate 3. Damn. All right. Anybody's hot take?
I'm gonna go with Civ 4. I think it's just yeah, it got this formula right, and it wasn't a given. And I think it was like one of those things that, like, yeah, it wasn't emulating anything to like make it like that meme of just one more turn. Like that's a meme for a reason.
That's true.
I think that's
Yeah, I've lost sleep over Civ for sure. What about you, Match?
It's a tough one. Baldur's Gate 3 is certainly more in line with my personal tastes. Civ 4 is like a huge turn-based strategy game, but in a way I feel like I wouldn't say it's been supplanted by Civ 5 or Civ 6, but certainly those games are like just as played as 4 was. So at this point I feel like I have to go more just by like personal taste. So I think I'm going to go with Baldur's Gate 3 on this one.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm really torn. I love both these genres. I'm more of an RPG guy, but in terms of like the grand scope of things, I almost think that Civ is a more important game in terms of like the family tree of how games evolved, because it basically was the 4X strategy game that spawned everything else.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that.
I think it's also just like a very universal game too. Like it is the game of society, of the world. Like it's a world simulator, a world progress simulator, basically.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be hot take, and I'll say Civ. Civ, 2 points.
I don't think that's too hot a take.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, these games, there's no wrong answers at this stage. So.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you guys. Oh God, this is like I was fighting over my mom and dad, and this is like my 2 children. So I'm like,
oh man, this is for me. This is brutal. This is brutal. But I think I'm gonna have to go with Chrono Trigger.
Wow. I'll go to Chrono Trigger too. I like the game a lot for what it is. Just not more than Final Fantasy VI, but I've already lost that fight.
well, now I feel like the world is meaningless in life. There's no choices. Like my agency's been robbed. They're both great.
You can still dissent.
It's still dissent.
Yeah.
So Chrono Trigger 2, I'll give a point to Fallout because it's one of the greatest RPGs and settings ever made, and I love them both to death, though. They're both great.
I wouldn't be sad no matter which one won.
No. All right, Symphony Night versus Link to the Past. Ooh.
This is such a good matchup.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Symphony Night. Hands down, easy. But I think this is what Symphony Night was trying to recreate was Link to the Past. So like it's just like a really cool lineup here.
Damn. All right.
Yeah, so this is a mighty tough one, but I think that A Link to the Past is gonna be my choice. I don't know. They're both like timeless games. They're both beautiful games that do so many great things. But I think it's gonna be A Link to the Past, just going off like intuition.
Damn. Yeah, my heart says Symphony of the Night, but I know that like if you were to lay this out in a design document, Legend of Zelda Link to the Past would have like finely ruled lines and like, 90-degree arcs and like dotted, dash T's and dotted lines and like exact calculations and stuff, where you'd see like, hieroglyphs and like, spiral circles and like, voodoo enchantments and stuff on Symphony Night. Like it's a very messy game when you look into like the details. Like a lot of the stuff doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's fun as hell. So like am I judging it from like an influence / clean design standpoint, I would say Link to the Past, but my heart has to go with Symphony Night. So I'm kind of torn. I might actually do a coin flip because I love them both so much. Leave it up to fate. It's come to this.
Yeah, right.
I take no responsibility. All right. Here's a coin flip. I'll flip it again just for posterity. Tails. That is the second option. Link to the Past. All right. Link to the Past it is.
I can't argue with the coin.
Man. Yeah. The coin is spoken.
Oh, I didn't choose a winner. Link to the Past. There we go. Okay, Tetris versus Dark Souls.
Well, I'm gonna go Dark Souls. Yeah, I think as much as I love Tetris, and I think it's like just such a perfect little like puzzle game that anybody can play, and it translates to so many people. I think Dark Souls, like the ambition for that was just so great, and I think it's like if we're talking about influence, like this is going to be like a really hard one to figure out which one influenced more, because I think Dark Souls is like I think we're still seeing like a lot of design choices around that. So I mean, that would be my one to go with. I think the story's great. I think the gameplay is obviously perfect. The puppeteering of your character with the shoulder buttons and everything. I think that combat hasn't been matched since. Yeah, it's great.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about like it at a certain point, it has to be a question of like what were the developers trying to pull off? What was the ambition behind the game? What was the goal? Because like if you're going by what game is like perfectly designed, then Tetris is going to win this entire bracket and win every single matchup for the rest of history, right?
Yeah.
It's like if I draw a perfect circle, it's like, I was only trying to draw a circle and the circle was perfect, so it's the greatest work of art ever made and no one can ever match up to it. There's no flaws or anything. So I think Tetris, as great of a puzzle game as it is, and as much as it still holds up, Dark Souls is going to win for me because it is striving for more and it fails at achieving everything that it strives for, but I think it shoots for the stars, and that's worth some commendation.
Yeah, I'll say probably the coolest thing that Dark Souls / Demon Souls did was reintroduce the concept of like NES hard. Remember, the games were just insanely hard, and they got kind of toned down more and more, even as early as the SNES. Like I would say that Super Metroid and Link to the Past were easier games than their NES predecessors. Mm-hmm. So like and over time, games got more and more easy and accessible. And Dark Souls is like, hey bitch, how about some difficulty? And it would like smack you across the face with a gigantic two-handed sword. And that I respect it tremendously because it completely changed the tone of games going forward. So.
In a time when it just like was not popular at all to do that, it was just like, let's just hold our hands. We had a what was that Metroid game that was just awful? Other M. That was just like
yeah.
Took me a week to learn how to use a fucking catalyst. But enough about me. I don't get it.
I need somebody else to authorize my use of missiles.
Yeah.
Vice City versus Red Dead 2. I can kind of see where the wind is blowing this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah, I would go with Red Dead 2 as well, strictly because it's a game that I personally enjoy playing more. As much respect as I have for Vice City.
It's just a much more ambitious game too. I mean, Vice City was basically GTA 3 with, 80s and cocaine.
Yeah.
It did it well.
Whereas Red Dead Redemption 2 was basically like Wyatt Earp meets Tombstone meets probably cocaine as well. But great game. Let's see Red Dead Redemption 2. Legal cocaine, yeah.
The 1800s difference.
Medicinal cocaine.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God. Oh.
Feels good to be a Half-Life hater right now.
All right, Indigo, you got to go first on this one.
I'm going Deus Ex, man, but this is not easy.
Yeah, it's Deus Ex for me as well. Somebody in the chat pointed out a few minutes ago, why don't you guys just hurry up and declare Deus Ex the winner? Let's get this over with.
Man.
I'm gonna go Half-Life just because I don't want to gun for
Nice.
Deus or that game the entire bracket, but I think Deus
Appreciate
Ex
that.
is probably gonna be a
Fair enough.
contender.
Thief the Dark Project versus Doom.
Ooh.
It's like the ultimate first-person stealth game versus like the kind of progenitor shooter.
Yeah, man. This is a tough one. Yeah, Doom is an excellent first-person shooter that is still super playable. I mean, under the right circumstances, as long as you're not playing the 3DO version. But damn, man, Thief is just so good, and there's so little that's like it. There's so little that has like directly iterated on what Thief is. It's like still stands up so well. I think I'm gonna have to go with Thief here.
Oh, all right.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't played Thief, so big caveat here. I do think Doom is probably like, I mean, I don't know. Actually, this is a good question to ask. Do you think Thief is like something you can pick up and play today?
Sure. It even supports like
I
ultra wide.
would say that it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
A lot of people would look at maybe the graphics and think otherwise, but it's a totally playable game. The control is really fluid, and the game's not like overly obtuse or anything.
And the dark lit buildings and everything really kind of help make the graphics look less dated. So yeah.
True.
Wow.
I think I'd say it looks pretty good even today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
That shut me up. Why don't you go Indigo so I don't rob you of your agency because my opinion is not fully informed.
Well, I'll say Doom is like an incredibly fundamental game to all other games, first-person games moving forward. But I will say that because we had Wolfenstein 3D, we had the Blake Stones, we had the other kind of Ultima Underworld existed, stuff like that. I would say that the course was kind of already set by the time that Doom came out. So I'll give a vote to Thief because that kind of set us on a new course, which was the first person stealth game. So that kind of carved out its own niche. So
that's bold, but I like it.
All right.
I'll give it to Doom since my vote doesn't matter, but I do think like it deserves a lot of credit just because it like that's a game that I still pick up just to have fun with.
Yeah, it would be a lot more interesting with like 5 people that would have like a kind of more heated debate up into the end. But with 3, it's kind of like already over by the second vote. But all right, Turismo versus Persona.
I'll go GT4.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tough one because it's like I'm pulling from like 2 totally different sides of my soul in order to like come up with an answer. But Persona 5 is awesome. I'm not even sure if it's my favorite Persona game. Gran Turismo 4 is like, other than games in its own, I think it's gonna have to be Gran Turismo 4. I think it's just like that good of a racing sim.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably rather play Persona 5, but Gran Turismo as a series kind of was the simulation racing series for a while, whereas Persona, even back in the, especially going back to the PlayStation era, was like that was JRPG number 415, basically. Like there were so many JRPGs at the time, and it's come to its own, and it's really, really good for it. But, I mean, 1v1, I don't know. Doesn't matter. So GT wins. So, all right, that's for that round. Now we're down to a handful. We have as many each time, but it still seems like a lot to get through. All right. Civ 4 versus Chrono Trigger.
God.
Totally easy comparison, by the way.
I'm gonna go with Civ 4.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going with Chrono Trigger.
Oh God, you're gonna make me the tiebreaker.
Mhm.
Oh, like you're talking like the best, basically the best 4X versus the best JRPG here, pretty much. uh, Damn. I don't know. I mean, we've got a heavy RPG / story bias in this group, so it's nothing objective about this pick. But uh, in terms of grand influence, I can think of maybe like 4 games that were seemingly heavily inspired by Chrono Trigger, but I can think of like 20 to 40 different 4X strategy games that were probably more like 100. So I'll say Civ is probably the more important game. I'll give it that. That'll be my cop out.
I fought for you, Chrono.
I love Chrono. Like, I would rather play Chrono right now, but you know.
I gotcha. You're being objective. I respect it.
A Link to the Past versus Dark Souls. Ooh.
I'm gonna go Dark Souls on this.
Dark Souls it is.
I can't say any more about it at this point because I've already gushed enough. But yeah, I don't. I think yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
I'm gonna go for A Link to the Past.
All right.
Because I feel like it's also both games have their eyes set on the horizon in terms of how much new stuff they wanted to include, but I think A Link to the Past just doesn't stumble as much.
Damn. You know, I'm going to go Link to the Past because you can trace a lot of stuff that Dark Souls did, like the backtracking, opening up a new area, all that kind of stuff, to like the core design that made Link to the Past so addictive. So I don't see it. Dark Souls wouldn't really exist without games like Link to the Past, I don't think. So that's my tiebreaker justification for the day. Red Dead 2 versus Deus Ex.
Well, I don't think it's going to be too much of a mystery which one I'm going to pick here. But I will say that both games impressed me with how many interactions there are in the game world and how you can do various things within it. So I'm going to go with Deus Ex. Sorry, my girlfriend is making noises like she just got smacked in the face right now by a falling brick off the side of a wall. So you guys discuss this. I'm going to see what's wrong. I'll be right.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna go RDR2, only because I know it's you know, it's an impotent attempt to change the course, but I think I know which way the wind's blowing. I think RDR2 is just a really, you know, tight story. Maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, no, I'll say tight story. I think, like, yeah, again, Arthur Morgan's one of the best characters ever made. Deus Ex, I accept that it's going to beat RDR2 based on the kind of games that you enjoy, Indigo. But yeah, I think yeah, RDR2 is my pick.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, my bias is showing on my sleeve, but I mean, Deus Ex was probably made for like a 100th of the budget, not even probably exaggerating. And RDR2 is like a real amazing technical achievement of creating a fully realized cowboy world, and better voice acting, better writing. You don't have people saying, "I spilled my drink," you know, in the corner or whatever. But yeah, Deus Ex is like the Warren Spector vision of, you know, fully realized 100% interactable world. That's Deus Ex is like the template for that. So I gotta give it.
Fair.
Yeah. All right, getting close. Thief versus Gran Turismo 4.
I'm gonna have to go with Thief now. Sorry.
All right.
Jeez. Boy, the question is, I guess I'll go with Thief.
Oh, Thief sweeps. Just as much as I respect Gran Turismo, just a kind of ambition of creating the first-person stealther, kind of incredible. Oh, Civ 4 versus Link to the Past. It's getting a little weird.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm gonna go with Link to the Past.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've already probably shown my bias as somebody who's not invested in Civilization 4's supremacy. So I too am going to go for A Link to the Past.
Damn. All right. I don't want to be a tiebreaker every time, but first game.
Wait, aren't we both Link to the Past so far?
Oh, you were. Sorry. I'm dumb. Yep. All right. Link to the Past. Cool. Link to the Past winner. Deus Ex versus Thief. Ooh. This is actually tougher than I thought, because Thief actually does stealth better.
It does stealth much better than Deus Ex does.
Yeah.
That's the only kind of linchpin here.
But you can choke out people with like a fire extinguisher and then like shoot them in the balls with like a taser in Deus Ex, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Deus Ex does not do specific things as good as Thief does them, but it does more things and it does them very well. So yeah, it's gonna be Deus Ex.
Yeah, Deus Ex with like more fleshed out stealth would just clean house. Thief
Yeah.
more specialized.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
sorry, I kind of took your wind out of your vote there, Soul.
No, that's fine. I'll agree. I think Deus Ex, from what I understand, I think it's probably the better game, the more ambitious game for sure.
Kind of just took a lot of ideas from Thief and took them to a different way. Oh, does that bring it down to our finalists? Is that? Oh,
No way.
Yeah, we're down to our
This
finalists.
is it.
Wow.
Link to the Past versus Deus Ex. Damn. Oh wow. Okay.
Wow.
Should we take an audience vote for this?
That will be interesting. Yeah. I think I have a feeling that Deus Ex is probably going to be a little bit more favorable with the audience vote, but we can see.
All right, audience vote 1 for Zelda, 2 for Deus Ex.
I think you can actually do polls. In these
Oh,
chats.
can we? Yeah, I haven't done
Sure.
that.
I'm not sure how, so maybe it's
I
not
might
worth
have
it.
to set that up.
I think we might be.
We're looking. Deus Ex has got a clean sweep right
We don't even need the
now.
poll. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there we got a vote for Zelda.
Thank you, Cammy.
Contrarian vote.
One just to be contrarian.
Yeah.
A couple ones. Zelda's got a respectable showing here. It's turned around a little bit for Zelda. Still definitely weighted in Deus Ex's favor, I would say.
I mean,
Luckily,
like, Zelda's a
both
cool little
exist.
dude, but
Very true.
that's funny.
Can't
Yeah.
compare to Deus Ex Denton.
Yeah, if only they can make Zelda a female, then the world would be solved. Yeah,
The input of one.
I blame the Illuminati, but I think Deus Ex wins.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's true.
You just have to get past Liberty City. Liberty Island, sorry.
Yeah.
Not an unexpected outcome. Deus Ex is just it's the sort of it's one of the purest visions of like what video games can be, and such a great crack at it, and so like in a time where that technology was so limited, that just the idea of like being placed in a world, and it truly, that is like the words immersive simulation are like almost nowhere better exemplified than in Deus Ex. It's just do it, try it, see what happens, and often you're rewarded for like breaking the rules.
Yeah, I mean, not to gush about it even more, but games like Stardew Valley and The Sims and stuff are life simulators, so to speak. But Deus Ex throws you into the first person, where you can just like pick up and mess around with objects. You can and turn on faucets and lights and showers and toilets and throw things off of ledges and see how they break. Everything has damage. Everything has a weight. You know, you get to be stronger to pick up heavier things. Like, it's basically a life simulator of a special agent in the future, but you could apply that to pretty much any particular setting, and I think the gameplay would hold up. So it's kind of it's still one of the best examples, if not the best example of that kind of gameplay.
Yep, exactly. But A Link to the Past is fierce competition. Many of the games, even in the first bracket, to me, are like razor's edge within the same like degree of awesomeness as Deus Ex is for me. Like System Shock 2 a lot like so many of these games are like competitive with Deus Ex.
Yeah. Let's zoom out a little bit. Probably can't read it on the stream,
We
but
lost some good ones like right off the hop.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like when games like when games like God, like
Baldur's
Age-
Gate 2.
Baldur's Gate 2 get killed up in the first round, you know, we're down to some pretty good ones. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
No
mean,
doubt.
good talk though, guys. Thanks for coming on, and sorry it ran on for so long. I should have expected it to, but we had some good conversations.
No problem.
Yeah, I
pleasure.
agree. It was a lot of fun.
Really enjoyable.
Yeah, we got Deus Ex the GOAT apparently, in our 100% objective,
Big
you know,
surprise.
our fact-checked, scientifically tested, proven version of the brackets.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't have predicted this.
Funnily enough, I actually didn't. I thought that we actually had a pretty good chance with something like, if we're going to go more the pure game design, like Tetris, and I was actually surprised how far Civ got. That was a good one, actually. Got pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Civ made it far. Tetris made it far just based off of its own kind of like its own perfection. I thought for a minute, I was like, man, Tetris is going to slap Deus Ex down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. I think that, I want to say, no, I think it was Ocarina that won the Game Informer version, right? I think that was the,
Yeah.
comparing it to the other ones. Yeah, Ocarina of Time won the Game Informer against Skyrim. Red Dead 2 actually was a semifinalist, I think. Last of Us, Elder Scrolls Skyrim, and Legend of Zelda. Yeah. So
Game
bad.
Informer's list is a little less egregious than IGN's, yeah?
It's so insane that 2018, God of War 2018. This isn't just me being a hater. I really, like, I cannot believe that happened. Like,
Greatest
don't
of all
think-
time is-
yeah, right. Like, it's just insane. Like, what are you saying about this game? But yeah, like, I mean, I would, you know, obviously have my bias, but I would be very surprised if we're still talking about God of War 2018 in 5 years as like a objectively good game.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I'd say that it still has the same problem of just like batshit matchups at the first round, like Witcher versus Silent Hill, Wind Waker versus Halo, Pac-Man
Yeah.
versus Resident Evil 4. Like,
Burnout versus Chrono Trigger. Burnout versus Chrono Trigger on the other list is bad enough, but the fact that Burnout won the Reader's Choice poll made me want to scream at my monitor when I saw that.
This one's just marginally better with League of Legends versus Chrono Trigger, and Chrono Trigger at least got to round 2.
Yeah, thank God.
But damn, yeah. So I would say that as flawed and as subjective as our list was, it wasn't quite as just broken from the get-go. IGN's one was probably even worse.
I think we were pretty balanced. There was a good mix of like PC games and console games, and I mean Gran Turismo 4 made it to the very end. Like we had pretty even-handed takes, even though, you know, at a certain point it's like you have to show bias.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
There's no way not to, but yeah, some of these matchups in the IGN one were just kind of hilarious. Like Doom versus
Diablo 2 didn't make it quite as far in this one.
15% against Wild Hunt. That tells you everything you need to know.
They're dictator margins.
Yeah. Damn.
Jeez.
Man, that was something. But anyway, thanks so much, guys, for coming on, and I hope you had some fun.
Yeah, this was great. Thanks for having me.
It was a hoot.
Cool. Well, I'll let you guys go, probably get some dinner or whatever. But yeah, thanks so much for having on. And do you want to plug your channels real quick?
Oh, well, sure. I'll plug my channel. You've seen me typing in chat. Here, I'll say hi. You can check out my channel. Spelt that way. And yeah, I talk about mostly RPGs, but kind of a little bit of everything. I'm working on a big Sega Saturn video right now that I'm gonna be getting out before the end of the month. So yeah, that should be good. Check it out.
Cool. And, you're kind of alternating with the Ultima reviews, right?
Yes, yeah, I've been working on an Ultima series, so I'm taking a little break to do the Saturn videos, and we're back. Next video is going to be Ultima 6, so I'm trying to get them all done. Trying to get one big kind of Ultima super cut, basically done, and God knows how long it'll take, but I'm having a ton of fun doing it.
Damn, ambitious. All right.
So I'm gonna link my channel in chat. If you want to check me out, I'm Soul Porpoise. I am a resident God of War hater. That's why I think Indigo thought of me. And it's my claim to fame, and I'm totally fine with that. I do a lot of stuff on Souls stuff, a lot of stuff on just kind of like video game critique and discussion. And yeah, check me out.
Yeah, again, thanks for coming on. Quick update from me. I'm about 40 minutes into a 60-minute video about Fallout. It was originally going to be called Fallout Was Sold, Not Saved. Basically talking about the fall of Interplay and how one of the biggest publishers fell apart and kind of let one of their best series down. But now I'm thinking about calling it Fallout. I'm sorry we failed you on the brackets last week. So, yeah. But yeah, that should be out in a few weeks. Kind of running through the final pass and the editing. But yeah, thanks so much, guys, for coming on, and best luck to you. And happy to do this again sometime.
Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having us on, Indigo, and thank you guys in chat. It was a good time.
Yeah, thanks all.